on new break schedule. You know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have a good morning, everybody? Hello, Jesse. Do you have our rejoins and stuff
I will now.
and our outros? If you need the carts, let me know. Warren gets a belt today. Hey, congratulations, Warren. What's up, Rust Dog? What's up, everybody? Tyler Jennings, hello. Zabo, hello. Marcus. P-Dub. Katrina, what up? Bacchus? Bocus? Bacchus?
The Retrobution. Hello.
Hi, Jose.
Hey, Will Z's up in here.
From Virginia. Jesus. What's up, Steven?
Hi, Crown Sacktown. How are you?
Hey.
Tyler, are you going to come up and go fishing?
It's, what's this dude's name?
9168.
No. The why could I Al Capone?
Oh, yeah. The picture in the
Hello,
backdrop.
It's a scooter.
Tyler, I was told I think they dropped 600 pounds of rainbow trout into the lake behind me, which isn't very big, and they are restaurant grade, and everyone is welcome to come and catch fish and take them.
Crazy.
Yeah, so you can catch, and the largemouth bass, they ask that you catch and release in our lake, although you don't have to. I just don't know that I would eat them. Scooter, you can come up too. I don't care. I'm not inviting everybody. I'm be selective, but people I owe sweatshirts
Depends
to.
on
I
how.
think I gotta invite up.
Depends on how nice you are in the chat.
I don't see David. I don't fish.
Jesus Christ, Steven. Figure it out, dog.
Steven Castaneda for the win.
Yeah, it's a flag on Steven. I'm here.
Unbelievable, this guy.
For the win. Scooter, I am in Lake of the Pines, which is above all.
Stationed in North Dakota. Retro, what do you do that is stationing you in North Dakota?
All right, 10 seconds.
Sounds probably like nuclear. You hear it?
It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Well, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm sick, and I don't feel great. Which is why I'm not in the studio today. I am at the home studio because I'm not trying to get people sick, man.
Thank you, Kyle.
Honestly, I'm going to be really vulnerable and honest with people right now. Pre-pandemic, I probably would have gone to work today. Like just not recognizing the potential danger. Danger is probably strong, but just I don't know. I just don't want to get people sick, man. And so last night I wasn't feeling great. I woke up this morning, it was like 5 o'clock and went, nope, I'm not. This is bad. It was one of those, I have the flu. A COVID negative. That's the good news. Salute. But yeah, it was that body hot to the touch, but also freezing cold and couldn't get enough blankets to go to sleep. It's just brutal. So we're working through that. Appreciate Jesse for hopping in and, helping out so I could be here from home and we could have a show.
Glad I get to play radio with you guys today.
You said you're glad you what?
I get to play radio with you guys today.
Yeah, man. It's
in the job. We're out here playing radio with our friends. That's all.
Just vibing.
It's been a little while. Outside of the handoffs, doing mad props. It's been a little while.
True. We don't work that bad
outside of Jesse taking it up the middle.
Nope,
Oh my
nope,
God.
nope.
Jesus.
Damn it, James. It's a flag.
Oh my God.
All
All right. So, let's talk All-Star Weekend. I don't like. It's never going to be the same, man. It's just not. It's not the same event that it was 30 years ago. And I think expecting it to be that, if that's your goal, we're going to be disappointed forever. I think we need to start adjusting our expectations for what NBA All-Star Weekend is and is going to be. Because every year we do the same thing. Every year we watch it. Every year we go, wow, this is nothing like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. And man, those guys tried so hard. It's never going to be that again, man. And
Okay,
I go ahead.
The basketball itself, I was okay with.
Yeah.
The basketball itself, like the format was intriguing. The OGs beat the young guys. Like sort of the process worked to get sort of the best two teams, the best 10 players or 8 players, whatever their teams were broken up into, on the court at the end. I think all of that worked, and the competitive level, but it was like the most boring, dragged out. I get it, but self-indulgent by TNT. That's what it like really felt like, so self-indulgent. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is not, we're not going to sit here and slow play out the death of TNT for the next 3 months, are we?
We are.
I guess we
what's
are.
happening.
But I was shocked by the way that it was just so overly produced and at the same time not produced well enough. So that's where it was like,
oh, it was overly produced in the wrong ways.
Well, Inside the NBA is not even dying, right? They're just going to be showing it on ESPN
right,
from now
dude.
on.
That is what, if you wanted to do that whole little thing with Gone Fishing for Inside the NBA or whatever, that's fine. You can do that before the game. You can do it after the game. But doing it in the middle of the final game,
yeah,
where the guys were trying, the players were trying early in that game.
Yep.
Because the league got what it wanted. It's like, hey, target score of 40. You have to run around for 12-ish minutes. Go be competitive. And they were. And then they stopped the game for 12 minutes or whatever it was to do that.
Yeah, it was like the clock malfunction in New Orleans.
Dude, seriously, but on purpose.
Yes.
And so you saw the players visibly frustrated. And by the time they came back, they're like, screw this. And that's what's so frustrating for me is the NBA and Adam Silver want so badly for the All-Star game to be about the basketball. You have to try. You have to show out for fans. That's what this is for. The 200 points is unacceptable because we got to try. We got to be competitive. And then you do everything you can during the games to make it not about the games. You're going to stop it for this Mr. Beast challenge, which, pause on that real quick. That kid's sitting in the bucket of money, or in that vat of money. Disgusting. Yep. You have no idea where those bills have been.
He's probably in the same situation you are this morning, Kyle.
Worth it though.
1,000, dude, totally. Not begrudging the guy. It's just you're gonna have to use that money. That's a superhero villain origin story waiting to happen. just cesspool of whatever is in that. But anyways, I digress. But yeah, stopping the games for that, that was a fun thing, but do that before the games. Do that on Saturday. Don't do that during the All-Star games.
I can't imagine allowing Kevin Hart to interrupt the great Ernie Johnson in the middle of an opening. I was just I just want to shut the TV off right then. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Look, this is not an anti-Kevin Hart thing.
No.
I'm sure that there are people. Is he my favorite comedian? No. Is he my least favorite comedian? Not by a long shot. But why are we still doing the Kevin Hart thing? Why? I don't. It's I don't know who is James. Let me ask you this: who is the All-Star game for? Who are they trying to appeal to?
It should be for kids. That's who it should be. It should be to bring in new fans, to allow people to see players that they don't get to see all the time, and to see their guy represent their team and hang out with cool people. I think that's what the All-Star game is for. It's for bringing in, like, who goes to All-Star games is usually like very rich people and people with kids that sit way up high and they're there to watch the game.
Yep. I think that's go ahead.
I was say Kevin Hart had his moment with Draymond Green, that 3-point contest in 2016, and they're still bringing him back. It's been 8 years.
2016.
Bringing him back. Yes, that was 2016 when that happened.
God, dude, and he's just there. He's just around, and it feels like too much. And James, you hit the nail on the head. It was like overproduced in all the wrong areas. I think there's potential with this format, where if on Sunday you do your pregame stuff, you do all that stuff. There's the pregame shoot around or whatever, and there's all the interviews and all that. But then, like, once the games start, it's like players sit courtside or right there. They watch the first game. All right, second game's up. Okay, that one's over. Let's get to the championship game. And maybe do a third place game or whatever. The two losing teams battle. Just do something to add more basketball. And it was 33 minutes of basketball in a 3-hour television broadcast.
Yes.
You have to up the target score, let's call it 50, and find a way to tack in more games. That's the bottom line for me.
I totally agree. And then Kyle, the other thing is, I believe as part of the first game, they allowed Kevin Hart's mic to be hot in the stadium. And so he's sitting there clowning players like during the game, yelling at coaches to go have their big man stand in the post, not to shoot threes. But it's like interrupting the entire flow of everything. I was shocked by that. And then the other thing I was shocked by was every time, for some reason, they decided to invite Draymond Green. And he literally just took a flamethrower to the entire league. Every time they let him on the broadcast,
he basically said, "Yeah, this sucks."
Like, what is happening?
And then goes and guarantees a championship.
He guarantees a championship for his 10th seeded Golden State Warriors.
Just writing checks that Steph's gonna have to cash.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord.
The All-Star game. Hey, yeah. So Draymond kind of guaranteed a championship. So we're gonna need you to get to work now.
Like, damn it, Draymond. Oh, I get it. We're talking about it. That's why they have him there. But yeah, I don't I don't know that they necessarily want Draymond Green going out there and tossing napalm on the entire weekend.
The entire thing.
Did the players, like, obviously there's like, it wasn't great this weekend, but did the players kind of force the NBA's hand as far as, like, we had basketball before and it's been horrible, like, watching these guys play? Like, maybe the NBA felt like they had to do something different this year?
Yes, I do. I think the players lack a competitiveness. And, like, if you're going to do it that way, if you're just going to run up the score and just make it like the Harlem Globetrotters, at least if you're going to do that, that's fine. But bring in a bigger group of dudes.
Yeah.
Like, make it a 15-man roster on each side, whatever, and just make it like a lot more fun and crazy stuff and all that stuff. But like to have it be like 180 to 190 something, that's not a competitive game. They're playing defense like the Sacramento Kings, like in a regular season game, and you're just sitting there watching it unfold the whole time like, oh, this isn't great. But I thought the competitiveness of the small games actually worked. It did.
I agree.
But I don't know how you rescue the rest of it and why we're doing tribute videos before and during and after.
Yeah. It's like they have to make the games the main thing on Sunday. Friday night, you can do whatever. Saturday night, you can do whatever. But by the time the games roll around on Sunday, that just has to be the marquee part of it. It can't be a continuation of, I'm not going to call for the NBA to like decorporatize the All-Star weekend, because they're not going to. That's just printing money all weekend, right?
It's a cash cow. Yes.
Yeah, man. So I'm not gonna, because that's just unrealistic. But like by Sunday, can we get rid of some of that and just get to the actual games themselves? And I agree a little bit with what Jesse said in that players kind of force the NBA's hand here, but they created this new format to drive up competitiveness and then still like put in elements for the games that like they were worried it wouldn't be competitive. So they wanted to do all this extra stuff to try and distract from the basketball.
Yeah.
It's like, you got to give them a chance first. You did this whole new format. I think it's a great idea. The other tweak I would make is go 28 All-Stars and 7 teams of 4. I don't think I loved the Rising Stars dudes getting in.
Yeah.
But that's a small nitpick for me. I'm not saying that's the biggest issue they had.
I agree. I think being part of All-Star Weekend is enough for young players. Like, if you're going to get to play on the big stage, that kind of, it does take away. And especially if they would have won. Ooh. Like, if somehow they would have won and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like, what happens? Like, the Stars just got punked by the Rising Star guys who, again, aren't even all the Rising Stars.
Right.
They're, the winner of a group, so that you don't even have the best of the best there. Yeah, it was a weird day, but at the same time, I think NBA was a talk of everything this weekend. It's a 3-day weekend for most people. It just kind of played out the whole weekend, and I thought like some of the events were cool. I just thought that they could have done a better job of reining it in and making it a lot like a tighter event, where there wasn't all of this fluff and wasted time and all that stuff.
The other thing that set a terrible precedent, I agree with you there. LeBron James tapping out right before the game in his press conference.
Anthony Edwards did too.
Right. And Anthony Edwards doing the same thing. I'm going to put Ant to the side here for a second, because that also sucks. Like, if you think you're too hurt to play, you need to say so and allow somebody else who is going to be able to play to get in.
Sabonis.
This is not even this isn't even a Domantas Sabonis thing, because
I know.
Maybe it would have been Norman Powell and Devin Booker. Like, I have no idea, but doing that sucks. The thing with LeBron specifically is LeBron is the face of the league, dude. This is you want to set a tone for your weekend, and it's LeBron going, I'm not going to suit up tonight. I've got this ankle and foot thing. Like, never mind. I don't want to play.
And it became the story was, he had a chance to make it his 21st All-Star game, and now he's not going to play. It's like, oh, all right.
Yeah, and it's not, I don't want to necessarily blame LeBron, because it wouldn't shock me at all if the league was like, hey, you need to be there. Like, we won't bring an injury. You just need to be there. Because if you're saying early that you're hurt and you're not going to show up like that, that's a no-go. It's just that when LeBron taps out before the games, like, that matters. That matters to these players, because everybody still looks to LeBron. Austin Rivers told this story on his podcast when they were getting ready to play in the pandemic season, and they were trying to decide if they're going to keep the season going or not. They had this whole big meeting, and all these players are talking. And eventually Udonis Haslem looks at LeBron and goes, what are we doing? Like, we're following you here. And so when LeBron comes out day of the All-Star game and goes, never mind, I'm not going to play. That just sets a bad tone for the entire night.
No, I agree. And I mean, you want to see, like, this could be his last All-Star game. I mean, we don't know what next season, what will happen next season, but it could be his last All-Star game to have him not play. I guess it's his prerogative, but at the same time, like, make your decisions before, and don't like make it better by saying, hey, but he's okay, he'll play on Wednesday. It's like, okay, so we can't play today, but he can't play on Wednesday?
Right.
Like, wait, what are we doing here? I don't get it. And did Anthony Edwards get hurt in the buildup? Did he trip over Kevin Hart? Like, what exactly happened? Why can't he play? And there's just it was a little weird. It was a little weird.
Very strange, for sure. We're going to squeeze in a little Kings talk today. We're not going to talk about the All-Star game all day, I promise. I'm going to squeeze in a little Kings talk coming up. Are they facing a make or break stretch coming out of the All-Star break? We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia riding with us today on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Kyle, you got to read during this break. You want to hit that after when we come back, or you want to do that during the commercial?
It's Underdog.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. Let's do it in this commercial.
Got it.
And then can you let Lisa know the time? Actually, I can message her. Never mind.
Well, if you're gonna do it during the break, it'll pop up for them.
I'm just going to do the...
I'll play the last 10 seconds of the commercial before, and James is here, and then he'll give you a cue.
Okay. It sounds like tomorrow and Thursday, Joe will be with us. 100% don't do that.
All right, read in 10.
From fast breaks to buzzer beaters to block parties, there's nothing as exciting as basketball. Oh boy, I'll tell you. With Underdog, you can bring that excitement to wherever you watch, including with All-Star Weekend. I had lineups from Underdog on the 3-point contest, the dunk contest, the celebrity game. Salute to my guy Drewski going lower than 4.5 points. Unfortunately, that lineup didn't count for me because 2 of the players did not play. Which is okay. You just get your money back, and you already know that I'll be building a lineup on Wednesday when the NBA is back in action. I think it's the Hornets and the Lakers, so I'll have a lineup on that game. It's super easy to play. Playing on their app is as easy as choosing higher or lower on player stats like threes made, points, rebounds, and more. Get those picks right, and you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. Millions of fans have won over billions on Underdog. Will you be next? Join in on the fun by signing up with Underdog today using promo code KyleM, and you'll get a free pick as part of your first cash entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
All right, we're good.
Yeah, that Drewski under cashed, baby.
The 4.5.
Yeah.
He hit that 3. I'm like, oh no.
Like, no. Well, I think it was the first shot of the game. He took a 3 and just airballed the bleep out of it. And I was like, dude, we are set. And then he hit one later and I panicked.
Yeah, I think it was on. That was Friday night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having dinner for Valentine's Day, and it was on the TV. And I saw I saw him hit the 3 late, and I'm like,
Uh-oh.
oh.
Yeah, Terrell Owens also went way over his points. Yeah, Drewski 4 points. I had Terrell Owens higher than 8.5. He scored 18. But then Matt Barnes and Alicia Gray didn't play. So I just got a refund because I didn't have players from 2 different teams.
Yeah.
All right, we're back at 5. James, you have to give him a cue again.
All right. You heard that, Kyle?
Mm-hmm. All right, James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen at the home studio today. Jesse Tapia hanging out with us as well. I got into a new sport this weekend.
Oh no.
Like I was so I just needed to watch competition of some sort. And this weekend, and I'm not really a big college basketball guy, like I'll throw it on. But pre-tournament, I'm not, or pre-conference tournaments really, I'm not watching super close. But Tiger Woods Golf League, the TGL, was on yesterday. And the Bay Area has a team. Bay GC, what's up? They're 3-0. They had a doubleheader yesterday. And dude, it is so fun. I know that golf as a sport to watch, especially if you don't play golf, is pretty boring. Like it's very slow. It's very plodding. There's not a lot of, it's like, it's just a kind of a boring sport, right?
Yeah.
But the TGL is all indoors. It's team play. So
How do you play indoor golf?
You hit it into a simulator.
Oh.
That tracks your ball speed and spin.
Of course.
And they have these fake courses, these like AI CGI courses. Everything, by the way, that's computerized now is called AI. But it's like these digitized courses, and so the ball then hits, and it shows you wherever it lands on the fairway, and then you hit again off of a little tee box. There's a rough, there's sand, and then there's fairway, and you hit out of whichever one where your ball lands. And then once it lands on the green, there's a green on the opposite side of the arena that a light comes down exactly where your ball hit. And then you set a ball down, and then you chip and you putt on their green, which moves based on the hole.
Okay.
It is incredible. It is such It is such a fun sport. Shout out to the TGL.
As somebody who worked at Copeland Sports for years,
okay,
I hit in the golf simulator all the time. Like that's like late at night. That's what we would do. I mean, there was a point where I was hitting probably 200 or 300 balls a night.
Mm-hmm.
And, so bad that, you start getting tendonitis from hitting the mat. So I enjoyed the simulator, like going in and hitting and like, cause we had all the courses, you could play all the different courses. So I'm kind of down with this also as somebody who, worked sporting goods during the Tiger Woods explosion and what he meant for golf. Golf is better when Tiger is in it. And when Tiger isn't in it, it really has just kind of died.
1,000%.
I mean, the guy brings in so many people and made it such a globalized sport, but also a sport for everybody, where before it just felt like it wasn't. And I think his ability to make it like an all-inclusive sport, like he changed the game, and like absolutely amazing what he did for the game. So I'm glad that he's in it in some faction. Because that like he's a superstar. He is their superstar. And when he's out of it, it's, it's just not really as exciting.
Yeah, man. It's the TGL and the way it's put together. It's all about like pace and excitement. Like there's a crowd and the players are all mic'd up. You can hear them talking to each other. It is just, if you've not gotten to catch it yet, just next time you see that it's on, just watch it for 10 minutes.
Just give it a shot.
Dude, I got so locked in this weekend to the point that our house is set up where our kitchen sink, you can see the TV from the kitchen sink. So that's a lot of, I'll be cooking or washing dishes or doing whatever in the kitchen. I can see. I multiple times yesterday did the thing where I stopped what I was doing to go walk around to the other side of the counter and stand in front of the TV to watch what was going on. Like, because I really had to lock in.
Okay.
That's a big deal for me. That doesn't always happen. So shout out to the TGL, man.
I can see you like pulling all the dishes down and just rewashing all the clean dishes because you're sitting there enthralled by what's happening.
Yeah. Just the same plate for 20 minutes.
Hey, why are all of our dishes out? Well, I just decided to clean. I'm gonna wallpaper the bottom of the shelves. Like, what are you talking about? I'm being productive.
So yeah, anyways, that's what I got into yesterday. I didn't realize, as we shift gears to the Sacramento Kings here clumsily, I didn't realize that games start again on Wednesday, or a game starts again Wednesday.
Friday.
And the Kings don't play till Friday.
Yeah, the Lakers play on Wednesday. They're like, oh, LeBron, you have to play on Wednesday, so go ahead and take the weekend off.
I wonder if that's why he sat out the All-Star game, like out of spite. They're the one team that has to play on Wednesday.
Oh, maybe.
And so he just said, to heck with this.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, the Kings don't play till Friday. I was talking with our guy, Matt George, about this yesterday, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I think the first 11 games coming out of the break are the make or break stretch for the Kings this year. Like the make or break in terms of, can they make a push for a 6 seed, or are they just kind of a 500 team? I think these next 11 games are going to tell us.
Yeah, I think you can also get fooled into like a false sense of security early on because it starts with Golden State. Like I can see them losing to Golden State. I don't know if they'll beat Golden State or not, but Charlotte, Utah, at Houston, at Dallas, at Denver, versus San Antonio, at Lakers, versus Knicks, at Golden State, and Phoenix. Those games, you're right. Like if you don't come out of that 4 games over, and that would mean that you get, 3 or 4 games up early and then go back and forth and stay at 500 throughout that stretch. You're going to have a really, really tough time being anything more than like a 42, 43 win team. And it's a tough stretch, but it gets a lot worse after that because they still have the monster road trip right after that.
Yeah, right. That's why. Like, this is setting up the rest of your year. Are you giving yourself a little bit of wiggle room to lose a couple, or are you fighting for your life every single night to stay at 500 and stay in the top 10? And they're at 28 and 27 right now. Would you take 7-4 in that stretch?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to have 7-4. That would be the 4
Like
games
minimum.
over.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you don't hit that, there's a possibility this team's under 500 by the end of the season. So
yes, and that's why this is the make or break stretch.
2, 3. I'm gonna give them 4, 5, 6. 6 with a possibility of a 7th in there.
Yeah,
but
man.
if not, I don't know.
So they're at Denver to wrap up a 4-game road trip. Then they come home to face De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs. Then they're at the Clippers and then home against the Knicks on a back-to-back.
Okay.
And then they get a couple days off. Then they're at Golden State and home against, at Golden State and at Phoenix on a back-to-back. This is just, man.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. Like Golden State, just to be honest, they're not a great team.
Game. Yep.
Phoenix isn't a great team. But you start at the beginning. So Charlotte is horrible. They're
really
the worst team in basketball, second worst team.
But beat you a Golden One last year.
Yep. Utah is bad. You've beat Houston multiple times this season.
Yep.
Somehow. Dallas is in transition, and you might be able to get them. Denver is pretty much a loss at Denver, especially at the end of a road trip. That Spurs game is pivotal because, I mean, number one, it's going to be like a highly charged night.
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be a wild night at Golden One Center with De'Aaron Fox and Wembanyama coming in. But then I think the Clippers are beatable. I don't think you're going to get the Knicks on the second night of a back-to-back. And then those final 2 games, like if there's some way to go, I don't know. I don't think there is a way to go 8-3 in that stretch. And if you go 8-3, that's 5 games. So that would put you at 6 games over 500. That would be really, really difficult to do.
I'd be so shocked if they went 8-3.
Yeah, and I think even 6-5 is probably more in line with. And I don't think if you survive that stretch at 6-5, that you're going to be okay. Again, take into consideration the New Orleans game as opposed to being 3 games over right now. You're 1, and that would have put you again. If you go 6-5, that puts you 4 games over. If you go 7-4, that puts you 6 games over. That's just a really big difference right now when we're looking at the standings. So it's going to be tough. They have to figure out how to play defense. And that's like the biggest thing. Like, I don't know how they figure out how to play defense with like 2 practices.
Yeah. That gets outside of these next 11. I don't, and when you're trying to find optimism about the Kings, that's why it's really hard for me to do that. Sure, Zach LaVine might start making shots and Malik Monk might cut down on his turnovers or whatever. You think maybe Keegan Murray starts hitting some threes on whatever you think they need to do offensively, or whatever they need to prove on offensively. I still turn back to the defense of it all, and I know that's the boring take, but if you can't get stops, like that's going to be a problem down the stretch of games, especially in a play-in scenario. Like go look at the play-in game last year against Golden State. Like the Kings offense was fine, but their defense was outstanding. They were sensational that entire game. And then they went and lost to a team that was just better defensively.
Yeah.
And
I think they had their number. I mean, really, a team that had their number. I think that's the biggest thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just keep looking at this, and we can talk about advanced metrics and all that stuff all we want, but the fact is, the Kings, like, defensively have just hit the skid so bad that they've dropped all the way to number 20 in the league right now. They were like number 13 over their last 10, 15 games. They're just abominable. Like, they cannot play defense at all. And if you can't figure out how to handle one side of the court, and I know we keep hearing this, it doesn't matter who starts and who finishes. You know what, though? It does. It does matter who starts and who finishes. Starting the game, it does matter, because we've seen it too many times in the last 2 weeks where Domantas Sabonis picks up 2 or 3 fouls in the first quarter or the early second quarter. He's got 3 fouls. And that's because your defense is so bad on the perimeter that they're allowing everybody to jailbreak. Your defense is so bad going up for rebounds that he's picking up fouls trying to rebound. And on top of that, your offense isn't there yet, and he keeps picking up moving screens because guys aren't used to where he's at, and they're rushing to take off and go, to use the screen, and getting him in foul trouble because they're going too early. So there's all of these pieces that are sort of moving that you have to figure out how to tighten up. And that's where, like Kyle, we talked about it last week, but I'm more and more leaning towards you got to make a change right now and figure out a way to get Keon Ellis into the starting lineup to open games. Just for the fact that you keep Domantas Sabonis clean as far as fouls as long as possible. And if you can't do that, if you can't keep the pressure off of him, then you have no shot this season. And to me, the only way to do that is to put 2 defenders on the floor, Keegan Murray and someone else. And the only way to do that, I believe, is put Keon Ellis in the lineup. I don't know what that means for anybody else. Again, we don't coach this team, and you and I both know that there's a good chance that we go to Friday's game and it's going to be the same starting lineup that we've seen. But that's not the way it should be. This is just, I mean, that's fine. You want to keep everybody's feelings intact. That's fine. But if you want to win games, you have to do something dramatic here. And that means you've got to go a different direction with at least one of your starters. And
you have to do it now, man. And I don't disagree with you. Like, if I had to bet money on who the starting lineup is going to be Friday against Golden State, I think it's going to be the same starting 5 we've seen.
Yep.
But that's a button that you have to push now. You have 27 games to work with. And it's not easy. Like, this 11 game stretch coming up is really tough. And the 16 games after that aren't easy either. So this is something to me that you had time off to figure out. You have time off to have conversations that need to be had. Those players that those conversations are had with have time to wrap their brains around it and prepare for the rest of the season. And frankly, if you're going to, I'm just going to say player X, because when you start bringing in specific names into this, people get weird about it. So actually, to hell with it. You know what? If you tell DeMar DeRozan, hey, you got to come off the bench, gives us the best chance to make a run and to win, is if you're the 6th man, and he can't deal with that. Okay, like, that tells me everything I need to know about where DeMar DeRozan and the Kings are, or Malik Monk or Zach LaVine, whoever it is that has to go to the bench. If they can't deal with that, and they aren't all in, okay, that's good to know for next year.
Yeah. I mean, Kyle, they have to have an honest discussion and then ask someone to raise their hand. Who will come off the bench? Like, and I would just, like, pull the 3 guys aside, pull Monk, pull DeRozan, pull Zach LaVine aside, and say, we have got to put Keon Ellis in the starting lineup. Is there one of you, before we make the decision ourselves, because we're going to, is there one of you guys that would be willing to go back to the bench or go to the bench and help this team in a different way? I don't think you're going to get that. I honestly feel like they're going to walk into the second half with the same exact issues that they've had, and then they're going to try to make changes quicker in the game. So maybe the 5 or 6 minute mark, we're going to see, tinkering with who's coming into the game, who's coming out of the game. But, like, I just think this is a tough spot to be in for Doug Christie, and That's why you, as a general manager, as a front office personnel, you make decisions for not just the best player available in trade, but you make decisions for fit, and you make decisions for what will work on the floor. And you already had not only 11 years of Zach LaVine to look at of tape and 16 years of DeMar DeRozan tape to look at. You also had 3 years of Chicago Bulls tape to look at. And if you didn't look at that and realize that they haven't fit together in the past, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's part of the job, is to find ways in order to fit players in. And I guess making splashy trades, maybe that's what your owner wanted or what you wanted to do as a general manager. But it's also a good way to have that written on your NBA, general manager tombstone.
No doubt. I want to address something that Brian Cruz said in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Salute to Brian. He said, this is a silly conversation that will not happen until they get a significant losing streak. Cool. Then they're going to be mid.
Yeah.
They're going to be about 500.
Didn't they just have
a couple games over
losing streak? They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and significant losing streak to me, like, okay, so if you lose 2 and then win 1 and then lose 3 and then win 1, that's not a significant losing streak, but it's really clear something needs to happen and something needs to change. And to me, watching this team the last 2 weeks, it's just really clear that something needs to be different. Because if not, you're a little bit better than the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah, they're gonna fool themselves into believing that hey, we just went 3-4 over our last 4 games. We may have figured some things out. We're going to be able to figure this out. We're going to have a couple of days of practice. They're going to fool themselves into believing that. I personally, that's what I think is going to happen. That they're going to be like, hey, I believe that we can figure this thing out. We can piece it together on the fly. It's like, okay, well, like, you're 27th defensive rating in the last 3 weeks. So what are you going to figure out in that much time? Is someone going to get 4 inches taller and become a shot blocker? Did you work with somebody the entire All-Star weekend to see if they can block shots at a high rate or protect the rim at a high rate? Did somebody just magically get better lateral quickness? I'm just asking. I don't
just
think that
asking
happened
questions
over the All-Star break. So
I don't think it probably did either.
No.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Jesse Tapia is riding with us today. Got a little bit of NFL stuff on the calendar starting today that we'll get into. And the Sacramento A's may only have one manager the entire time they're in existence. We'll talk about that next. James Ham. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, good.
Kyle said Sacramento A's.
Can we just be adults here?
We can be adults, Kyle.
If the San Francisco Chronicle can do it, then so can we.
That's right. They put a patch on their arm and everything, Kyle. There's a patch. You're right, Kamara. Fode. They need that first round pick. Oh, do they need it? I will say that if somehow they don't make the playoffs this year, they would, moving forward, they couldn't trade their 2026, but they would have access to their 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 picks. They would have access to 6 years of first round picks. And on top of that, they'd have access to additional picks, because they have a 2027 extra and a 2031 extra. That 31 could actually mean quite a bit because it would allow you to do different things. Yeah, BS for the Kings to have a first round pick. If the Kings pick is top 12 protected this year. So if they miss the playoffs, and it's after the lottery. So if they miss the playoffs and then they go through the lottery and they are the 11th spot, going into the lottery, but 2 teams up behind them jump up into the spot and push them back, that would be catastrophic. That would mean, if they're the 13th pick, they lose it. Although I don't know what catastrophic means at this point, because
it would just be nice to have that deal done. Like, dude's not
Yeah.
even on the team anymore.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, I would love to hear from Mitch.
Hey, just know, Jesse, you're gonna use the dump button, not me. Cool.
Is the red button not showing up there?
Well, it is, but I don't know how quickly I need to hit it and all that stuff.
Just if someone says the F word, just jump up and just hit it.
Okay. We'll
Like,
double
right
hit
away.
it.
Just
all right.
Well, don't double hit it because then you double dump and then it's the whole thing. Would I trade a first for Myles Garrett? Yeah, I think so. There's some financial stuff with that. In a vacuum, like, yes, I would trade multiple firsts for Myles Garrett. But there's some financial stuff with that I think probably take the 49ers out of the running. If everybody, while we're at a break, could hit the thumbs up, by the way. And if you don't subscribe to the channel, please subscribe. That'd be great.
They would be close to a 6 seed, Jim. I don't know exactly. I mean, that puts him up 45 wins. Maybe not. But it's going to be around that.
Should be 17-10. Yeah. It could.
Say that again.
Me?
Oh, okay, cool. He said you'll.
No, yeah, I was talking to James. You don't need a cue from James anymore. Come back right now.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen at the home studio today. We're COVID negative, though. Salute. That was a big time win for me this morning because, man, when I went to bed last night, I was like, hey, if this is what this is, I'm going to be real upset because there's a Kings game that I would like to go to on Friday. And I was hanging out with my dad yesterday and my mom. So I was like, oh, my God. But we're good. We're safe.
You don't be patient one. Yeah.
No, I've already been down that road. It's the worst. A couple of smaller notes before we get back into some NBA stuff. Starting today at 1:00 on the NFL calendar, 1:00 p.m. Pacific time, teams can designate franchise or transition tags for players.
Okay.
I don't think the 49ers or Raiders are going to extend any franchise tags. I'd be pretty surprised. The Niners just don't have any players worth the money that it would take to franchise them because a franchise tag is a 1-year fully guaranteed deal at an average of the top. I think it's 5 salaries at the position. So it can get a little pricey, and it works for a player like T. Higgins. The Bengals franchise tagged him because, okay, you get him at 1 year, you can kick his extension down the road, and you're paying him, on an average annual value basis, not a ton this year. But I don't expect the Niners or Raiders to tag anybody. Like Talanoa Hufanga is not worth that for the Niners. Dre Greenlaw's not. Travarius Ward is not. So I don't think we'll see any news on that front.
Okay.
But it is a deadline or it is a date trying to keep up with what's going on in the NFL. The franchise tag is kind of interesting though, because it is a key point of leverage in the 49ers talks with Brock Purdy. Like, I think they want to get a long-term deal done. I don't think they want to mess around with play out this year and then we'll franchise tag you and we'll see where we're at. Like, I don't think that's a good precedent for them to set. And we've talked about this before, but like when they get the deal done matters almost more than how much it costs.
Okay.
And I think you set such a bad standard or precedent if you go into this year and Brock Purdy does not have a new contract.
Oh, I totally agree.
That's just so it is. There's just, I don't think it's going to happen. But if Brock and his agent are on some astronomical number, that's what the Niners are going to look at. And they're going to go, well, you could play out this year and then we can franchise tag you for way less than that and figure out your extension in a couple of years.
Yeah. Well, I think the Brock Purdy thing is interesting because I think we're all just hoping that they do the right thing and just get the deal done. Like,
Right.
I mean, if it's going to cost an extra couple of million now to get it done today versus waiting and waiting and waiting, you just have to get it done. This is such a huge astronomical number that's going to fall into their books that I don't think a couple of million here or there are really going to matter. And you just have to get the deal done and hope that you do the right thing and hope that he lives up to the contract.
Yeah. Like that's just it. Like he's going to get paid, man. Whether you think he should or not, like he's going to. So,
yeah, I totally agree.
We'll see
whether it's
if and
you
when
or someone else, and it's not like you got someone else lined up to fill the void left by what that would be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Tough luck.
Other smaller news: the A's extended Mark Kotsay over the weekend.
Yeah.
Signed him through 2028. I think this is good as they try and find some stability. Bob Melvin was obviously there for a long time, but man, it was just really clear when you and I were down at the Sawyer talking to some of the players before they left for spring training, how much they all like Mark Kotsay. Like
he's like
ride with him.
Yeah, he's like the old ball coach, like he's been in the organization or around this group forever. And I think he's the right guy to sort of usher them into this new, like really difficult phase. I think that, we saw the players at the Sawyer like last month or the month before, right? And they're embracing the experience of being here in Sacramento. And to have Mark Kotsay get this 3-year extension, which puts him in Sacramento the entire time that the team is allegedly going to be here, it might be longer, is a good thing because he wants to build something. He is he has pride in wearing green and gold and what, the franchise means to him, even if it's in a different location. And as someone who went through multiple relocation sagas, having somebody to lead the players during that time is a big deal. Like his connection to the players, his ability to say, hey, look, this is what's happening. Everybody else calm down. We got this, that kind of stuff. It's going to mean something because stability means everything when everything else around you is unstable. And that's what the A's are, the Sacramento A's, the whatever you want to call them. It's a total, mess of a franchise that's in the middle of a complete upheaval where they're moving to a temporary stadium for 3 years and maybe longer. And then they might move to Las Vegas or they might not. And like that, if you're a young player and your job is to focus on 162 days of baseball every year, like little tiny distractions like this little tiny distractions can set you off, but massive distractions, having somebody walk into your clubhouse and start asking questions about this stuff, it can really, really set you off and put you in a bad frame of mind when you got a job to do. And so having somebody that you can rely on to be the voice of reason for the players is going to be, for me, it's going to be huge.
And just establishing a culture where if you help oversee, what was it, a 19-game improvement from a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Like that should be rewarded. So shout out to the A's for extending Mark Kotsay, who should be the only manager of the Sacramento A's. And I'm making I'm on the fly here. We're just going to do that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I
call them the Sacramento A's.
I've felt that too. Like that's what we're going to do. Okay. From here on out, we're just going to call them the Sacramento A's, even if it's someone gets mad at us.
It's not to be disrespectful to them. It's not out of spite. It's just really difficult when you're talking about a sports team that has a city and a name attached to it. Like you're going to alternate between the two. You sometimes say the A's, sometimes you say Sacramento, sometimes you say the 49ers, sometimes you say San Francisco, sometimes you say the Raiders, sometimes you say Las Vegas.
Yeah, as writers, we have to find new ways to say it.
Right. The green and gold. Right? Like there's sure. The Athletics, there's all these different. I don't want to have to try and dance around not having a city to say. They play in Sacramento. They're going to be in Sacramento for the next 3, 4, maybe 5 years. They're going to be the Sacramento A's.
Yes.
On this show. And in the San Francisco Chronicle.
That's it. We're using them as like our beacon of like, it's the right thing to do. In all honesty.
It is. And do you know how ridiculous it looks on MLB schedules? When the A's are on the schedule, it just says ATH.
Yeah.
That looks dumb.
It does.
It's like Athens. Anyway,
Athens, Georgia. Do they play there?
No,
Hey, you never
there's
know.
a minor league team in Athens,
Yeah,
I think.
probably. We'll have to ask Ali and see if he has the minor league hat from Athens.
For sure. One other thing, some NBA news that's not really news. Howard Beck, who is on the Real Ones podcast with Sacramento legend Logan Murdoch and Raja Bell. And I was at their live show this weekend. Had a great time, by the way, out at the Punchline in San Francisco. And Howard Beck was talking about how there's like these things you just kind of hear and with player movement and stuff. And he's like, but I can't, like, I don't have it on, like, I don't want to say it here. And then gets bullied into saying it. And he's like, okay, I don't want to say this because aggregators are going to grab it. And I don't want aggregators to grab it because I'm not reporting it. But I talked to a lot of executives around the league, and some executive out of the blue the other day just said, like, don't be surprised if John Morant is the next big name to move. And it immediately got aggregated. It's all over the internet now that John Morant's going to get traded, according to Howard Beck.
I think it's interesting you were there for the moment. That's fun to be there for the moment when it happens. Right?
Dude, and it was, as he's saying this, as he's like, well, okay, I don't want to, okay, fine, I'll say it, but like, don't aggregate. I'm like, you're a host. Whatever you're about to say is not going to go well for you.
Yeah, Howard's going to have some self-awareness there. Like, you know how the game is played, pal.
Well, yeah, and I think he knew 1,000%. This is not an anti-Howard Beck thing, by the way. He knew in that moment, okay, he slipped up by saying, I don't want to say this. I can't say this, because now everybody's like, wait, what is it? It's the same thing when James is like, yeah, I heard this thing, but like, I can't really, it's like, okay, well, not like, who's it involved? What is it?
Well, that and like Howard's done this for too long, and Howard's too good at what he does. Like to know that's not going to get aggregated and picked up and become like a huge story. Yeah, I mean, Howard Beck is the president of the Pro Basketball Writers Association, and he's been doing this forever. He also is a UC Davis guy, so go Aggies. I don't know why you put it out there, but again, this is like this fine line that we dance as reporters, where something to be true, but whether you're going to report it because you're unsure about the sources or you're not comfortable, whatever it might be. That's where there's so many things that we know that we can't report. And sometimes you do let things slip that you probably shouldn't have, just because you've known it for so long and become comfortable with the idea of what that story is. And you've also checked a bunch of sources, but you also, sometimes you feel like it's not your story to tell. And
sure.
So for him to do that, it is what it is. Like, again, Howard doesn't need to get famous, but it's one of those moments where he's probably going to look back on and like regret slightly.
A little bit of peer pressure goes a long way.
Yeah.
1,000%, dude. He knew the minute I
felt the live show, we're feeling good.
Yeah.
Oh, felt so bad for him in the moment. It's like, oh, this is gonna go bad, Howard. Like, oh no.
What are you doing, Howard? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Don't let Logan Murdoch talk you into something.
Well, I don't know if it was Logan as much as it was Raja Bell. Raja Bell's scary, dude.
Oh, all right.
No? Okay. Well, there was another. I'm trying to get this tweet to load. We were talking about journalism, and a columnist out of Miami said one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life on the internet yesterday. No. Okay, I can't get this to load up right now, but we have to step aside for a second anyways. So we're going to do that while I go find this tweet, and we'll continue this conversation coming up next on The Insider. Second hour coming up. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia hanging out with us today. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, good.
We forgot about Mitch.
No, we didn't.
Mitch is always there.
Mitch is just hanging out, dude. We'll get Mitch. I promise.
Wheezy, This is interesting. There's some people in the know on the Vegas gambling scene say that the Seminole Tribe wants to pay for a stadium in Sac. They own the Hard Rock Casino in Wheatland. Yeah, especially with the other tribe that owns Sky River paying for the soccer stadium, I would not doubt that we'll have like other people. I've heard that they've been lining up people to build a stadium in Sacramento if they are able to get, even if they get like a wink, wink, nod, nod. Hey, go ahead. Whether it's the A's or it's expansion. I also think that expansion is real. Like if you're Major League Baseball probably wants to expand, and the fact that they have a city that's being proven up right now is going to be a good thing for them. And a city where a team left 90 miles away. That's pretty big.
Mitch, I'm probably watching this whole card. It's gonna be good fights.
I don't know if it's a Seminole Tribe or not, Nick V. But I mean, I know Seminole Tribe is definitely in Florida and definitely in Oklahoma. I don't know if they're involved or not. But I do know that there are other people that have been involved. And I agree with Yiddy. The A's and their history should stay here in Northern California. But then what is Major League Baseball going to do? Not get paid an expansion fee by a broke owner? Just saying. Oh. That's interesting, Nick V.
Went to the movies this weekend. I think they got to go back to the old chairs because it's tough for me not to fall asleep sitting in those chairs they got now with the old recliners and stuff like that.
The movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too comfortable now.
It is so hard to not fall asleep in a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, especially if they give you beer, like if you can
It's too good of a time now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to be a little stressed out.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is hanging out with us today. Hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. We were talking at the break, and I got that tweet to load from a journalist in Miami that I want to talk about. But Jesse, you were mentioning at the break, the movie theaters are too comfortable now.
Oh yeah,
that's an elite take by you. I couldn't agree more.
I saw Captain America this weekend. I was trying to stay awake during the first part just because I'm not even because the movie was that bad. Just I'm too comfortable here. Like this is nice.
That's it, bro. Like I struggle to stay awake in movies, not because I'm like, oh man, I don't like this movie, but dude, you let me recline, get my feet up, get a little food, get some beer in me. Oh.
Temperature's always nice in the movie theater too. It's not too cold, it's not too warm. It's just perfect.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
I used to go straight from shoot around and then go to the theater in downtown Sac, in the downtown plaza area, the Doco. And I would go and watch a movie. Sometimes I'd fall asleep. Sometimes I wouldn't. But, you got your bag like huddled up next to you so no one steals your stuff.
Yeah, James, I got to head to the movie theater. I got to get my nap in.
Yep.
Dude, it's the best napping place in the country. There's no better place to nap than a movie theater. And it's hella dark. Come on, man. It's the best.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I could be totally enthralled with the movie. I'm going to fall asleep for 6 minutes at some point. Like, that's just the thing that's going to happen.
When you wake up, you know what? I'm ready to go. Let's get the rest of this movie. I'm ready now.
Facts, dude. That's just it. I'm not going to go back to sleep. I'm just going to catch a little shut-eye real quick. Not the end of the
My wife will smack me because I'm snoring. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, I'm awake.
Yeah.
I'm awake. No, you weren't.
Yeah.
You weren't awake. I could hear you breathing. Oh,
yeah,
Kyle, you're not here. We have
nap breath.
We have a band coming in right now to
sorry,
play
what?
at 11. We have a band coming into play right now.
Can
Did
you
we
see him
figure out
behind
who
Jesse?
They are behind Jesse. Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
just locked in. This is Tom Montana. Is that what it is? I think
That sounds right.
Yeah, Tom
It's
Montana.
a 98 Rock show.
It is,
Huh.
and I heard that they're really loud. Although, like he's a really cool dude, but they're gonna be noisy. So we'll see how
Montana
it goes.
is Tony's lesser known brother.
Just Joe's cousin.
It's always a funny thing, like having concerts like during our shows.
See, we've never had to deal
Is
with
it
this.
funny?
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Is it funny?
You got to make it into a joke at this point.
Is funny the right word?
I always try to sneak out like very quickly, so I'm not part of anything. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how loud this is. It's they're supposed to be here at 11 doing their show, and I don't see a lot of other people here. I'm intrigued to see what happens. Like outside people, we don't have new outside people flooding into the building.
If you want to hear the latest from Tom Montana, you'll be able to vaguely hear it in the background of D-Lo and KC, which is coming up at noon. All right, James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is riding with us today because I am in the home studio. We were talking about journalism and Howard Beck and how, he started to say a thing and then didn't want to say it because he's afraid to get aggregated and he wasn't reporting it. And then it did wind up getting aggregated. Omar Kelly, who is a columnist for the Miami Herald, had a wild tweet over the weekend because it's now coming out. Do you remember the whole Richie Incognito, Jonathan Martin bullygate thing?
Yes.
Okay, so it's now coming out that like all the Jonathan Martin side of that was all like a lie. And I don't want to necessarily get into that, but here's what Omar Kelly, the columnist for the Miami Herald, wrote. This is a tweet on X, allegedly Twitter. Bullygate was the most painful period of my journalistic life. It was a never-ending onslaught of PR stunts from one team meant to fit an agenda, which was that Richie Incognito was a bad man and the Dolphins put Jonathan Martin in a horrible environment and made him want to quit football. Truth is, his heart wasn't into it. He didn't like being criticized. He wanted to go home. As a media member, you had to report things you knew were lies. My brother in Christ, you 100% do not have to do that as a media member. In fact, I would argue that your job as a media member is to be like, hey, the team's lying. Here's what's being said. Here's what the facts are. They're lying. What an insane thing to write on the internet.
That's
we can
absolutely
see you, dog.
That's your credibility's gone. Like it's one thing to say this is what somebody said. It's another thing to report it as if it's just like the only truth that's out there. Like that's really bad. Like, ooh.
Omar Kelly is not my favorite Dolphins writer. I will say that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, and like I said, the entire Bullygate thing, I don't know enough about it to know exactly where that's gone. But Omar Kelly saying, as a media member, you had to report things you knew were lies is just bananas.
I think
wild thing to say.
He's not framing what he's trying to put out there the right. At least I'm going to guess he's putting something.
Go ahead.
I think what he's trying to say is that you were being told things that you knew weren't true, but they were being like told in a press conference setting or whatever. And so you had to quote somebody and put out what they're saying as an answer. And like, if you don't have the response to refute it, then you are putting things out there that are untrue, but it's somebody else's voice. If you're reporting something that you know to be untrue, that you're just like saying, hey, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, and you know it all to be untrue, then that's one thing. If you're going to a press conference and you're asking the question and they're saying an answer and you're taking their quote and you're putting it into a story, and even if you know it to be untrue, but you can't prove it to be untrue, it's still something that you have to report as it's being said. You got me?
I get that. Yeah, but if so you know it's not true, but you can't prove it. What do you
But
mean by
you're
that?
also, it's not your idea. Well, because if you're a journalist, you need more than one source, to say
Sure,
whether
understood.
something's true or not. So, like, again, there are things that happen, like standing on an NBA floor, that someone tells me that I know are just flat out untrue,
Mhm.
right? And I'm not going to sit there and report what it is that they're saying that's just a flat out lie. But there's also things that when when you go to a press conference, somebody can say something and from your understanding of a story that what they're saying isn't factually correct. And you can correct them if you've got enough information to correct them. But there are also certain things that you're just like, okay, I don't know how to report that what they're saying is a lie.
And wouldn't
And
you just not write it at all?
yeah, I
If
mean, a
you know,
lot of times
if you know that Coach A says, yeah, player X is dealing with an ankle. I'm just making something up. Player X is dealing with an ankle injury, and you know that player X doesn't have an ankle injury. Wouldn't you just not use that quote?
Well, yeah, there is that, but you can say that according to the team, here's spokesman, he does have an ankle injury. You can say, according to my sources, that's incorrect.
Right.
But either way, if a team is saying that XYZ, I mean, part of your job is to say not to back up what they're saying, but to put into, like, it's going to be out on video, it's going to be everywhere else. It's to actually quote them and say, this is what they said. Like, I had a situation years ago where Marvin Bagley, I heard, was going to miss. He wouldn't be back until after the All-Star break. And we were 2 or 3 weeks before the All-Star break. I wrote a story, went to go confirm with someone within the team, and I was told that's wrong. And I'm like, no, I don't think it's wrong. And it was like, no, it's wrong. And if you put that out there, then you're going to be proven incorrect. And I'm like, okay. So I had to back off the story because I'm not going to put out something that's factually incorrect about a specific player, right? Turns out, sure enough, he was out until after the All-Star break. And someone lied about what his injury was and what was happening. And so I got caught in the middle of this gigantic thing. When the eventual report came out, 2 days before the All-Star break, that Marvin Bagley, or 3 days before the All-Star, would return to play after the All-Star break, I vented in a very loud and boisterous way in the locker room to media relations. I lost my cool because the worst thing you can do in this situation is lie.
Yeah.
And that's always been the biggest issue with me, is like, you can tell me you can't say what's going on. You can tell me, hey, that's, as a team, we haven't decided what we're going to put out. Or you can say, like, hey, look, we don't know what's happening, or I personally don't know what's happening. The medical staff might know what's happening, and I'll try to get you an answer, but there's nothing I can do. All of those things. What you can't do is lie in the situation, because trust is broken. And that's what a lot of, that's what sources are. They're trust. It's you and another person, or multiple people, or someone gives you a bit of information. You take that information, you go and check it out with other sources. Next thing you know, you've had it backed up on multiple, in multiple ways, and you understand that it's true. And so you run with it. But that's, like, it's always muddied and dirty, especially in a situation like this. Now, to find out later that someone totally lied to you the entire time, and that you were putting something out there that was false.
Yeah.
Like, if you played a part in saying all of these things, if you wrote these things that you knew were false at the time, then that's on you. But if things prove to be false after the fact, when you had sources telling you that this is exactly what happened and they
Sure.
just lied to you, that's tough.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know exactly what he meant, but the sentence, as a media member, you had to report things you knew were lies, just seems insane.
Yeah.
And you can't,
Oh, I agree.
Maybe it's what you're saying here. And like, man, he had something on background or something from one person that, or whatever the team was saying, just didn't add up. And he felt like, oh man, I got to get this out, I guess. I don't know. That just doesn't
It's
look
tough.
good.
It's tough when someone gives you a press release and you know the press release isn't correct. You can put out the press release and say, according to the team, this,
right,
and not have anything to say outside of that, or you can dive into why that's not true.
Sure.
If you've got the sources to back it up, and it's just a brutal position to be in.
Yeah, I don't envy it for sure. Speaking of stuff I saw on the internet, did you see what Kevin Durant said about NBA fans yesterday?
He always has something to say.
I need everybody. I need you to understand that I like Kevin Durant.
I do too.
I think Kevin Durant cares about basketball in a way that not a lot of people care about basketball.
Mm-hmm.
B, I think he's spot on. He said, quote, "I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy. Cancel All-Star Weekend and let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time."
Huh. Okay.
He's right, dude. Like, if all you're gonna do is complain about All-Star Weekend and complain about the dunk contest and complain about the 3-point shootout and oh my God, Steph and Sabrina Ionescu didn't do their showdown thing again, and oh my God, Caitlin Clark didn't want to do it, and oh my God, there's nobody I know in the dunk contest, and then oh my God, the game sucked so bad it wasn't competitive. Like, all right, then just get rid of the damn thing. Like, just punt it altogether. If it's for fans and the fans all hate it, goodbye then.
I agree, and I also I don't know that it helps you, or to combat Kevin's take, it helps you that Draymond Green is literally on your broadcast telling the same thing. Yes. Is literally saying how much it sucks and saying how, all of these random things that you're like, oh boy. Yeah, that doesn't help your brand. But again, Kevin Durant has the cachet and, the long history of just speaking his truth that you're like, okay, I'm going to listen. And I don't disagree with him. Like the break, I needed a break. There wasn't a Sacramento Kings player in it, and I took the weekend away from the game. I tuned in to watch because I had to go. I went on with Jake Gaden on and Brandon on Channel 13 over the weekend. So I had to at least have an understanding of what was happening in the game.
Sure.
But overall, I didn't want to touch anything basketball related because we just went through a crazy trauma here in Sacramento where you're, working nonstop chasing a story of that's huge magnitude. Yeah. And so I get it. I get there are times where you just want to step away. And I think the players should have a longer adjustment period here. And guys like Kevin Durant, they get sent to All-Star Weekend. I'm sure he would have rather raised his hand and said, I don't want to be there. And can you fill my spot?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you got to be there. It's like, no, I would prefer not to be. So right. Yeah, just give me 5 days, 6 days off so I can recover. And, again, look at their team situation. It's a mess. Mm-hmm. And he probably feels the same way, wants to get away for a week, but he can't because there's an event you got to go to. And there's 17 events within the event that you have to go to. And there's all of these things that you're required to go do and these media hits and all these things. And it just drags you down. You can't get away, especially for someone who's an introvert like Kevin Durant.
He had more to say, and we will dig into that, as well as Tim Bontemps has a new straw poll out, a new MVP straw poll. And we can dive into that because there's a couple interesting things in that I want to get into next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Okay.
Bless you.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Brian, I agree with you. The home run derby is probably the most fun. And I also, like, if you're gonna do a slam dunk contest and you're gonna have Matt McClung go out there and be like the star of the slam dunk contest, which nobody knows outside of the slam dunk contest. He's made more money in the slam dunk contest than he has as an NBA player. If you're gonna do that, then why are we keeping like the crazy dunkers who go on tour and do nothing but dunk all the time? It's almost like the longest drive guys. Like, if you're gonna do like a driving contest and then you don't bring in like the longest driver guys who hit the ball like 50, 60, 70 yards further than everybody else, like, what are we doing? So I don't know. I would like to either like embrace the rando dunker, which I would be all for. Like, bring in like the 5 best dunkers in the world, and I don't care who they are, and maybe pit them against the best dunker in the NBA, right? Or like bring in real people to go and dunk. Like, I don't need like Obi Toppin's brother and, you know, other people that you're like, who is that? So I would be here for like a reinvention of the slam dunk contest, where either it's like, hey, Zach LaVine, can you come back out and can you dunk? Or like the tandem, like maybe if you're gonna do that, like, hey, Zach LaVine, can you and Malik Monk come out and do dunk contest stuff? Aldrin J, the Man U season is just a disaster, an absolute disaster.
I'm so dialed into this.
Did you catch that the other day?
Which one?
Which one?
USA Canada the first time.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that was fire.
Incredible.
Big
Incredible
hockey.
sports.
Oh yeah, they were fighting, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
Like
five
immediately.
seconds into the
Puck
game,
dropped, gloves dropped.
That's all I
Incredible.
saw was a fight. Like, I looked up and I'm like, hey, everyone's fighting.
If anybody does underdog, by the way, Connor McDavid to get a point is a layup in your lineup. FYI. Hey, Jesse, is Mitch still there?
Yep.
Gotta love him.
Connor McDavid to score a goal. Hmm.
Yeah, Scooter, I think a few players did, and I hope they do. I hope that like real
Back in 5.
dunkers come back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there. Jesse Tapia hanging out with us as well. I'm Kyle Madsen from the home studio today. We're talking about Kevin Durant and his All-Star Weekend thoughts. Here's his reply to somebody, and this is the other kind of angle of this that I wanted to get into. He said, my point is fans complain about everything. Like nothing is good enough for the fans right now. Only thing they enjoy is playoffs, trade deadline, free agency, and when players beef with each other. You think that's accurate?
Yes. No. I mean, like, there are a ton of fans that show up every single night to watch NBA basketball. And
Sure.
I think, like, to disregard those people, like the really noisy minority, I think that you could say, like, yeah, that's all they care about is trade deadline, free agency, the draft, and playoffs. But I do think that there are a lot of other fans that show up. And I think there are a lot of people who, like, took a trip to San Francisco this weekend to go watch, like, the greatest players in the world all get together and play basketball. So I don't want to discredit, like your common fan. I think there's like definitely people are missing the boat on who the common fan is and what the common fan is pulling for. Social media taints everything. Like, yeah, you hear a ton about this and a ton about free agency, a ton about trades, on social media, but you show up and there's 18,000 fans at Golden One Center, and of those 18,000, there's probably 12,000 who have social media and 6,000 that don't know what's going on with everything and don't know what's happening and don't know the whole why Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox don't follow each other on, or don't even care why they don't follow each other on Instagram anymore.
I think we lost Kyle Matson.
Did we lose Kyle?
His mic might be cooked.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, he'll be back in here. So let's hop in here. Mitch, let's get your call real quick. Mitch, what's up?
How we doing, guys?
Good. What's up, Mitch?
Yeah, not much. It's great having this. Well, you guys had a good weekend. You deserve it. By the way, they're gonna call the A's, the Oakland A's. They have to get rid of the owner. Are they like Madonna? Just one name. Call them Sacramento. That's where they play. It's like I hate when the Giants and Jets. They're in New Jersey. Call them New Jersey Giants and Jets. That's it. I wish they would bring up Devin Carter. I don't know what sense it falls. We know he's a bust. I know he's 6'5", 6'4", so that's pretty good. And please, I wouldn't mind them not making the playoffs. Get a chance for Cooper or those two guys from Rutgers. And I read that Cooper Flag might stay in the college. They got to talk to the guy. He's got to go. He's one and done. He's going to be the top pick. I want to hopefully Sacramento has a chance to get Cooper Flag.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call.
There you go. I love it.
If missing the playoffs means the Kings get Cooper Flag, great.
Oh yeah, lose every game the rest of the season.
Yeah,
just straight up every game the rest of the season.
It seems like he's got it figured out.
If that's well, he brought up Devin Carter, which is another thing that I wanted to get to today, because does the Markelle Fultz signing mean that Devin Carter's rookie season is just over?
Oh, pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. No, the next 10 to, 11 games, I would say Devin Carter's season's over. After we get done with those 11 games, if the Kings are a game under 500 or they're 2 games over 500 and they're now in the 11th spot and it's not a race for the play-in as much as it is like a foregone conclusion that you're not going to make the playoffs, then you bring Devin Carter back and you get him on the court and you let him play out the rest of the season.
Are they going to do that, though, with 16 games left? Like, everything they've done to this point, to me, looks like a team going, hey, just do whatever you can to get into the dang postseason.
Yeah.
Whatever, just to throw players together and let's see if we can just talent our way to the 8th seed. And that's why I don't think you're going to see a point where they just pull the plug unless they lose like 9 in a row here.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
I don't think they're going to do that.
If it happens, it'll probably be like the last 7 or 8 games of the season. But I think Markelle Fultz just gives you like a seasoned hand, somebody who can, if you need like some backup minutes, sure. If you have an injury, he might have to play a little bit more. But overall, I don't think you're going to invest heavily in him as a player at this point. I would be shocked to see him come out and play 15, 20 minutes a game. Again, he was on the bench last game in uniform, which, is neither here nor there. I did not think that there was any way he was going to play. He hasn't played in over 9 months. So, like, what exactly are we doing here? And I'm not saying don't go sign him. Now you're going to give him an opportunity. Now you have a backup point guard. He's going to have a week to really, like, I assume he's been in Sacramento. I assume he's been working out with the training staff. I assume they're gearing him up, making sure he goes through contact and all that stuff. But like, this is a return to play situation as much as anything. And sure. I do think that he's a better player today than Devin Carter, just straight up. Like, Devin Carter doesn't have the experience. Yep. He's again a young player behind the 8 ball who missed 7 months or 8 months of basketball action. To thrust him back into the starting not the starting lineup, but into the rotation in early January, like, it was a disaster, and I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
He may have wanted that, but as a franchise, you have to do what's best for the player. Not what the player wants, not what you want. You have to do what's best for the player. And a lot of times what's best for the player is for him to sit and watch and learn and go play in the G League and get a bunch of minutes, not one game, and grow as a player and get up to speed and learn how to play so we don't watch a kid go out there and 3 minutes in, he's huffing and puffing, and everyone's like, is there something wrong with him?
Right.
Like, is he a chain smoker? Like, why is he breathing like that? He's 21 years old, and like, I don't understand. And it's like, look, the basketball, like live action, NBA action is way different. The speed, the pace, everything is way different than anything you can simulate in a gym.
No doubt. And he said that. So Sean Cunningham, friend of the program, the Kings Beach, Sean Cunningham, he went down and talked to Devin Carter, and Devin Carter more or less said what you kind of just said. Like, I haven't gotten to play basketball because even leading up to the draft, if he's doing anything, it's a workout. It's not like doing things to get better at hoop. And so I think this is the right thing for him, where you go to the G League, he's going to get so much more value there, and he might be the best player on the floor every night, but you're at least playing, you're at least getting your legs back, you're getting your wind back. You're getting experience being the primary ball handler, which is, if he's going to play for the Kings, kind of what they're going to need from him.
Yep.
So I think that's probably what's best for him. And then with Markelle Fultz specifically, I kind of think he is going to play. And I don't know if it'll be 20 minutes. That might be a lot, but they need somebody besides Malik Monk to be able to bring the ball up the floor and organize the offense like a little. And if he provides anything defensively, like, man, he's going to have to play.
No, I think you're right, but not in the first week, the first 2 weeks. Again, in all honesty, Markelle Fultz could use a G League assignment. Like, he could use going out and playing 35 minutes in a couple of games and getting his win back, playing more than, 6-minute segments in a game. And that might be all he gets, right? So he might play 12 minutes a night. I would caution people, like, where are you going to steal those 12 minutes? Because they're already like a major minute crunch with these guys. And sure, you can start taking minutes away from veteran players, but that also, like, that's not as easy. We talk about like taking a starter's job and saying, hey, we need somebody to go to the bench. That's one thing. Taking their minutes is a whole other thing. They want to play. And so, like, there's a possibility here, but a lot of the minutes we're talking about, what do you wanted to see? No Jake LaRavia minutes or 12? Do you want to see no Trey Lyles minutes or 12? Do you want to see 24 minutes of Keon Ellis or 12? So pick your poison. And so it's not going to be easy to fit somebody in, especially somebody who doesn't know your system, somebody who isn't a shooter at all, like not at all, like a sub 30% 3-point shooter for his career, a good passer, a decent defender, all of these things, but still, like, maybe he works, maybe he doesn't, but trying to find out on the fly, I would much rather have a player who, again, not to say that I'm out on Markelle Fultz, but like, there's a big difference between a player who's been playing in the G League or a player who gets bought out and has been playing 15, 20 minutes a night for a team in the NBA, and you sign that guy versus a guy who hasn't played in 9 months. And so you have to get him up to speed. And then once you get him up to speed, like, what do you have? And who is he? And who is he in your system? And I don't think we know the answer to any of that yet.
It feels like the Devin Carter pick kind of set the tone for everything this season has become.
Amen.
Where they drafted another point guard, and it was like, that's weird. They don't need another one of those.
Foreshadowing, Kyle.
Right. And then he's and then he was hurt. And then when he came back, it's like, wasn't quite ready. And it just that entire thing, it went from they're going to trade that pick and they're going to get a wing, and oh my God, here we go. This is going to be. And then they draft a guy who isn't going to have any kind of impact in his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like, that's
just, and I just want to correct. I want to correct something you said. You said gets hurt. No, he was already hurt. He was already hurt when they. Yeah, and I mean, if you're gonna draft an NBA ready player who can't play for 7 or 8 months, that's a problem. Like, either you're drafting an NBA ready player to help the rotation today, or you're not. Just like straight up. So I don't know. Like, it's an odd pick, but it also, like, it does foreshadow everything that happens from then on. Like, this whole entire season feels like that was the beginning the beginning of something, because you were trying to go get a guy like Cam Johnson or a guy like Kyle Kuzma with that pick. And then instead of taking that leap forward, you took a player who wasn't going to play forever, and who now, he's going to end his rookie career. Maybe he's played 150 minutes, maybe not. Like that's where we're heading at this point. And like, I feel for him because he's, it's not his fault he was hurt. But at the same time, like it does feel like this is sort of something that feels like the whole entire season looks exactly like this.
You think there's any chance he was drafted with them knowing, hey, De'Aaron might not be here after this season? Maybe it was a pick for the future rather than, because I mean, the only way I see is like Monty in this front office expected this team to win 50 or so games, so you could waste a pick on a guy who's not going to play for a while. Like,
yes,
I'm not sure.
I think that's a very real thing.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020. Like we can look back now and go, oh, okay, maybe you knew something different. Like when the Kings kept drafting DeMarcus Cousins' replacement, and DeMarcus kept saying, "Why do you keep drafting my replacement?" and then talking about an extension, and they're like, "Oh no, we're extending you, but we're gonna draft Willie Cauley-Stein, and then the next year we're gonna draft Yorgos Papagiannis with the 13th pick. We're gonna spend 2 lottery picks at your position, but you're the guy, you're a franchise guy." Yeah, interesting, right? How when you take a step back, you're like, "Hey, that's interesting how that worked out."
Do you know who I would super take on the Kings right now? Khalil Ware. Can you imagine if they had Khalil Ware running around for 19, 20 minutes a night?
Yeah.
But hey, couldn't do that because he was only 20 or whatever.
Or Wells, or we just saw Tristan Da Silva come through and play for Orlando, or Dalton Connect. Like, and it's not about Devin Carter. It's about like putting your resources into a different position that you lack. Like there's so many of them that were in this draft that you're just like,
if the problem was like readiness and experience, you defeat the purpose by drafting a guy who wasn't going to be able to even play in basketball games until January.
Yeah.
So if the guy was going to need a chance to develop anyway, why not take one of the younger guys at the higher ceiling who actually plays a position of need? I don't
like that's always been the question, Kyle.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
There are players around. Like if you knew you were going to have to move Malik Monk into the starting lineup, all of a sudden there's a whole group of players, mostly from Sacramento, that are sitting right there, and you could have drafted that would have made sense as your 6th man, right? Like you could say, "Oh, well, we don't know about Keon Ellis." It's like, okay, that's fine if you don't know about Keon Ellis. That's fine if that's the way you're going into the offseason, right? But that doesn't excuse like skipping players that would have made perfect sense if you were going to pull the plug on, move him into the starting lineup, right? And that's just where I always get confused about. Like it's a complex thing that you have to develop a team over the course of years, and you're always mixing pieces, and you have the draft, which is this one thing, but you know what I mean? It's not just some like real basic puzzle you're trying to figure out, but you still can't skip, like major positions of need. And I don't get it. You're right. Khalil Ware was the 15th pick. And you can Jared McCain,
16.
Sacramento 16th pick, Dalton Connect 17th, Tristan Da Silva. Like there are all of these players that play positions that you probably could have used that you just,
and all going to teams that because in the lead up to the draft, it was the discussion around Sacramento was like, well, if you're going to use this pick, it has to be somebody who can play now, that can contribute this year. And then you go look like Miami is a team that always wants to be competitive. Philly is a team that wants to be competitive. The Lakers, a team that always wants to be competitive. Orlando, a playoff team that was going to be in the playoffs again. All figuring out ways to draft rookies and integrate them into their teams immediately. Like this is just and again, this is less about Devin Carter, the player, because maybe Devin Carter plays a bunch in the G League this year and comes out next year in summer league and dominates and looks really good and looks like at least a rotational NBA player by the time next season starts and everything looks okay. But right now, where we sit on February 18th, where we went from preseason talking about 50 plus wins to, hey, can they hang on to a play-in spot? And then you have all these players who went directly after Devin Carter, who are contributing on teams that are gonna be in the postseason.
It's a tough look, man.
It's a really, really, really difficult pill to swallow.
Well, that, and I just really feel bad for Devin, because it's not like he wanted to get injured, and it's not like he doesn't want to be out there. Like, it's
Totally.
just, it's almost impossible to miss all of training camp, to miss all of the build up to training camp, the summer that you spend with the training staff that's like building you up into the player you're going to be, working out some of the kinks in your game, assessing your game before you get there, working on your 3-point shot, tightening all of these things up, converting you from a part-time basketball player to a full-time basketball player that does it for a living. It's a totally different world. And to start out so far behind is tough. Not only so far behind, but with a major surgery and major rehab for 6 months. It's just tough.
Really tough. Eve Misi, 21st, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some players here that, like even a guy like Ryan Dunn that goes all the way at 28, like looks like a player. Isaiah Collier looks like a player. Like there are guys that could have helped you. That again, like the like look back on this off season is going to be a tough one, because you really put yourself with multiple moves into very specific areas that were uncomfortable. It would
be such an easier what's that, like loss to L to hold, like loss to take, I guess is the phrasing I'll use here. If Devin Carter was a 6'7", 6'8" wing player.
Yeah.
At least, because then at least like, okay, I see the vision. It just didn't work out. The fact that it was a position they didn't necessarily need. I mean, they need it now that they've traded De'Aaron Fox and they don't have another point guard, but it was a position they didn't need. And now he's not even helping when you actually do need that position. It's a miss from every conceivable angle. At least for this year. We'll see how Devin Carter develops. Hopefully he's a starting caliber player next year, and we'll be lauding the pick. But right now it's a tough pill to swallow for sure. All right, we got the handoff coming up. Is that what's next?
Maybe.
That is what's next. Yeah, we got the handoff coming up.
It's your show, man.
One of D'Lo or Casey, I don't know. Somebody's going to be here. We're going to go and pay some bills. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
All good.
Hey, thanks. Drafting is so difficult because, like, I see some people talking about. I said maybe. It's so hard to, like, it is a line you have to walk, right? Drafting for need versus drafting best player. And I always talk about like in the NFL draft, to me, just the best player all the time is the right move. The 49ers have George Kittle. Even if George Kittle was 27, if Ty Warren, the tight end from Penn State, is there at 11 and the Niners, he's at the top of their board, like, just take him.
Yeah.
Just add more good players. That's just, but I think in the NBA, it's a little bit different, because if I feel like there's so many more, like, the turnover is not nearly as high as in the NFL. And I feel like drafting for need in the NBA is maybe more of a thing, or should be more of a thing. But I don't know. That's just my read on it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, like, I know the NBA Guru show. if McNair thought he was the best player by a mile, you pick him and that's it. Look what happened with Tyrese. Okay, so first of all, Tyrese fell to the Kings. It was either him and Devin Vassell, whichever one fell, because the idiot Suns drafted Jalen Smith at number 10, and it dropped one of those two to the Kings at number 12. There was no other options. They were either taking Tyrese or they're taking Devin Vassell, right? And Devin Vassell ends up going number 11, and Tyrese goes number 12. Secondly, you pick the best player, but when you're drafting 13th, if you don't think that there are multiple players on the same tier that are, equally good players, and then you can't sift through them and find one that fits your need better, I agree, you always draft best player available, but that's when you're drafting the top 3, the top 5, the top 10, and you're watching players fall to you and stuff. When you're drafting at 13, like, best player available means a lot of different things, because first of all, that was a bad draft. So best player available, you stack them all up and you say, okay, who is going to be the best player in 3 years and 5 years and whatever. You might look at age as one component and say, hey, we talked about this before the draft, Kyle. We said they're going to draft Dalton Connect. If they're going to stay at 13, they're going to draft Dalton Connect. They're going to draft Devin Carter. They're going to draft, and we didn't know about Devin Carter's injury at that point. They're going to draft a mature college player that falls to them, because that is what they do every single time. It's exactly what they did again. They drafted a mature college player, but that didn't mean that there weren't other mature college players staring you at that you needed more than what Devin Carter had. And, so they chose a path. It is what it is. And now, if it doesn't work out, you pay for it. But you should at least have tiers where, hey, we think, guys. All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. So we were talking at the break about the NBA draft and just kind of continuing our discussion about Devin Carter. And we got into the idea of drafting for need versus best player available. And you were making the point that by the time you get to where the Kings were in the draft, the best player available and need are a little bit easier to marry, or at least it should be, right?
Yeah, I think best player and fit are two totally different things at that point. Fit or need, like when you get to 13th in the draft, you should be looking at a tier of players. You shouldn't be looking at, this wasn't, again, we can go back through the draft and we can talk about, I've always asked this question of Sam Vecini from The Athletic, how many player draft is this? And when you ask that question, it's very specific. It's like, oh, well, this is a 4-man draft, or this is a 6-man draft. We talked about it the other day when Roy Hibbert decided to pull out of the draft at the last second. And instead of the Kings getting either Yi Jing Lee or Roy Hibbert pulled out, and next thing you know, Spencer Hawes falls to the Kings, and the Kings had to draft Spencer Hawes because he was the 10th best player, right? So there are drafts that are very specific, but when you get to number 13, I've never heard of a 13-man draft. And when you get past 10 or 11, there's usually a segment of players that are all around the same grade. And as somebody who has a deficiency on your roster and you don't know how you're going to fix that deficiency, and someone who has been using the 13th pick to go out and shop for that deficiency that you have. And that's why we hear guys like Cam Johnson. That's why we hear guys like, again, Kyle Kuzma, that could have been acquired for the 13th pick along with other stuff. It's very clear you knew what your need was. And instead of addressing whatever it was with that pick, even if you still knew you were going to go chase DeMar DeRozan, you still know that DeMar DeRozan's 35, and 2 years from now, you might be able to have a replacement. In fact, if you thought that DeMar DeRozan might be on the table and might be one of the players that you're looking at, you probably should have even looked at younger players. You shouldn't have just put yourself in a situation where I got to get a college junior or an old sophomore or a senior
Yep.
You could have opened up your entire book of draft players at that point and said, it's okay for me to draft a 19 or 20-year-old player at this position because I know I'm going to buy myself a couple of years with DeMar DeRozan. Now, again, you don't know if you're getting DeMar DeRozan for sure at that point, but what you do know is that you're striking out with these other pieces that you're chasing, and your field of who it is, whether it's free agency or it's via trade, is shrinking, and you should probably start looking more long-term, better fit. Like, how is it going to work out with whatever player you're going after?
Let's bring in Damian Barling for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up here at noon. According to sources, D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Do you agree with the idea that the Devin Carter pick kind of set the table for everything this Kings season has become?
Sure, makes sense. It sucks.
Perfect. Moving on.
It's all, like it was such a. I don't know. I walked in a little bit on what you guys were talking about here. You're trying to win immediately. Like everything that they're doing, from the DeMar DeRozan signing, and obviously this was a team that was capable of winning right now. But from the DeMar DeRozan signing to the De'Aaron Fox trade being about Zach LaVine, everything is winning immediately. The Devin Carter thing is a complete outlier. Like, sir, what are you doing here? You're out 6 months, and now we're going to force you into this this situation where we need you to play. We need you to, not only do we need you to play, we need you to be good. And sir, you're none of those things. And it isn't. It's man, when you when you go through the front office, man, that is a massive black eye on this front office. That Devin Carter pick right now. Now, maybe he turns out to be the greatest player in history, but good Lord Almighty, he does not look like it right now. Well, that and even if he winds up being that, you're still going to be fired before then.
And it left you with so many needs. And you can say best player versus, fit or needs, but you have to address these things with very small windows. The draft is one window, free agency is the next. And then we get into trades, but that happens way later. Like, if you can't address the need in any other function, like, why would you not address the need with the pick? And so it's tough. I feel bad for Devin because I don't think this is about Devin. It's strictly, and even if I believe them, I don't think that they knew that Devin Carter was going to be out 6 to 8 months.
Well, okay. If that's true, then they need to be fired.
Yeah, facts.
I mean, if what you just said is even remotely accurate, the front office needs to be fired. Because I'm not throwing anyone under the bus here, but I know people who knew. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know if that was acknowledged or not. If James knew, the front office had to have known. I've always believed the front office knew.
I hope so. And if they were drafting for value, I get it. Like, if you think that he was a top 5 or 6 pick and then he fell to you at 12, but again, that's not who you were as a team. You're a team who got stagnant the year before and needed a boost and needed to do something different, and you weren't able to accomplish that with that pick. And again, I'm not saying they should have drafted somebody, like, whether you trade it or you open the pool up to a larger group of players, whatever it might be. Either way, you had to understand that you might not be the person who gets to see that come to fruition. That's why you need to draft for best player available, or you need to draft to at least fill the position afterwards. Again, if you're going to go out and sign DeMar DeRozan, that's fine. You got a 35-year-old dude. Then get the 20-year-old that trains behind DeMar DeRozan for 2 years, play spot minutes, but is growing as a player and gives you the length and the athleticism. So when you face big teams and big players, you have somebody who can go out there and play minutes.
Right.
And as of now, I mean, they even went out and signed Jordan McLaughlin. Like, as soon as free agency opened, they signed Jordan McLaughlin as your backup point guard. You already had Keon Ellis. You already had Kevin Huerter. Like, that's 3 guards, and they're not your starters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just weird.
It's just, even if that is the case, like they said, wow, Devin Carter was one of the 3 best dudes in this draft. he fell all the way to 13. What an amazing stroke of luck for us. That's such a overlooking everything wrong with the roster. It just doesn't track to me given everything that this team needed to do to move forward. Like they weren't, like James, you said it. They don't, that's not where this team is, where you can just go, oh, great. A good value pick. Nice. Not going to play for 6 months, but we'll just bring this guy in. Like, no, then you're still going to be short players.
Yeah.
Figuratively and literally.
Super tough.
And here we are on February 18th. What?
I'm so frustrated with this basketball team, man. Like, I'm trying not to be like, and that'll be a conversation today about like Friday's show did have like a tone to it.
Oh, it's dark
because of the loss to New Orleans. And when you lose to a bottom 4 team, like that's just, I don't know how to sugarcoat this stuff for the people who listen to this show, for Kings fans. I had felt that way really going back to the Dallas game, where it's like, I can't wrap my brain around this team being good anymore, but they beat Dallas. It was like, hey, that was okay. That's how you, so I think I'm just sinking into like, this is how we're going to survive. Is it like, whether it's DeMar or there has to be one guy who goes superhuman. And if you have it, you've got a shot. If you don't, and you get, whether it's solid performances, okay performances, bad performances, you risk losing to the Pelicans. Like, that's a bad basketball team that had one guy go superhuman. CJ went nuts, and that's why they won. DeMar went nuts against Dallas. That's why the Kings won. They actually contained CJ, that second go around, and had some guys put up good performances. Like, all right, that's good. Just get through the break with. We will pause all overarching bad feelings if you go into the All-Star break with 4 straight wins.
Yep.
You didn't. And that last night was so brutal because not only did you lose, everybody else won. Not figuratively everybody else, literally everybody else. From the Clippers to the Warriors to the Timberwolves to the Mavericks.
Mavs.
Everyone who was in your eyesight won. And you dropped games. You gave the Warriors one. And now the Warriors are winning championships. Warriors are winning the championship. And they're probably going to go through Sacramento in the play-in to do it. So congratulations to Draymond Green.
Even as you bring that up, it's not even that as much as it is about like everybody taking a step forward and you taking one back. It's that 3 games over 500 with 27 games left versus 1 game. And then you start doing the math on every other game the rest of the way.
Yeah.
It just becomes so brutal. That 1 game means 2 in the standings.
Yep.
And it is so brutal because it's nearly impossible to make up because you don't get another grouping of 12 win teams that you're playing.
That 4-day stretch near the end of March is a bitch.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
It's insane. I mean, it's all at the, I mean, it's a great day for King. It's a great 4-day stretch for Kings fans who get to see Giannis and then Tatum and Brown and then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But damn, good luck to the Kings.
And that Celtics OKC is a back-to-back, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Well,
I'm pretty sure I could be wrong. I think that's 3 and 4.
it is 3 and 4.
Yeah.
The 20th.
Cool.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Yeah, the 22nd,
hey.
24th, 25th.
If they make it, they're going to earn the hell out of it.
It's facts.
Like,
Facts.
that's
Absolutely.
that's where we're at.
Well, then on top of that,
all right, we gotta
go.
Yeah, sorry, man. What? Get it in quick. Get it in quick.
It goes into a 6-game road trip right after that. 6 games.
He's James Ham, Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up next. Jesse Tapia, appreciate you hanging out with us today, man. And we'll be back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water, be nice to people.
Thanks, friends.
How you feeling, man?
Not as bad as I thought I was going to. My headache has gone away. I still have a little bit of a fever.
Kevin, we're pretty jacked up last week, so it's kind of in the building a little bit.
Yeah, I just
It's everywhere.
body
right now.
aches. I'm hoping that this is kind of as bad as it gets because I've avoided a lot of the like head congestion. So fingers crossed that keeps being the case.
Yeah, this is another problem too. Cool Rail brings up.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I got a text about that last night.
$4 to $5 for most lower level tickets at a minimum.
Oof.
Yeah, so $4 to $5. So you're buying 40 games. Well, actually, you got to buy. It's like 44 games, I believe. So that's a lot. It starts adding up.
Let us know how you feel.
Yeah. I'll text you guys tonight.
All right, man.
Sounds good, buddy.
Later, bye.
We got through.
Nope. Ain't doing this. There you go. Ain't doing that.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, what's good? We missed y'all one more time for the good time. Hey. Welcome in here to the Tuesday, February 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Oh, wow. Yes, sir.
Well,
acknowledge me.
we saw you.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Man.
He was represented. Also, happy belated birthday to the GOAT, Michael Jordan. He's still the GOAT.
Kind of wishy-washy.
Boy, you
about
so
that.
flip-floppy.
Yeah.
Bro, you
are
stay
stop.
flip-floppy.
Yeah.
I never went over there.
Hold on.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Big Mike? What's up?
No,
It's me,
that's what
Kenny.
I'm
It's
saying.
me, Kenny. Remember Mike? Mike, it's me. It's me.
I never went over
That's
there.
what it is.
I never went over to the LeBron side.
Pull the tapes.
Yeah.
Pull the tape. Nah,
I never went over to the
One
LeBron side.
party at Mr. Jordan's house, and now he's the GOAT again.
Yeah, look at that.
I never went over to
Nah,
the LeBron
he
side.
got pulled aside by the boss.
Yeah.
Like, hey, cut your little show. He's sitting. Mike's sitting there with the iPad, like, hey, cut your little show. Just you?
The GOAT. I couldn't even, no lie, I couldn't even get into that event they had on Saturday.
That's not an easy event to
That
get
was
into, man.
Well, no, not that one.
Oh.
The pop-up they had.
Oh,
crazy.
Okay.
That line was crazy.
Did you tell them who you were?
No, I didn't tell nobody. They would have been like, all right, sir.
I'm sorry.
I'm KC in LA.
I'm sorry. Were you on the floor of the All-Star game in San Francisco?
Wasn't even in the same city.
I wasn't either. Were you? Right there, bro. I wasn't.
Right
I was at the house.
That was a decision.
I was basking in the
Jesse,
glow.
honestly, you could have been right there too.
Actually, Charlie told me that our credentials were turned away. Only big-time KC could go. That's what I was told.
That's a lie.
No, Charlie after said, "Hey, you're probably happy about this," which he was right. But
I got witnesses that saw me at Q1227 on Saturday night.
Ooh.
I had.
What'd you get?
Oh man. Oh my God. I had the fried chicken for the first time.
Ooh.
Bruh. When I tell you, like, you just put the fork on it and it like falls apart.
That's how you do it right there.
Lord.
That's how you do it.
Bless it. Oh, it was fire. And then the little chocolate brownie to close. I spilled red wine over my jacket. Like, all over it. Like, I destroyed the jacket.
How did...
Are you a child?
No,
like,
no. Okay.
Were you drinking like Will Ferrell? And
nah, well, kind of. We was just engaged in a conversation, and I'm holding the glass, just kind of swirling it, and like, and it's one of those things where you just like you freeze, and you just the table just kind of like stops, and you're like, well,
oh man,
it's gone.
Damn.
Take it off.
Which jacket was it? Was it a Louis joint?
No, oh God, no. Oh God, no. My demeanor would be very different if it was that jacket. No, it was the white one that I've only worn.
Oh, it was white.
Yeah,
it was white.
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh,
not a
well.
good
The good news is there was nobody around you to see it, because you had
another reserve table.
It was in a private area.
Okay, dude.
Nobody saw it.
All right, man.
You don't deny this stuff, by the way.
Yeah,
No, I didn't have
happened.
okay.
Really
All
happened.
right.
We didn't say private. We said reserved.
This is supposed to be about him being on the floor of the Chase Center with the likes of E40.
Well, shout out 40 Water
and Mr. Fab.
Shout out Mr. Fab. You know, Too Short was there.
I told you we're not shouting.
Well,
out
I said
Too
Too Short was there.
Yeah, we're not shouting out. Too
Richie
Short.
Rich was
Too
in the
Short
building.
Can kiss my ass.
Shout out Sweetie. She was in the building as well. Yeah, man, it was good. Yeah.
Did they get into the same parties you got into, or were they like, nah, you can't get into these?
Yes. You know what happened to me? I had it. Oh man, this is going down as a legendary miss down there with Patrick Willis.
Oh man, Patrick Willis. Boy, I can't wait to hear this.
That was really bad. By the way.
Patrick Willis is epic. Like, if this is on par with that, dear God,
I could have got into the step party. I could have got into.
What's your problem? No, what's your
Well,
problem?
no,
so what were you like? Nah, man, I'm cool. I'm a Kings fan.
Yeah.
No. What happened? This is what happened. So Saturday night, the whole weekend, pretty much, I was with our guy, man. You talk about the mayor. You talk about the mayor of San Francisco.
Bonte?
You with that man Bonte Hill, you
Yeah.
in good hands, man.
Yeah.
So me and Bonte and our guy Jay, we was
That's
kicking it.
TV star Bonte
Yeah,
Hill.
man. Yeah, he was talking to Joe Lacob.
I saw that.
Joe was like, "Hey, what's up, Bonte?" Like it's like that. So
I can't stand Draymond either. I doubt Joe said that. Joe might be the one guy who's not saying that.
Right.
Hey, what's your problem with my guy, man? I love him.
Hey, what's your deal, bro?
Hey, what's your deal, pal?
But so yeah, we was champagning and campaigning all weekend, and then after All-Star Saturday night, he was like, he said, "What you doing, man?" I said, "Man, I'm ready for whatever, man. It's good." He said, "All right, man, I gotta go to the crib. I gotta get dressed or whatever. Wifey might want to go."
Mhm.
So at this point, like it's not East Coast, it's like 8:00.
Mhm.
Things ain't even started popping off yet.
Mhm.
So I was like, all right, man, I think I'm gonna hang around, downtown, and when you get back down here, holler at me. So that was the plan. And then I looked at my phone and I'm in the red. I'm like, oh, I Ubered from where I was staying by SFO. I Ubered down to the Chase Center or whatever. I was like, bruh, if I like, it's going to be a wrap if I try to go the rest of the night without charging. So I was like, all right, man, I'm going to catch the Uber back to the hotel, and then I'll go back downtown after I charge up.
Mm-hmm.
So I get to the hotel or whatever, and I'm charging up or whatever. I got the wrong cord. It isn't charging this entire time. I'm like, oh. So Bonte hits me up like, yo, bro, yeah, we about to make that move. We going to go to Steph's party. I was like, all right, bet. So then that's when I take the phone off. I'm like, cool, pick me up. And then I look and I say, bro, I haven't been charging this whole time. I'm at like 5%. And I had to hit him up. I was like, man, I can't be dead out here in these streets. So I was like, man, it's good, bro. It's good. It's good.
No, it's not. It's not good, actually. It's horrible. In the year,
So, no, it is horrible.
No, in the year
It's horrible.
2025, you couldn't
horrible.
find anywhere else to charge.
Well, no, I got
in Silicon
Yeah,
Valley.
you couldn't go anywhere else. I could go to a liquor store right now and charge my phone if I need to.
I got messed up because I thought I was charging the whole time. I was in a hotel room for like an hour and a half. I thought I was charging.
You could have charged. You could have sat on a curb and found a charger for your phone. You're in San Francisco.
I know. At Sunday, I was.
You are allergic to success.
Sunday, I was.
That's
like,
what it is. You are
like, bro,
allergic
that
to
was a
success.
Look, you're with us, so you're good. But like, I'm genuinely just like we gotta fix this.
Sarah
we can't let this
Hodges was
keep
in
happening.
the building. Tristy was in the building. Bonte was like, "Yo, you would have been good." Because Bonte was like, "I'm not even sure I could get in." Then when I seen him the next day, he was like, "Bro, you would have been good. Like, you would have been good. Like you was with me." I was like, "Oh."
Can you go somewhere without disappointing all of us?
And he said good too, which means like, yeah, you weren't just some regular Joe Schmo. Good means yes, like I'm here.
I ran into this other girl that I know. I shouldn't say like she's a woman. I know her. Like, bro, she's a cool person.
And here's another. You couldn't just go with Bonte?
I didn't know if he had the same. I could have just went with him. I should have.
All you had to do was like,
should have.
Bonte, my phone might die. I'm standing outside right here. Come pick me up.
I should have. It was a fail, bro. It was a fail.
Hey, I love you, man.
It was a fail.
You're a loser.
It was a big
God, you're a loser. You can't come to the turkey drive. Why do you do this? Every time you have the opportunity to succeed, you do something stupid. You tell Patrick Willis, no, I don't want to take a picture, loser. Then you go, oh, no, Bonte, I don't want to go to Steph's party. God.
I'm going to hook you up with a portable charger, and don't ever let that charger leave your side.
It was a fail. It was a fail.
Look, Albie is all of us.
That's fact. That's the word too. Like, that's real. I'm disappointed.
I was so shook after I took the phone off the charger.
$500 t-shirt, but no charger.
I was so shook after I took it off the charger and it didn't charge. I said, bro, I've been charging this whole time. I'm on 5%.
I wouldn't even told the story.
It was tough. It was tough luck. It was tough luck. I ain't gonna lie to you.
At no point did you think, hey, because we're talking about the house.
Yeah.
Hey, Jazz, I messed up. I'm leaving the hotel. I only got 5% left. I'm gonna conserve it. I only got 5% left, but I'm stepping out. I'll hit you as soon as I get juice.
Yeah. I mean,
it all sounds like a great idea now, doesn't it?
I'm telling you, I was shook after I was like, bro, I don't have 5. I don't have the right charger. Then I gotta be like, I gotta get through the night without the right charger. Like, it was just.
How did you have the wrong charger?
I had the wrong. Like in my car, I got the port that you could use. It's like the new port. So like going into the phone is good, but I needed the they changed up the thing. It's not a USB to go into anymore. It's a little
lightning
C,
charger.
the C port.
Okay.
And I had the block with the USB. Yep. And I was like, bro, what? Yeah.
Take a lap. Just the rest of the class is run. I'll tell you when to come back, bro. Just run.
No. Let's make it
go.
No, let's make it worse. He wasn't saving the 5% from me. We didn't hear from him all weekend.
It's tough.
It was Valentine's Day weekend.
Man, Draymond Green, his own family.
Man, it's a damn shame.
Yeah, Kenny's really running the studio right now.
Good. Yeah.
Touch the ball. That's not true.
You didn't even take. It was Valentine's Day weekend. Did you at least get her a nice Valentine's Day gift?
Well, yeah, I didn't go until Saturday. I stayed on Valentine's.
What'd you guys do on Valentine's Day?
We all fell asleep.
Okay. No.
No, we all fell asleep.
What'd you get her? A Cartier watch?
No,
Cartier bracelet? Diamond necklace?
No.
Did you get her anything?
Well, I was still struggling after her birthday a couple days before. That's a tough time. So we all, the kid was sick. We all forgot Valentine's, like the whole house. We just tried to make it.
You could have just found redacted Sun Devils in the city. He had all the chords, he said.
Well, I didn't see him till Sunday. Wish I would have known. It was tough.
I know we do.
This is a tough look for all of us.
I know we do the whole ha type stuff, but this is real disappointment, and I got KC.
No, this is awful.
Yeah.
This is awful.
Patrick Willis, all right, fine, whatever, it happens. Steph Curry, like, no, like, what's the issue here, pal?
And you just skipped over Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Because it was too close to her birthday.
Blame the NBA. Man.
Bro.
I'm gonna talk about that.
The NBA?
Yeah, we won't get into it. But overall, the weekend was great.
Good.
I enjoyed All-Star Weekend. Obviously, it was my first, with access to different stuff. So, it was all new to me, so it was dope. But I was like I said, I was rocking with our guy Jay the whole weekend. And at the end, we were like going through tunnels and backstage or whatever. And I said, bro, I love this stuff, man. I love this stuff.
Nice.
I love all this.
Very good.
Like I love all of this. I said the day I stop loving this stuff, then I just need to stop. Because I love all this. I love being back here. Love seeing all these people. Yeah, I love it.
Blake Griffin, you're a fraud, by the way. I tried to defend you, but Matt McClung just took a
thank
dump
you
on that.
That's different. Okay.
Yeah,
let's talk about that.
Let's
talk about that. And you two can individually line up and apologize to me. Stephen Brown, I bought 4 roses for 4 sides, and Jazz got nothing.
Well, that's not true. She didn't get nothing. It's not true at
Stephen,
all.
And I bet they was all white women too. Stephen Brown just out there, happy as can be, handing out roses to white women. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the weekend, Kenny's weekend. We'll find out what else he fumbled when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, yeah, probably should have. I was the one I was saying. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. There it is.
Yeah, bring a charger. Bring a charger, please. Please.
Oh, that's hilarious. Everybody walks into 32 Brew Street and just slaps a charger onto the stage. That'd be amazing.
It's back. Jonathan's
Uh-oh.
not going to be happy with me.
At some point, he's going to be like, motherfucker, it's you.
Peyton, we'll talk about this. We'll
I saw your tweet. I think Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday. That was nasty work. We'll talk. I'll talk about that experience. We'll get
Yeah, this was trash too. We'll throw the uniform on at least.
Chill, bro. Chill. Don't do that.
Damn.
Don't do that.
Man, I got a pack for my boy. Casey, did you pack the right charger? Did you double check? You got everything that you need. No Trista, by the way. I'll say that on the air. She hit me up on my way in. You saw her this morning.
Yes.
Back in Vegas. Yep.
Yeah, man.
She texted a video last night. I'm like, yo, are you at the Win? She's like, back in Vegas. I was like, oh, I know what that means.
Yeah, man.
Did you ever forget like your glove or anything like that growing up playing sports? Maybe forget your basketball shoes one day?
No, man, no. I was always ready to go. Always ready,
Never be
the
the kid who
Charger
forgets
thing
his
had me
glove.
shook because I was like, bro, I'm gonna just be in San Francisco, just dead. Obviously, Bonte would have hooked it up. I was so upset. That's really what it was. I was so mad after that. I was like, bro, how? This is the whole reason why I came back. I would have just stayed downtown.
8 points in back-to-back quarters was brutal. All right, a quick programming update before KC tells us about more of his weekend failures. Trista Crick won't be with us because her weekend was not a failure. She went directly from San Francisco to a last-minute trip to Las Vegas. And she hosted It Is What It Is this morning with Cam and Mace and hit me up a couple of hours ago. It was like, hey, can we move our convo till tomorrow? Got a little lunch going on out here. All right. Take care of business.
Here we go.
Let's see what this looks like and hit us up when you get back. So Trista won't be with us today, but she said she'll pop on tomorrow. So we'll check in with her and get things worked out. Don't want to go a whole week without talking to Trista Crick, especially after her weekend in San Francisco, because I'm sure she didn't fumble it the way that you did.
I think TK. Well, I talked to TK. Well, I don't know. I talked to TK. We never got a chance to link. And yeah,
probably
she was
wouldn't able
moving.
to if you went to Steph's. Probably wouldn't have been able to link if you went to Steph's.
Well,
or
I
if
don't
you
think
had
she was there,
or if you had stopped at one of the 4 million grocery stores and just bought a charger, or convenience stores or liquor stores, probably a weed dispensary could have gotten you a charger. But like, no, it's cool. There's a homeless dude listening to this. Like, bro, are you serious?
There's probably a homeless guy who had a power bank.
You're
Casey could have used.
You're in San Francisco, bro. You could have used mine. No,
I could have got it on the ride back into the city, whether it was with Bonte or an Uber. That Uber was crazy though. That Uber was like $60.
Well, yeah, they gonna get you.
Yeah, I said, damn.
I mean, that's also not the shortest drive from SFO
but it's
to
not that far.
No, it's not. But in San Francisco minutes, it is, or in San Francisco miles, it is.
Damn.
You'll be all right.
That's all right.
You should have expensed it. You could still expense it. It was a work trip. Yeah,
I'm expensing all of it.
Good. Well, okay. Well, good luck with that.
Stuff like that still exists here.
Good. Look. There's certain. Yeah, I got to teach you some of. You just don't pay enough attention.
You guys ever heard of the petty cash drawer?
I should have bought some shoes.
Dude, I don't think we have one of those.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I don't think
I learned
we have one of
about
those.
petty cash from Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead with Christina Applegate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that Christina Applegate? Yeah. Yep, it was.
She kept going into all the petty
Not to be
cash
confused with Adventures in Babysitting, which was an entirely different movie.
Who was in that one? Was that?
I think
Fred
it was
Savage, is it?
Nah.
No, that was something
I don't
else.
think so. I think it's the girl from Back to the Future. I forgot her name.
Did you see they came out with a?
Not to confuse you, Back to the Future Part 1.
Now I remember her. I don't know her name, but I remember her.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
They came out with a remake of Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead with Black family. It was like recently. It was like a year ago.
I missed that.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I saw it was out. Probably one of those streaming joints.
For those just tuning in, Kenny declined to go to Steph Curry's private party because his phone wasn't charged.
Well, it wasn't his private
He
party.
got Jasmine absolutely nothing for Valentine's Day
That's
because,
not true
as
either.
he says, it was too close to her birthday a couple of days ago. So that was Kenny's weekend. I had a great weekend.
Maybe that was true.
I think all of it. Run the tape back.
Well, it wasn't his private party. It was the Steph Curry party. There was people there.
Wait, could I?
So,
wait,
like,
hold on.
no, that's the thing. No, that's
I got
good.
questions.
Let's-
Yes.
yeah.
So it's not a private party. That
Yep.
means I would have been able to just walk in, correct?
Well, not necessarily.
Like Bonte was like, "Hey, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get." He did
Yeah.
say that, right?
Yeah.
But you could get in.
No. Well, no. He with him.
So yes, it sounds pretty
Regardless,
private to
that
me.
doesn't sound like a public party.
Well, I didn't say it was public.
Oh,
Wasn't private though.
do you know the definition
what is the
of
between of
private?
that? What is the between of that? I'm curious.
Like, no, help your boy out.
It was the guest list. You know what I mean? Like maybe if you slid the bouncer, couple Franklins, maybe you could,
Couple.
slide in there.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. So
All right, yeah. So Casey went to a private party, or could have went to a private Steph Curry party this weekend. Glad we cleared that up.
this is why we can't have nice things. This right here. This is why we can't have nice things.
Oh man. It was a good time though.
I'm glad you had a good time.
It was a good time. It could have been. There were a couple things that could have changed. Obviously, the Steph Curry thing, but that's probably the only thing I would have changed. It's probably the only thing.
We'll get to the game and all that other stuff and what everybody's complaining about. And I actually want to take the Kevin Durant approach. Everybody's just complaining about stuff. Cancel it, man. This is silly. I didn't make it out to All-Star game I had planned Saturday night that I absolutely refused to cancel. It was Q12-27. Great time out there. Had a really nice Valentine's Day. Got an amazing gift that when I saw it, I thought this is the most, like, I got a science project. And you like open the instructions, and the instructions read like A Tale of Two Cities. Like it was just mountains of words to the point where it's like, I can't read this anymore. Just put on a YouTube video. And there's video of this that at some point down the road will be posted on social media. But it was like a hand, you like made like a hand sculpture. So you mix this solution together and you ridiculous. You like hold hands and then you put your hand in it.
Okay.
And you just have to hold it there until the solution turns color. It loses its color. So it goes from bright pink to white.
Yeah.
And then you very slowly and delicately take your hand out. And then you pour this other solution in there and then just let it sit.
And it fills up the
it fills up the space, and I'm like, this is a disaster. This is a mess. Like, it's an absolute mess. So as this was all Saturdays, preparing for Q. It's been 3 hours. Let's peel this thing apart, and it came out incredible. You could see in the video where like it's starting this like this is the most ridiculous thing ever. And then when it unveils, it's like, oh, this is really dope. This is really dope.
That's really
and I just thought it was super thoughtful. Like I thought it was great. And the other little gift I got was another super personalized, super thoughtful gift. But again, at some point, this stuff will be on social media and you can see it. I'm sure most of you will laugh at it, but it's fun. It was dope.
That sounds dope.
It was dope. It was very, very
creative. It's thinking outside the box a little bit. Yeah. Like that.
Didn't watch one single solitary second of All-Star Saturday night or the NBA All-Star game until yesterday.
Okay.
That NBA All-Star game was the easiest thing in history to catch up on. It took minutes.
Did you catch the Mr. Beast part?
Yeah. Why was that a part of this?
Because Adam Silver. I don't know. Adam Silver.
You didn't, Mr. Beast?
Who's that?
You hit the Google. Your man was there front and center.
Biggest. He's the biggest YouTuber. Like he's got the most subscribers.
Yeah,
on.
he was there front.
That's not the guy that wears the glasses and stuff. Huh?
I don't even know who.
No,
wears
No,
glasses.
that's somebody else. That's he was at everything for like 12 months. He was at like Niners games, Super Bowls, all this other stuff. I don't know this dude. I'm Googling him right now. See if I recognize this guy.
Kevin Hart also just breaking case of emergency.
Oh man, Kevin Hart wouldn't shut up. Like he just absolutely refused to shut up.
What year do you think him and the Draymond Green thing was when they did the 3-point contest? What year do you think that happened?
I think that was 2016.
All right, you got it right. But the whole point is, why are we still bringing back Kevin Hart? It's been 8 years, and like he's still like, all right, Kevin Hart, All-Star game, like come back.
So, all right. So we'll okay.
I think All-Star weekend, everyone had a hand in this, by the way.
If we go, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I gotta talk about in a positive way.
We can talk about Mac McClung later.
Yeah, we could talk about I just enjoyed the All-Star. I enjoyed the hell out of the All-Star game, right? Like my experience of it. I know what I do there and the things that I do. Like I'm more Kyle's a vibe curator or whatever. I'm just like I set the scene. I tell you the scene of like things that are going on, right? If I was James Ham, maybe I wouldn't have as much fun. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got to talk
serious.
To people. Yeah, he's got to do it. Like maybe after 5 years of doing it, like, nah, this isn't fun at all. But I'm fortunate enough where my work is fun. Like I'm getting clips and stuff like that to put like that's fun. And I'm setting the scene like, oh man, you see all these rappers and these celebrities here, and this is what it looks like backstage. And like that's my part of the job. That's fun. Like I enjoy that. So I had a good time with All-Star weekend. Now, and I thought they did a really good job with Oakland. I'm upset I didn't get a chance to go to any of the Oakland stuff. The practice looked I wasn't expecting that at all.
The practice looked that looked pretty fire. I kind of I wasn't expecting we had originally talked about that, like, oh, maybe shoot down for the practice, and we're like, oh, it's at Oakland or it's in Oakland. I want to do that.
Right.
Yeah, it was a mess.
That was a mess. I wasn't nobody. Well, I'll just speak for myself. I didn't expect that from the practice. That was electric. And then the HBCU game looked dope or whatever. So they did a really good job with incorporating Oakland. Now, when you talk about All-Star weekend, you talk about All-Star Saturday night, you talk about the All-Star game. We're going to talk about a number of different things as to why they're in the position that they're in. For me personally, it always comes back to the players. If they had a different mentality towards the entire weekend, I think the entire weekend would be looked at and would run completely different. It all comes back to the players. And I heard Draymond Green said a lot over the weekend.
He said so much, we're going to have to queue up some of these clips.
Yeah, no, he said a lot. One of the things that he said that I do agree with, but it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Maybe the only thing that he said that I agree with was he talked about how those rising stars playing on Sunday is whack. He said Sundays, Sunday is supposed to be sacred. And just because you were on a makeshift team that won a rookies challenge, you should not get the platform of being on Sunday. And I understand that and I agree with that. No shade to those rookies. I think he's right on that. But the reason why they get that is because, Draymond, you and your boys don't care. If you and your boys would do better, this would never happen. So I understand you getting upset about it. Some people believe LeBron kind of protested it a little bit. That had a little bit to do with why he didn't play. And, like, I get it, but this all goes back to you guys. I'm talking about the All-Stars. It's another aspect of if you would take this more seriously, we wouldn't have Zach Edey out there.
Damn. Zach Edey didn't bother nobody.
Sorry, Zach. I apologize. I could have said, no, I wasn't going to say Jalen. 916.
Well, at least you didn't say Dorian Finney-Smith. I don't know what that man did either.
But this is what any gripe, any complaint that anybody has about All-Star weekend, it's always going to come back to them.
I agree with you on that because you look at like the tweets coming out of the game on Sunday. It's like, oh yeah, it was like 2 hours or whatever the number was spent on ads, commercials, Mr. Beast, whatever, blah blah blah. Like 30 minutes on the game. Yeah, the gameplay the last however many years, decade, whatever, has not been great. Like I asked the insiders earlier, if the players just force their hand, where like that's kind of what you have to pivot to at this point.
Yeah, like one of the reasons why they had all those, in my opinion, I don't know, One of the reasons why they had all those built-in, hey, Kevin Hart talk here and inside, because number one, it's still a TV show. They've got to have 3 hours of content, and they don't know if you guys are going to play or not. You guys could just not play, and they get to 40 points in 10 seconds, and now they got time to fill. So they've got to incorporate stuff to make the TV show go for 2.5 to 3 hours. Once again, because nobody knows if you guys are going to play or not. If they knew, hey, these guys are going to get after it and they're going to play defense, and, a 40-point game is probably, we could estimate it taking, 25 minutes because these guys are getting that. It could take 5 minutes because you guys just lollygag up and down the court. They got to do something. And I'm not saying it was right or I agree or like that was the correct answer. Like they could have done something, but they got to do something because they don't know what you guys are going to do. It always comes back to them, in my opinion.
Well, that's not going to change. I mean, unless you're going to get a whole new generation of guys that are wired differently.
Well, so this was the one positive. I want to see what happens here. Did you guys catch Wemby? You saw him
like him talking.
Well, no, him on the last play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Wemby. So for those who didn't see it, that's remind me to notes the last play. So
we're gonna talk about All-Star Alfred Sengun. Oh, never mind. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But Wemby is guarding James Harden. It's like game point for Shaq's team or whatever. Wemby's guarding Harden, and somebody goes back door. Tatum gets it, dunks, and Wemby is guarding Harden. Pass goes over his head, and he looks back to see like a wide open Tatum for a dunk, and he's like, "What the hell?" And like pumps his fist, and seemed like at the very least like a little perturbed that it was that easy. Like, bro, I'm trying to play. I'm trying to win. Like that's what you're gonna let happen. He gonna be one of them dudes. And if he sets the tone, unlike some of these other, and I love all these guys. I love the LeBrons and Stephs and all these other guys, but Dame Lillard, they didn't set a tone for competitiveness. If this guy is setting that tone moving forward, there's an opportunity that the game may change a little bit. But I don't know.
Does it have to be like a Wemby type player to do it? Because I was you watched the game on Sunday. There were some players trying.
It has to be a one.
Yeah, like does it have to be him, like that type?
Yeah, it has to be a one. Like it has to be Wemby.
I think so.
Or a player and there aren't going to be very many players. Like Wemby's he's in the LeBron category. Like LeBron's a tone setter. Like he's like I think Kevin Durant will play. KD was like, we spend so much time complaining. Just take the week off. Like everyone just loves to like hate this. And there's it's funny that the new dunk contest, I'll do it, is the one-on-one. The unrivaled one-on-one thing was brought up 1 million times this weekend, and everyone was like, oh, I'd be interested in doing it. There's rumblings of $1 million cash prize should they do this. I think Unrivaled has 200,000. Oh, $1 million cash prize. And Giannis was like, oh, I'd be interested in that. I think KD said the same thing. I'd be interested in that. Everybody's interested in it until it's real. It's like the dunk contest. It's exactly like the dunk contest. Everybody wants to do the dunk contest until next January rolls around and it's time to get the contestants for the dunk contest, and no one wants to do it.
Yeah, John Morant was saying he might need to get in there. Giannis was saying he'll do it if John does.
Neither of them are
Aaron
doing it.
Gordon said he still has
Neither of them. Now, those two I actually believe would do it. I believe Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon would do it again.
And
I don't think Ja nor Giannis will do it.
Josh should do it.
Ja would be nasty.
Josh should do it, and this would be great PR too, to get him involved in something else outside of what the story has been with him for the past 3 years. Like if I was some of his handlers or his team, I'd be like, bro, this is a good move for you. But like you said, until it's actually time to put pen to paper and say I'm in this thing, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Because this entire generation, and this is where LeBron took some hits over the weekend. LeBron took some hits and he took some criticism over the weekend. And the culture that has been created around this weekend, people pointed back to LeBron because at the end of the day, what it feels like is people are afraid to be embarrassed on that stage. They're afraid to be embarrassed. And one of the things that people point to, it's a small moment. And you guys tell me if it's all cap. But LeBron being so concerned about that tape when Jordan Crawford dunked over him at the camp.
Bro, he wiped that off the face of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't like, bro, people get dunked on whenever. But he was allegedly so afraid of that embarrassment or that being out there. And that's a microcosm of like what goes on in the league with him, in the league, with these other superstars, is they're so afraid to have a quote unquote embarrassing moment. It's not even embarrassing. Like you get dunked on or you lose one-on-one. That's not even embarrassing. Like who cares? But they're so afraid of that. You're afraid to lose a dunk contest, you know, that you won't even get in it. This generation of players for this weekend seems cooked.
How much of social media do you think plays into that? Because I feel like
a lot.
They will turn on you. Like you will get clowned on, all that stuff, whether right or wrong. Like social media will get you.
100%. Yeah, I think social media is a big reason.
Look, and I was part of it on Saturday night. I was clowning Draymond Green for his performance.
Well, because he's an idiot. There was a lot to clown Draymond Green about this
skills challenge was
the lack of skills competition.
One of the biggest abominations ever. Did you see when he just didn't dribble?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how could you not?
Hey, when he knocked over the
I wonder. Hold on.
Let me see if I can get knocked over the ball rack.
Let's see. Let's get
when he knocked over the ball rack. That was epic. I'm sitting up there watching that in real time. But Montez said, "Yo, did he just knock over the ball rack with the pass?" It's hilarious. But those things are going to happen.
What did they wipe this video from the internet? Oh, there it is.
You got to take it all in stride.
Santel's got it too.
Hold on, let's. Well, the hater report has got it. I didn't know the hater report.
Hater report gonna have a field day.
The hater report. Let's a little Draymond Green action. The sound would just he missed again. Just skip it. Just move along. He missed. I don't know how to do this.
Bro's panicking really bad.
Oh, he made one. All right, here we go. Free throw.
He just ran over. That was at least 7 feet away, and he just ran over there with the ball.
He's just taking shots and missing them and continuing to go, and he airballed the last one.
What? Knocks the ball.
This is just
watch this. Epically, he just takes the basketball.
Just epically awful. Look at miss on to the next spot. Airball.
Oh man. This is hilarious. But they're afraid of this. They're afraid of this happening and D'Lo and KC playing it in a suit. But what they don't realize is, to a certain degree, it's only for like a day. Like I know it lives forever on the internet, but we'll move on to something else, just like they always do. Like they'll move on to something else in a week. And we're not going to be sitting up here playing, well, maybe we will, but playing this clip a week from now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, it's cool. Like, it may seem like the biggest thing in the world, the biggest embarrassment in the world at the time, but the way things move, like, it's only going to happen for a day or two. So I don't know what you're afraid of.
You think they view that day?
That's crazy.
That day when what else is going on right now?
Who knows?
There's nothing else happening right now. What's on tonight?
And this is different because it's a little bit of a smaller scale, but ain't nobody playing that Draymond thing no more.
Yeah, nobody cares about Draymond. He sucks. Like, imagine if Draymond was good.
So,
like, imagine if that was SGA that happened to.
So
the hope for a hope. This your MVP candidate? This guy right here? This guy gonna lead you to a championship?
Wemby and CP3 look pretty dumb in the little skills competition too. No,
they did. That was ridiculous. CP3 being a bad influence on Wemby.
No.
Wemby looked like he was ready to cry.
He'd being a bad influence on him. But even like I mean, that's the skills competition. We'll talk about like the dunk contest. Like you enter the dunk contest and you lose, you miss some dunks.
Mhm.
Like, so what? Like,
Mhm.
it's not a big deal. But these dudes, I love dude. I love dude. But it all got started with LeBron. I think he was afraid to get in the dunk contest and lose.
Hmm.
And that is the defining nature of this generation, in my opinion. I hate to sound
Being
like
afraid
an
to
OG.
lose.
Yeah. Being afraid to lose, being afraid to fail in public over something.
So everyone just followed LeBron's lead in the sense of I'm not doing the dunk contest.
Certainly feels like it.
Is this just an NBA problem?
Like, but
No, I think it's
Like, do you think because like I feel like when you see these players, like it's almost like it's a chore to be there. I don't know if that's the same case like with the Pro Bowl or MLB All Star Game. Like it's almost like we're
I
here.
think with the Pro Bowl, they at least send you and your family to Hawaii.
Well, they did.
Well, they did, yeah. Now they send you to site of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I mean that's
and the other thing, probably a lot of those guys got to be there anyways. The Pro Bowl guys, they probably got to be there for different things anyways.
Yeah.
So it might not be the worst thing for them.
Now it's off site.
It's not at the same place that the Super Bowl is anymore.
No, I think this year was in Orlando. It definitely wasn't in New Orleans, but one year I think Vegas they had it in the same site, and there might have been another place, but it's been in separate sites for.
It was in.
They've been going to Orlando.
It was in Orlando, yeah.
But maybe I don't know. Maybe you get a Walt Disney.
Yeah, this
trip out
2025 back in Orlando.
Yeah, Scott Recycler those like baseball players love like there's an like love the he says baseball players love the home run derby. Like there's an aspect where you kind of gotta like make it what it is too for everyone else to kind of enjoy it.
Well, check. One of the things that I think is also a huge issue. I'll talk about when we come back.
What stadium is that? Oh, that's Orlando too. Orlando, Vegas. Okay. Yeah. Huh. All right. We'll come back. We'll fix everyone's problems. Don't worry about it. Steeler and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I need to get some. I need to get my prescriptions.
Let me send y'all a video.
Thank you, Cisco. I did not, brother. I did not, man. I didn't do a lot of the things that I wanted to do, like go to like the little events and stuff like that. Yeah, I didn't do a lot of that stuff.
That wasn't your first time at Chase for basketball reasons, right?
No.
Okay.
No. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Trace too. Nick V.
You got extra food in the kitchen, Casey?
Yeah.
Sandwiches.
Are they already done?
Yeah.
I think it always happens so quick. I guess not. I guess it's
They're really only playing for like a half hour and then that's it. Sounded like it was a good time though.
I'll get Joe to see up here. When do we get to host one of these things?
Been minutes since we've been on stage, man.
It has. No? Concerts in the Park's on the way.
Well, Scooter, like, look, Scooter. That Scooter taking a little offense to what I said over the weekend. See, here's the thing. Scooter and others like you. Scooter can message me and talk about how you ain't got no credit. We said something to the fact that I can't take you seriously because of you doing this and that and this and that. And that's cool. I think it was Scooter because the way he's responding to this, I think he was the one I was talking to. But just in general, you can tell me I can't take you serious because da-da-da-da-da. And that's fine if you disagree. I don't get upset when I say I don't give a shit about what you got to say about basketball. That's how I feel.
Well, Scooter just out there.
I just looked it up. That was not Scooter, by the way.
No, it wasn't. Scooter,
I looked it up. Yeah, that was not Scooter.
Scooter just getting hit with a baseball bat.
Yeah,
because
I saw the tweet. I was like, wait, I don't think that was Scooter.
Just for no reason. Scooter 916. Just minding having his lunch.
Scooter's
just trying
fine.
to enjoy his day.
Scooter is fine.
Well, you just murdered Scooter during the commercial.
Well,
it was. Never mind. It was. It's a different name.
Scooter's got multiple names.
I thought his name was just Scooter.
It was Scooter, and even with Scooter, like it ain't got no issue with Scooter, but like this is okay. You can tell me like I can't take you seriously. All right, that's cool.
Scooter
like why I got to take what you say seriously? I don't care what you got to say. I don't care what you got to say about what I got to say. I'm telling you things as I see it, and you can talk to me about how you think as you see it. It's cool. It's cool.
When you change,
it's all good.
When you change up the Twitter pic, it's like you're a whole different person.
Sorry, Scooter.
It's all good. But see what they do, and I think this is what people they think they just gonna say anything to you, and I'll just take it as law. Like, oh man, Scooter said he can't take me seriously. Oh, cool. I already said.
Now, what is it that he can't take you seriously about? I missed it.
He said he can't take anything that I'm saying right now about the Kings seriously because I'm constantly crapping on Keegan Murray. And if you can't, I forgot everything he said. But he said if that it's clear that there's other problems and people need to take a bench role or whatever he said, like alluding to DeMar and Zach LaVine need to be the ones that take a step back or whatever. And all I said to him was, I said, you're free to not take what I say seriously. That's your prerogative. That's fine. I just know that you can't tell me anything about basketball. You, in all caps, can't tell me anything about basketball. So what was that?
I've been awake since like 1. Did I fall asleep and miss the Kings conversation?
No, this was on Friday.
This was Friday.
No, this from Friday's conversation, though, I think.
Saturday morning?
Yeah.
Would y'all do a show on Saturday?
No.
Where did this come from on Saturday?
Well, because somebody tweeted on Friday night. They're like, hey, KC, I'm with you. I think the team still has an opportunity to do something. And I said, man, I guess, it's just me and you, brother. We just out here. And then other people were like, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Da, 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 da. And then Scooter responded to that. Like, I can't take anything you say seriously after you've been crapping on Keegan. It's like, all right, bro. That's cool too. And like one of the big conversations over the weekend in King's Twitter was people being too negative and all this other stuff. And man, hey, if James or Matt or anybody don't see any hope with the team, they got all the right in the world to voice that they don't see any hope. I don't think anybody, at least those two guys, because I know them personally, nobody's being negative because they're just trying to be negative, just trying to be contrarian. That's honestly how they see it. Like if they think like, hey, it's kind of hopeless, they don't play defense or whatever, and that's how they feel today without seeing anything change, nobody's trying to be overly negative. They're just trying to express what they see in their projection of this team. When I say that I think they have a shot, that doesn't mean like everything is perfect with those guys. I just think that they do have an opportunity to be a playoff team or to turn their season around a little bit more. But nobody's waving pom-poms and nobody is being overly negative on purpose. Like they're just talking about things as they see it. At least that's how I'm doing. There's some concerns. They got some things they got to address, but I still think they got an opportunity. So that's all. But that was a big conversation over the weekend.
I try to stay off Elon Musk.
You all good over there, by the way? Staying up since 1 o'clock. We got to get your sleep right, or
Yeah, your boy a little off, but he'd be all right. It's all good. It's all good. Good news is my workout was done at like 4 a.m. and the show was in good shape. And you just might have to drag me through the KSFM show, man. That's all
good.
Yeah, I saw Matt tweet something about like he seemed upset, but that's Matt. Like that's very much how Matt tweets. And I the response this week and blah, 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 I was like, oh God, I'm out. I don't want to play this.
Yeah,
I don't want to do this. So
that was a big discussion over the weekend.
I stepped away, and that's fine. Like I was a part of it. Like I came in here and said I don't feel good about this team, and I was willing to wait. Like I told you I didn't like the way that they looked versus Dallas, but they won, so I don't care. They beat the Pelican, don't care. So when they lost that game, you take a 4-game winning streak into the All-Star break, it's like doesn't matter. Like you won. Now you've got a chance to kind of catch your breath, see what you can come out doing. My thing is, I'm losing confidence in how they play. Like, I don't know that the way that they're playing is a way to win a high clip of games. I think they can make the play in. I don't know if they can finish higher than 8th. But I don't like the way they're playing. Like, I don't like the way Levine fits with this group. I don't like the Levine-DeMar dynamic at the end. I don't like the struggle in integrating Keon Ellis at the end of games. I don't like the way Keegan Murray is playing. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I wish I didn't feel that way. Like, I wish they had taken a 4-game winning streak into it. I wish they had lost that game and I come in here and be like, it's good. Here's why. I don't know how to tell you it's good other than something you just said, and that's maybe you can use these couple of days to catch your breath, work with each other, and start to establish a little bit of vibe, a little bit of a feel out on the basketball court. And if you could do that, I think those things will help. This team is new. Jake LaRavia plays. Giannis Valanciunas plays. You didn't go acquire guys that don't play. Zach LaVine starts. You acquired 3 new players in the last month who are on the floor. To think that it was just going to be seamless, I think it's naive on all our parts. It's worked pretty well for the Warriors, but that's one guy. And he is a chameleon when he first gets, he can do everything. So like the only thing I'm holding on to is this break and some time together. And then maybe you can get a couple coming out. Because as we, talked about on the Insiders, as you and I talked about last week, there's a stretch in March that's just laughable. And it's all at the Golden Ones. And the Kings fans will be as happy as can be in terms of seeing high-end NBA talent. But you're going to get to see Giannis and Dame one night. 2 nights later, you're going to get to see Tatum and Brown. And then the night after that, you'll see SGA. You'll see 3 of the top teams in the league 3 nights in 4 days. And the Kings got to play them. And you hope that they can grab a few before that stretch comes up. And then, as Hammer noted, they go on a 6-game road trip immediately after that. It's a tough stretch ahead. They're going to have to play better than they have. And right now, I just feel like it's, all right, man, who can go nuts? DeMar, Zach, Domas, Keon, Malik, who could do it? Because someone's probably going to have to.
One of the things, I was talking to some people over the weekend, and we're talking about the Kings, new look Kings, and just getting like to this All-Star break and having some time. And they were talking about Zach LaVine, and they said, bro, like Zach LaVine was not in basketball shape when he got here. There's obviously reasons for that. He was on maternity leave. He hadn't played in 2-3 weeks or something like that. And when I say not in basketball shape, I mean that not to say like, oh, he was a slouch. It was just he had been off. Like he had been away from the game for a couple of weeks, and there was no buffer period. He got thrown into this Kings team, how they play, and that was also kind of what was said, like the way that we play, how we try to get up and down. Bro, he was gassed. He was gassed a lot. And I only say that to say you have this time here where you can, kind of get your legs under you, get some practice time, and get acclimated to everything that's going on if you're Zach LaVine. And maybe that helps. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we saw the three-point shooting the way it was. The guy was out here fighting for his life, to catch his breath every day. And now, he's get that second win or getting a little bit conditioning after playing for a week and a half and then, getting more time to work on it. Maybe that's a way we'll see that 3-point percentage go up. But that's kind of been like my thing. There's a lot of factors that go into what we've seen from this team, this new look Kings team over a week and a half. And maybe, I don't know if they will or not. There's certain concerns that I have with everybody else, but maybe they're able to rectify some of those concerns and some of those shortcomings that they have with this week that they have to rest and get acclimated to each other. And you might see a different brand of basketball.
I do think a lot of it is chemistry. It wasn't comical, but LaVine was running into players on the floor. You know what I mean? Like the spacing, you could have a free flowing offense, but one thing that maybe we or perhaps they took for granted a little bit during this, for lack of a better term, changeover period is, you move on from Mike, the players on the floor still have chemistry. Integrating DeMar into that 16-year vet Hall of Famer, not really that difficult, especially with a very specific style of game that everybody seems to understand. So that was an easy integration, player-wise. It was very easy. Again, you remove players from that. Herter, not good, but he knew where to be, right? Obviously, De'Aaron Fox, kind of ran the whole thing. So to say, no, follow Malik's lead. Malik. I love Malik. He's controlled chaos. And sometimes he's uncontrolled chaos. Okay. Never mind. Don't follow Malik's lead. Just follow Domas's lead. All right. Because Domas will stand at the key and look in 7 directions. Where am I supposed to be? And again, you can go back and watch some of Zach's first game. He runs into DeMar. It just stands out in my head where Domas has the ball in his favor. And there's Malik, DeMar, and Zach LaVine within arm's distance of each other. That isn't going to work. So, hey, when we're breaking it, where do you want me to go? Like, it's just little things like that, that they probably haven't had yet. Maybe you've gone over it in film. Maybe it's gotten progressively better over the last handful of games, but they haven't been things that you could really work on. And I do believe that this team needs time together, and I do think it'll help. I don't know how much, and I hope it's a lot, but I can't say like, nah, this will do it. I hope it does, but I don't know.
And they may not get that chemistry at the end of the season.
Right.
Like that's a very realistic possibility as well. It's like they just don't have enough time to feel comfortable with each other and be a cohesive unit. I think they can. I think we'll see a better brand of basketball on both sides of the floor. And that's just the way that I see things. But the original premise of it was if somebody doesn't believe that they can turn this thing around, and it should, like I said, I can speak for Matt George. I shouldn't speak for them, but just my understanding of Matt George, you, James Ham. It's not because you guys want them to fail, want to paint a picture like they can't do it. You're seeing what they have, you're seeing what's going on, and you just don't feel comfortable with it. You don't believe it. That's not nobody's trying to do that on purpose. That's just an honest assessment of what you guys think the season may hold for this group. And the way I see, some people may look at it like, oh, it's pie in the sky, or you're doing pom-poms or anything. Nah, I think that they're capable of this. And I think there's a good chance that we'll see better. I could be completely wrong.
So what is it? Is it primarily the time together and the chemistry?
Time together, chemistry,
which will improve shot quality, which will improve, possession by possession basketball.
Yeah, that. And I think that I feel like there is something to catching your breath a little bit.
Sure.
And they've been going through a lot for the last 4 weeks. Some of it here. Zach LaVine had trade rumors when he was in Chicago, and babies being born and all this other stuff.
Can I present a different side to that? So before the rest of the league got to catch their breath too.
Yeah, but who's like really killing? Who's really killing in this situation? I guess the Lakers maybe, but Minnesota's been up and down. The Warriors have been up and down. Like everybody's been and who's been dealing with this stuff has been up and down, kind of like the Kings have.
Yeah, for sure. But they got to catch their breath.
Yes,
right. That's what I mean. They got to catch their breath too. Yeah. The Lakers, I think the Lakers are completely out of reach. There's no point in involving them in this conversation. But they went through a pretty dramatic change.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas, to me, is a really, really interesting one because they went through a really dramatic change. And part of me wonders if it was just like a survival instinct to just get to the All-Star break and like, what the hell? Like there's still being articles written about Luka. There's a billion-word profile on Nico Harrison today, and they are burying Luka Doncic on his way out. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then as ridiculous as Draymond sounded over the weekend, the Warriors did go through a pretty dramatic change. They did add a really good basketball player who's been to finals. Like wondering what this break does for them, who looked pretty good, going into it. I think that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So,
yeah. And then the Kings fit in that, and the Kings fit right in that category too.
Yeah,
the whole point.
I think they've got an opportunity for it. People have said, I see in the chat and everything, you're always defending LaVine and anything to give excuses for LaVine or whatever. I mean, there's both that can go on both sides. Like there's blame and there's reasons sometimes. Like people think I'm tough on Keegan Murray and his defense and all this other stuff. At the same time, how many times have I said I don't think you should be guarding people like CJ McCollum?
Yeah.
Like he shouldn't be asked to guard those guys in those situations. Like that's unfair to a certain degree for Keegan Murray. He can't guard a CJ McCollum.
Mm-hmm.
Like that should be Keon. Now people where we disagree and all it is a disagreement is like, yeah, get DeMar out of there and leave Keegan in. I'm like, no, take Keegan out and put Keon in, which is what Doug ended up doing when he finally put Keon in the game. He took Keegan out of the game because in that situation, and that's the whole point. You kind of go situation by situation. You don't really have somebody that Keegan has to guard over DeMar could be guarding this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's Green or Trey Murphy who wasn't getting the ball or something like that, like you can stick LaVine and DeRozan on those guys and you don't have to have Keegan out there. If Kevin Durant and Booker are going off, yeah, you probably still need a Keegan out there because this guy's a super threat. But that's all it is like there's reasons behind a lot of this stuff that goes on, at least in my opinion, lately with the Kings. And I think they, gonna get in the lab. Doug gonna get in the lab with his coaches, and those guys are gonna get in the lab to kind of figure out what they can do to rectify a lot of this stuff.
I think a lot of it too is perspective. Like if you went into this All-Star break feeling negative, like nothing's really going to change your mind until you see them win games. And if you went in more of the it's all right viewpoint, nothing's going to change your mind until you see them lose games. And for both sides, it's probably not one. Like, do they lose 4 out of 5? Do they win 4 out of 5? You know what I mean? I think it's hard. Like, and that's not just the case with the Kings. That's not just the case with sports. That's like the case in arguments, in debates. Like when you get into a debate, rarely do people walk away going, man, I really learned something. I may have changed my mind on something. We do all the time. Like hey man, I'll change my mind on this. Like you're right. You swayed me. That doesn't happen very often. And it certainly doesn't happen on godforsaken Twitter. But you just get it like more entrenched in the viewpoint that you had. And no one's going to sway you from feeling negative about the Kings, or no one's going to sway you from feeling positive about the Kings. And I don't think you have to do either. What is your opinion? I don't really feel great about the way they looked going into the break. Okay. Do you think they could bounce back? James says no. I think Matt says no. I do. I'm not sold that they can, but I believe in what you just presented. I do believe time matters. I do believe chemistry matters. Time on the floor together. I believe that stuff matters because I saw it. I saw it affect the way that they play. I just absolutely hated they lost that last game. Mm-hmm. Absolutely hated that they lost that last game to a absolutely psychotic CJ McCollum and a now 13-win basketball team.
I think this year, like, they can make the playoffs and all that. I think their floor is still the play-in. I don't think they're falling out. Like, I think they'll at the very least be in the play-in this year. My biggest hang-up with the Kings,
you got to watch Phoenix, man. Like Phoenix and San Antonio. I'm not sure, but Phoenix still, no matter how much they hate each other, like Kevin Durant's still there.
But overall, like, my biggest hang-up with the Kings, like you asked it on Friday, I think. Like, I don't know how much of a future this team has.
Yeah, that's
honestly my biggest issue with this group.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like do whatever you got to do to get through this season. If you could steal a playoff spot, through the play-in, fantastic. Earn a playoff spot through the fantastic. Once you start looking past this year, I don't know, man. I just do not know.
Because you have a collection of talent like Zach LaVine, DeMar. Like, these aren't bad players. Like, I think it would be good enough to get you to the play-in, but I just don't know.
The plus side, and that's why I think making the play-in is so important, or making the playoffs is so important, is the time may help this group going into next year. But I think you miss, again, I think it's over. I think I don't think LaVine is over because I think LaVine is going to be here. I think DeMar's probably traded. I think the front office is fired, and that probably means Doug is out, for his opportunity to be the head coach. And now what? Now what are we doing? You got Malik, you got Keegan. I guess you got Keegan. You got Keegan, and you got Domas. So what are we gonna do? Yeah, I don't know.
And we talk about, or I talk about, Zach LaVine getting acclimated as well. There's Malik Monk is taking on a different role as well. Malik Monk is used to being, hey, I'm coming off the bench, or, I can just get these shots up whenever. Now he's looked at trying to be a leader and be a point guard and balance that line between making sure his points are still there because it's needed, and be a distributor and make sure everybody else is cooking. And that, from off the top of my head, from all the times that I've seen Malik Monk play, this is the first time he's been asked to do something like this. Is he not capable of doing it? I think he is, but I don't know. Maybe that's not in his DNA, to be able to be that guy. He's best used when he's, just a pure scorer. But maybe he's willing to learn, or maybe he's willing to do what it takes to become that leader and that point guard. But like I said, in high school, I'm sure he was just a bucket getter. Got to Kentucky, De'Aaron was there as the point guard. You get in the NBA and all this other stuff. He's never been looked at as like the point guard facilitator for a team. He's asked to do something he hasn't done maybe ever. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be some bumps and learning curves with that as well. So there's a lot that they got to work through, and not a lot of time.
That's right. Yeah, this season is amazingly almost over. Like we literally referenced the last day of the season, like preparing for the show, because Glorilla's here. We're like, oh, well, not here. She's at Fox
I wish
Theater.
she was here, man. That would be a good show.
Nobody pull up to see us, man. That would be a good show. But we're like, wow, we're close enough to the end of the regular season to reference the day. Damn. Okay. And there's kind of been that, all right, let's see how they turn this thing around. Let's see how they get things going. And again, it's just it's been this crazy season of Mike Brown, Doug Christie, Post De'Aaron.
Does it feel a lot like last year, just kind of waiting for this team to catch their footing again?
Man.
Like last season, we literally waited from game 1 till game 82. Never happened.
And it never happened.
But the difference with that is it was just one team that we waited to catch their footing.
Sure.
This is like 3 incarnations.
The third.
So I'm saying it's even tougher now.
Yeah.
Damn.
It could be even tougher, or this new group could settle in. And, you know, I think there's a certain, a lot is being asked of you. Are you up for the challenge? And that's a question those guys have to answer. Zach LaVine, this is where I differ, I think, from Matt and James and other people who might be negative. I think Zach LaVine is a more than capable player to do that, to be a part of that. DeMar has repeatedly this year proven he's that player. Domas can get you 20 and 20 on a night. The question is, can Malik get a grasp of his role? What's Keegan going to look like on a night-to-night basis? How are you working Keon into this? And does Keon have a night offensively? That's a lot of questions. But they all just kind of play into all of this.
Yeah. We'll talk more about that.
It doesn't matter because the Warriors are winning the championship. So,
jeez. Goodness gracious.
We got their next head coach on the roster, too.
Well, man, that was crazy, too, bro. That was.
We will talk about it. Still on KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yep.
Is there anyone like we want to talk to from WWE?
Yeah, Ricky Starks.
We want to run that back?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tell Ricky, come see us. Kyron, Ricky Starks to come in the studio. Yeah, we gotta do that for sure. I'm gonna grab my juice real quick, guys. Hang tight. Hang tight.
I saw Tyler Jennings in there talking about Keon. I can't really find it. There it goes. It says Keon should be playing 30 plus minutes and closing every game. Maybe. I think it's a little bit more situational than you guys make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, It just depends on the game to me. You should be closing out most games. The guy, obviously, I've talked about it. The guy that I would kind of go back and forth would probably be Keegan. In certain situations, like probably DeMar as well. And like Doug did a couple games ago when it was like, all right, it's about 2 possessions here. I'm gonna take DeMar out, call timeout, get it back in for offense. I do a little bit more of that, but I don't think it's just mandatory. That's what you're doing. I like Keon a lot. I think he's one of them dudes on this team. So.
That's my bad.
No, you're good. I got you.
That's my bad.
A couple of professionals over here.
That's all it is.
Back to D'Lo and Casey, the guys are eating.
Megan was like, "Hey, are you going to actually eat free food?" I was like, "No, I'm getting my juice." She was like, "You've never eaten anything before." I was like, "Well, I am hungry."
But you're good. What it does for me, it gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit about Prize Picks.
Oh yeah, get that in.
You know what I mean? Those are my people over at Prize Picks. I actually won a little bit over the weekend. Shout out Buddy Hill. He helped with that. I had him more than 24 in that first round. I think he got like 29 or something like that. He looked like he might do something. He looked like he might win that thing. Okay. And then the second round happened, so it didn't happen. But I had Mac McClung higher than 97 points in the first round. Obviously, he got 100. And I had Cam Johnson. I had him less, so it all worked out. So I had a good little All-Star weekend with the game. Now there's no NBA going on today. That don't stop nothing.
What is going on today? Anything at all?
Well, no, college basketball though.
Okay.
College basketball.
All right.
So I got the lineup going already with college basketball. Where's it at? I had it in just a second. Hold on, man. I got Kobe Johnson. They got him at 8 points. UCLA versus Indiana. UCLA versus Minnesota. They got him at 8 points. And give me Kobe Johnson on that one, man. That's easy work. Jackson Collier, the Michigan State, they're going up against Purdue. 7 rebounds or more or less. I'm gonna go less on that one. And then I'm just keeping it, just keeping it tight today. Miles Bird at Fresno State, 13.5 points. Give me more because Fresno State isn't that good. So that's what you can do. You can get you a college lineup going on. I had Cooper Flagg last night, in his game against Virginia. So, yeah, Prize Picks is the way to go. What you need to remember, though, is you need to make sure you put that promo code KIFM in there with your first $5 lineup. You get $50 instantly. You don't have to win, nothing like that. Just put the promo code KIFM in there. You get $50 instantly no matter what. You must be present in certain states. PrizePicks.com is where you go for more details. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Man, boy got all his catchphrases off. Let's get TC in here. I know TC got some catchphrases to get off. TC, what's up, boy?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up,
Boy,
TC?
TC got some bounce.
Hey, look, hey, underrated what I sent you, man. That's the homie, man, Jivion, man. He underrated.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, but for sure. So look, check it out, Kenny. I got to disagree, bro. So, Kenny, listen, D'Lo, the hard conversation is with DeMar, bro. DeMar, you're coming off the bench, period. You're clutch guy, you're fresh legs, you all like Keon need to start. I tried to turn a blind eye these last couple games watching him and Zach, bro, on the defense because I was so worried about watching Zach to see how he'll start scoring his points. And I've seen that already, bro, when he dropped that 32 before we took off on a break. DeMar has to come off the bench and Keon has to start. Kenny, you know that, bro. Please be honest with yourself. That's all I got.
Oh, man. That was he hit you with a be honest with yourself.
I don't know why Kenny comes on the show every day and lies to himself.
Man.
I disagree, man. At least right now. Look, it may be clear to everybody else, and maybe I'll just be late to the party, but
well, you're just not being honest with yourself.
Not being
apparently.
honest with yourself, but no, I'm not interested in benching DeMar DeRozan or having him come off the bench. Certain situations, we talked about it during the break, certain situations, maybe you go offense, defense, and some stuff late in games. But more times than not, he's going to be in that game at the end of the game.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan, like it's real interesting. I just watch how DeMar DeRozan, I can name on both of my hands how many games he's won in the fourth quarter. And he has an 0 for 7, I guess, in the fourth quarter and overtime in New Orleans. But you got to get him out of here. That's not how this works. More importantly, that's not how this works in an NBA locker room. And that's not how that works with trying to coach somebody. Like, I think a lot of times people talk from, maybe a fan perspective, or I don't know if it's a 2K or a lollipop and sun rays type world, but Doug Christie still got to coach this guy.
Yeah.
Doug Christie got to show this guy a certain level of respect. And if a guy has a bad game, you don't say this is why you need to be benched after he done won 4 or 5 other games for you.
Yeah.
I talked about it the other day with James, and I meant it. This is how you do things as a leader, as a player, as a leader, and as a coach, as a leader. You go to DeMar, or anybody, even if the conversation doesn't even need to happen, to be honest with you. Like, that conversation absolutely don't need to happen. Nothing needs to be said. He's DeMar DeRozan. He's done what he's done. You just move on to the next game. But if there is a conversation that's said, it is 100% from Doug, from Domas, from Malik, from anybody else on that locker room. Hey, keep doing you, big dog. Keep doing you. We know what you can do in here. You get an open look, you take that shot. And I don't know what conversations are said anywhere else, but I'm telling you what conversations go on in a locker room like that. And it sure isn't, hey, pass the ball next time. Hell no. You look at DeMar DeRozan, you be like, I got you next time, big dog. I got you. I'm going to hit you with this open look. Doug Christie going to tell him, you got a shot, you better take it. Didn't he get mad at Keon for that earlier, like when he first started? And he said something about like Keon missed the shot, or he was hesitant to take a shot. And he was like, hey, take the shot. Like, you always take the shot. So now all of a sudden he going to tell DeMar DeRozan, stop shooting? No, bro. No, I don't even mean to sound like that, but that's not how things play in the real world with a guy like DeMar DeRozan. No.
A previous coach might have tried to approach it that way, and he's getting paid for the next 3 years. It doesn't matter. None of this matters because the NBA champion has been decided.
Oh, boy.
Yo, boy. Live. Jason.
I think, we were kind of headed in the wrong direction, thinking we figured it out and never figuring it out this year, throughout the course of this year. And since he's been here, we've walked into every game thinking and believing that we're going to win that game. And that goes a long way in this league. When you walk in the game like, we probably going to lose this game, it's not good. And so he's brought back that belief, and I think we're going to win the championship.
Say that one more time so that everybody here can
say that with your chest.
I didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler III. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship.
Wow.
I think
So
That was nice.
no, it's cute. It's cute. It's cute because it's in front of Warriors fans, and they get to cheer, and
Just like saying, right here in San Francisco, California.
pretty much cheap pop. It's fine. It's the same thing. But it's easy for Draymond because his ass doesn't have to cash that check.
Steph, can you go take this to the bank?
Yeah,
please?
which is why Steph Curry had the reaction that he did. It was like, yeah, I got Draymond on here guaranteeing championships.
Did Steph say something about it too? I missed that.
Oh, you didn't see that?
No,
okay. No, I'll get the clip. No, I don't look. Okay, I could be wrong. I don't think Steph was amused by it.
Oh,
find it.
Look, we say this all the time when somebody says something like that. That's how you're supposed to think. That's right. I don't have any problem with that.
No, I don't.
But
especially in front of your hometown crowd.
But at the same time,
but when you're a scrub,
yeah, like we got.
That's not right. I should.
We got. What's the man's name? Spence. Who's the guy? The guy they got. Spence. Drew Down knows. What's my man's name? Spence, the white guy that came out of nowhere. Is he going out there saying we're gonna win the championship? Like, you don't. There's no need to say that. Why are you saying that? All you got to say is like, man, I feel good about this team. I feel good about this team. That's all you got to say.
He said he don't even
Spencer,
really.
Pat Spencer. Sorry.
Draymond doesn't even believe what he's saying either.
He just be talking. Look at Steph.
I'm excited. I got Draymond on the telecast, guaranteeing we're winning the championship. I love expectations and
he is so
he's
sick of that
for
dude.
sure, but
Oh my
I'm
God,
excited.
he's so sick
I
of
got
it. Watch
Draymond on the telecast, guaranteeing we're winning the championship. I love expectations and having
I
something
hate
to play
that dude.
for.
I love expectations, but I hate that dude.
Yeah,
Poor-
sarcasm detector
Poor
went
Steph
off there.
Curry, man. Poor Steph Curry. Got to deal with that dude.
Oh, man.
He probably called TNT's boss, like, could y'all stop giving him a mic?
Walking off the court, feeling
Please?
nice with his MVP trophy. Hey, by the way, Draymond said you guys will win the title this year. So.
I'm 37 years old. Can I
fight for my
Please.
life out here? Yeah, it was just unnecessary. But all right, Draymond. That's cool. That's fine. Draymond was really like, I'm just gonna say a bunch of things to get a lot of attention this weekend. Like, you know what it was? Like, Draymond really thought, like, they're in my city, I'm hosting, so I gotta do whatever. No, you're not the host.
You're not.
You're not the. That's how he behaves. Like, they're in my city, so
No.
I gotta let me get this microphone. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna stir things up because they're in my city. I'm hosting. No, you're not hosting. Chef Curry is hosting, sir.
Mhm.
But that's how he was talking.
That's
like,
why
I'm hosting.
Steph Curry was playing in the game, and you were wearing a suit, writing checks for Steph Curry to cash.
Well, he's getting ready for his job once he retires.
Oh, bro, that'd be crazy.
Okay. So let me see if I can find that.
That
clip.
would be
Let
crazy.
me see if I can find that clip. Talk amongst
Maybe
yourselves.
get that
'Cause
scumbag Steve Kerr out
I've
of
been
there.
Oh man, that would be.
It's a Jim Park quote, by the way.
That would be
No.
interesting. Jim Park said
Called Steve Kerr a scumbag.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that part. That is live from Jim Park's Twitter.
Who do you think Draymond is talking to when he like who told him? Like, who do you think told him? Oh yeah, you could be the coach, Draymond, if you want to. Oh, he said that?
100% it
Lacob.
was Joe Lacob.
Yes,
Joe Lacob is the one guy who just adores this human being.
That's just an educated guess on my part, but it was Joe Lacob.
Never forget when Draymond Green stopped that trade last year, whatever it was, so it wouldn't ruin the future of the team.
Oh yeah.
Told him, might be better for me, guys, but for the future, we can't do this.
Might be better for me.
That's what bad franchises do. That's what bad franchises.
Afro History Month.
I can't.
Y'all give
find
Draymond
I
no
can't find
credit.
Oh, is that
He's
it?
the Warriors leader. No, he's not.
He's the
Like,
Warriors.
stop with this rhetoric. Like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? That's a serious question. Are you crazy? With a team with Steph Curry on there, you're going to sit up here and say he's the Warriors leader. Are you high? Stop.
Stay off the weed.
Stop.
Oh, this ain't a video. I can't get the video. Sorry. I keep trying to. I keep thinking I find the video, and all I do is I find the quote where he says, "I've already been offered the job to after I retire to be the head coach."
Yeah, that quote was crazy. That was crazy when I read that, and I had to read it twice. Scooter 916, shout out Scooter. It's no ill will for me, but he's right. He's just a successful black man in America.
He is just a successful black man in America. Draymond know how
You want
to
get to the other things Draymond was saying?
Well, so that's the clip I was looking for here because there's an accompanying clip that goes with that. So here's Draymond Green, because when I care about the state of basketball, I asked Draymond Green. Here's what he says. He probably feels there's not enough body slamming and people's elbow drops.
It's not smart basketball no more. I saw a clip not too long ago where Kobe said, like, yo, it's accidental basketball. He couldn't have been more right. It was so refreshing to play against Bron because every possession is like a chess match. But you don't just get that on a regular basis. It's just who can run faster, who can hit more threes. It's no substance.
You can't do any of those.
And so
why'd you kissing the mic?
I think it's very boring. It's not smart basketball.
Hey, look,
this dude calling the game boring
Bruh.
is spectacular.
I like to be honest with you, Draymond, he knows the game of basketball. He has conversations with high-level basketball players, some of the greatest to ever play. I get all that. The hell is this guy even talking about?
Well,
like, what are you talking about? What does this mean? If it goes over my head, it goes over my head. But what are you talking about?
Well, that's kind of what Oscar Robertson is. King's legend.
King's legend.
Well, Draymond said so much. Who cares what Draymond says? He doesn't mean anything. People. This is what I mean. One guy can say this, and one guy can say that. The game is what it is. People either like the game or they don't, and I think people enjoy the game, especially if their team can win. And you look at the basketball, it might be boring to him because if he's not passing the ball to Curry, what is he doing?
I agree. Triple single is
not to single that out because I think he knows how to play basketball, but he passes the ball to Curry more than anyone I've ever seen in basketball. And so it means a lot. So, it might be boring to him at times because of what he's doing. Maybe it is boring when he's out there. He's not shooting a lot. He's not guarding a lot. It's boring. Like Draymond said so much. Who cares?
He kind of went in a little bit.
He knew what he was doing. He had something there.
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone eviscerate someone just so kindly before. He just did it with just like such a soft tone as he was like, yeah, he's been passing the ball to one guy his entire career. Of course it's boring.
He hit with him. He said, yeah, maybe it is boring to him. He's not shooting the ball. He's not defending nobody.
Go back to his clip. He's not running fast. He's not dunking. He's not shooting. Like, yeah, I get why it's boring.
Maybe it's boring to him.
If he can't punch people, kick them in the balls, or stomp on their chest, like, it's just not fun.
Oh, he had the biggest smile on his face when he was going to drop that line the first time.
That dude, man.
Like I said, man, I think Draymond understands the game of basketball at a high level. I ain't trying to disrespect that, but that little boring clip, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You're literally just running your mouth. That's crazy.
That's like the new thing now for the league. The league is boring now to watch, which I don't get. But
yeah, everybody's bored with the game of basketball.
Adam Silver seems to be buying into it though, so that's kind of scary.
Adam's taken some L's.
It's been bad.
Yeah, he's had a tough. He needs to meet with like Olivia Pope or something. He's had a really tough. Like,
go see one of those ghost people and talk to David Stern, bro, because you need help. The whole channel, David Stern's ghost.
Yeah, what are the mediums?
Yeah,
the medium. I can't remember, but yeah, go talk to him. Go talk to him. The other thing about this weekend that I think Jesse touched on it a little bit. I tweeted it out last night. I want to know what you think. Is these guys, these all-stars, these superstars, they act like the last place they want to be is wherever All-Star Weekend is. They act like it is such a chore. It is so dreadful being at All-Star Weekend. That stuff like that, like, oozes off the TV screen, or that energy that they put out there. And now the fans are like, well, why am I caring about this? You guys think this is the worst thing in the world. Like, why do I care? It reminded me a little bit. I think we had this conversation on this show before too, but remember we had that the Sam Darnold to Carolina conversation. We talked about this on the show. I know. We did.
Yeah. I know exactly.
And and during the show, I said, this is stupid. Like, this is stupid. Why are we even talking about this? And the next day in the meeting, you were like, you can't say that. You can't say this is stupid. Why are we talking about it? Because you've just killed it. Like, if you're the one saying that this is ridiculous, why would anybody that's listening care about this topic from us? Like, we can't go back to it now. It's done. And I was like, damn, I never thought about it that way. You're 100%
That's
right.
Before we knew what we were doing, to be clear. But now I'm glad we all learned a lesson. But we were talking about Sam Darnold to the Panthers. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're having show meetings too, which means it was pretty early on.
This is clearly the Danny in San Francisco era.
Yeah.
In my defense, That was pretty stupid.
Yeah, Casey, in hindsight, you were right.
It was dumb.
But the point was, like, if we're trying to hold an audience, or we're trying to, at the very least, not to kill something we could go back to later, you can't say that stuff. And these guys constantly just acting like it's the worst thing in the world to be at All-Star Weekend, to play in this game, to be a part of it. Yeah, they put that energy off to the audience, the viewing audience. And I know we kind of disagree on this. I heard Eddie mention it as well. He kind of saw it the way you did. But I know these guys do a lot. But come on, man. They're not like me driving around the Bay Area looking for a charger, not having a phone charge, like looking for a car charger. I got to drive myself. They're not that. There's a video. I'll post it later when I put my TikTok of the weekend up.
Man, who are you, bro?
TikTok of the weekend. Wow.
Who are you, bro?
You'd like to sponsor.
But I'm going to the game on Sunday.
Hey, look, Kenny Sam Darnold can be a free agent in March.
Coming up at 2:13 with Tristan not being here. We'll talk about Sam.
Oh, that's right. TK will be with us tomorrow. Sorry, go ahead.
But
poor time for that joke.
Had to that's a whole nother thing I got to talk about this. I had to park so damn far away.
Oh, poor thing.
I'm walking to the arena.
And with your credential to get into the All-Star game.
I'm just like LeBron.
Poor baby. Poor baby.
I took my walk though. No. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple. There's still some things.
Boy, your brain is just write it down. No, I got you. I'm all for it.
But I'm walking and I'm like at the corner of where you would go to the arena, and all of a sudden, the cops were out there like, hold on, everybody stop. Don't even pay attention to the crosswalk or anything. They're stopping traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And one motorcycle cop goes by. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We get to, no lie, I'm not exaggerating. We get to like 15.
Mm-hmm.
And I start to think, I was like, is Donald Trump here?
Yep. Because where else would he rather be than San Francisco at the NBA All-Star
But that's why I was like, there's no way he's here.
That would be like 40.
Yeah, right. But I was like, there's no way he's here. And then I was like,
very visible weapons out as they're riding by.
And they were out.
Oh, okay.
And then I was like, no, he's in Daytona. He's not here. I was like, what the hell is going on? Another motorcade or another motorcycle. Then all of a sudden you see the cop cars. There's about 5 of them. And then you see the sprinters.
Jesus, now I'm curious.
Then you see the sprinters.
Uh-huh.
And everything's going on. Traffic was stopped for a good 5 to 7 minutes.
Uh-huh.
It was the Currys.
Oh, I figured. That's the only.
But the whole point is, this is how they go about the weekend.
Yeah, that's not fair.
He's not driving.
No,
he's in the sprinter.
Okay.
I
hear you.
I'm not saying
I hear you.
I'm not saying they do absolutely nothing.
For Steph's the wrong. I know the point of the story was to tell the motorcade story.
Mm-hmm.
Steph is probably the worst example because there probably wasn't a human being in San Francisco busier than Steph Curry.
True.
This past week,
and he was everywhere.
But yeah, exactly. When you're in
the
the city, like I was at the, I got to know Dwight and his crew a little bit in Orlando, and that was maybe the last All-Star game I was at, and I remember talking to his guy, and we're like, "Yo, congrats, All-Star game." And they're like, "Yeah, this sucks." Dwight has to do everything. Like when you're the guy in the city, you don't have the normal appearances that like Cade Cunningham had.
Right.
You have the appearance Cade Cunningham had, the one LeBron had, the one everybody else had, like, and then like 10 other things that none of them have. It's more work for some than it is for others.
That's completely fair.
Like, and I don't mean this to be funny. Like Cade probably didn't have a lot to do in San Francisco. Had work to do. Probably didn't have a lot to do.
Right.
LeBron did. Steph did. Kevin Durant probably did. Like some of those, guys probably had, I'm sure Victor Wembanyama had a million things to do this weekend. I I hear you. It might just be everyone else is on break. Everyone else is in Cancun. Everyone else is in Mexico. Everyone else is, in Jamaica, whatever.
Yeah.
And we got to be here playing a game no one wants to play or whatever.
And I hate to sound like this because this is such a average Joe type thing, but I think it's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
You also get paid a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get $250 million from the NBA, another $100 million or a lifetime contract from Nike, Under Armour, or Adidas. Like you can easily say, I don't want to do All-Star Weekend no more and give all that stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to do that stuff. You don't have to. All those everybody else is off. Everybody else ain't making $300 million. And you could say, you know what? I don't want the responsibility that comes with this contract.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have as normal of an existence as I can. And everything, that'd be your right. But I also know, like, yeah, you got to kiss some babies and, take pictures. You got to go to the Hennessy Arena and sit courtside while the WNBA players come. Yeah, if that's the worst thing you got to do, I think it's a reasonable ask.
I hear you. I get it.
And that's
I get it.
And they act the exact opposite.
I feel like the people who complain the most are one. I don't know how often these guys complain about going to All-Star. And maybe they do it internally, and it's probably, I would think it I'll just keep you. I don't think Cade did.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was probably special for him.
Right.
In about 5 years, it's not going to be as special for Cade anymore.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron's done 20. If LeBron wants to say the night before the game, I'm not playing, or the day of the game, I'm not playing, then, so be it. I know this whole, fans bought, I doubt very many fans bought tickets to get into that. Now, corporate Johnny might have. He might have bought tickets to get in, and he might have bought them for his whole company who didn't know who Dame Lillard was. But did little, Timmy who just wanted to see LeBron James? Yeah, probably not. Then there were some. I'm not saying there are none. There are some, but those are corporate events. Yeah. Every major NBA sponsor was there, and most of them took up the suites in the lower bowl. So
that's facts. I got more thoughts on Chase Center. You hear my
I can't wait to hear those. Yeah. I did see your tweet. You found the landmark. We'll come back.
So wait a minute. I'm about to be stuck.
Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Are you talking about the All-Star game per se? It wasn't empty. It was a little late arriving though. Eventually, like I think all the seats got filled up. I don't know. Maybe they did some tricks with like maybe taking people from upstairs and bringing them down. I just think they're just late arriving. Doing a number of different things. But they eventually were there. No 13th round today in Michigan. 13th round is Wednesday and Friday. Kicking with KC is on Thursdays.
Aldrin, we're back. Better than the Yankees. I know that.
What happened with Rafael Devers? What was that about?
Nothing. Like they didn't tell him that he's probably gonna be DHing this year because Bregman's gonna be playing third. They have Christian Campbell, I think his name is, some prospect. He's probably gonna start at second this year.
Was he not happy about that or something?
Yeah, because he said like he was promised when he signed his contract extension that he'd be playing third, but Cora told him like, yeah, that GM's not here anymore. Alex Cora is right. Like Devers is not the greatest third baseman fielding stuff. Like go ahead and DH, buddy.
Trade him.
No, he's here till like 7 more years. You're gonna be DH. You'll love it.
Devers is your best player.
Best hitter, yeah. Yeah, best player.
Truth. Trade him. Trade him. They lied to you, bro.
Could be the next David Ortiz. Shout out Vlad Guerrero too. He'll be a Red Sox next year.
He's coming to the Bay. That's the one we're gonna get.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Now you guys are gonna start acting like a real franchise.
Well, yeah, we got that.
See, there's fake acting like you guys, there's fake hustle like you guys, and real stuff getting done like the Red Sox now.
Well, we were compromised. We had that mole in the
call it what you
in
want.
there.
We're spending money now. We're back.
No, I'm telling Giants getting Vlad. I'm telling you that right now. Buster Posey know what time it is. Giants getting Vlad.
Maybe Vlad Klitschko, maybe, but not Guerrero.
We getting Vlad, baby. Young Zell, what did Bron do? What happened? Oh yeah, no, I can imagine that. Skills challenge was tough.
Of course, CP3 is going to try and cheat the skills challenge too.
That was crazy.
Like if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be CP3.
That was great. We were was getting ready for the skills challenge. Like we were in there getting ready, and
oh man, I hate it when that happens. KC about to tell the most compelling story ever, and Jesse says, "Too bad, pal.
Too late." Well, it is sports, right? I could say it, but we got some business to attend to.
We definitely do, and that business is our main man.
That's my guy,
Johnny Jennings, and his crew at Made for More Realty, the professional realtors in the area. The real estate bar has been raised. Avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours, Casey.
Shout out to my man, James. He was selling his luxury home in Shingle Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And after interviewing multiple agents, he decided to go with Johnny Jennings because of their Bay Area buyer marketing plan. And he was glad he did. Not only did they get him a record price for his neighborhood, but he also sold for $75,000 over the listing price. Come
man,
on,
that's KC money right there, boy. That's KC money.
I didn't even have a charger.
They sell your well, you did. You just had the wrong one, which is sorry, Steph. Can't come to your party because couldn't charge my phone.
Me saying it directly to Steph.
Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty team will sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They'll sell your home for an average of 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. Expect more, get more with our man Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California DRE, number 019-82171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home.
You imagine someone telling you that? Sorry, couldn't come to your party. Couldn't charge my phone.
Man, that'd be tough.
Sorry, Steph. Sorry, brother.
Maybe next time.
He's gonna go in on you on his Hall of Fame speech too, just like that poor kid that made the high school team over Mike.
Oh man, Mike was a sophomore too, trying to make varsity. They don't be telling you that.
I wonder. He's like, hey, told that man, I want you at my Hall of Fame speech. No, I'm gonna crap all over you, but I want you there to witness it in person.
That is cold game. Cold game, man. Shout out Mike, though. Still the GOAT. Still the GOAT.
Flip flopper.
He's still the GOAT, man. Come on, man.
Flip flopper, bro.
Just wait till LeBron's going on his. LeBron's gonna go on his farewell tour, and you're like, you know what, guys? I think LeBron. It's LeBron, guys.
I never went over there.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said I'm fighting it.
No, you never like definitively
said nostalgia, but I didn't say to go. Still Mike. Still Mike.
Big Show Caraway over here with these guys.
Unbelievable.
Hey, so check this out. Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
Stinks.
I was at the dental office. You know, shout out Bonte. I let him know I'm in the dental office.
Mm-hmm.
I even saw Raymond Ritter. You know, they always talk about Raymond Ritter, the PR guy.
Yeah, the PR guy.
So yeah, Bonte was like, yo, you know what he calls this place? The dental office. I said, yeah, I got a good nap in here.
Mm-hmm.
And Raymond was like, what? Yeah, I said it, Raymond. I got a nap in here. It's a dental office. It is what it is. Now,
no, walk me down this hallway where it's nice and quiet, where the carpet and the pictures are, because that's that boy. Nothing screams ambiance like carpet.
They got the little Thrive City area and all this other stuff. They got some things going on over there. In all seriousness, Chase Center is very nice. They spent a lot of money on it. It is very, very nice. It's just it doesn't feel as comforting as the Golden One Center. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. It's almost too big.
There's no atmosphere there. You know what? Yeah, no.
No, I said no. Whoa! You already started your sentence.
We went back and
You already
reviewed it.
started
At the latest stoppage, we went back and reviewed it. It's a flag on Kenny Caraway.
You already started your sentence.
Nah.
But yeah, it's.
Jesse was waiting to see if the ball went in the hoop.
Yeah,
before he called it.
wait to see if he made the shot or not.
But it is. All right, let me talk about the arena. It's gigantic. The whole space.
Yeah.
It's just a bigger space.
You know what the tough part is too? When you get in the ball, it's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very nice. I love the lighting at the Chase Center on I love the way it looks on television. It's just it's when you go to navigate it that it sucks. It is terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible.
And I'll give them a little credit here as well. They got a lot of, I know people care about this stuff. They got a lot of food spots, and it was never crowded in the walk concourse. It was never crowded.
Huh? Nobody's there.
Well, I was getting this what I was about to say. I was getting ready to go to my seat, for the start of All-Star Saturday night. And they were like, it's like 15 minutes there, 10 minutes, and people were like, "Yeah, getting ready, All-Star Saturday night." And then somebody was like, "Start at 5 or 6." There ain't nobody in here. Like, it was hella empty at 4:49.
Mm-hmm.
Hella empty. But eventually people got in there. But it's just it's not the same. And obviously Sacramento is home. We navigate through that pretty seamlessly. All the ushers were really nice. Like, they show love. You know what I mean? I know them dudes came from Oracle Arena.
Oh yeah,
they came from over there, so they were
okay.
showing love. You know what I mean? It was really cool. But yeah, it's just it's too many dead spots, too many spots where you can't see what's going on. Yeah, it's like I said, the space is a little too big. I don't know. Now, here's one thing that I will say, and I was having conversations about, like, Sacramento doing the All-Star game, right? I don't know if they could do the All-Star game. And I love Sacramento. Just the game, the arena, just that alone. There were so many people there. There were so many people. And Chase Center, like I said, it's a bigger space. So, like, there's a lot of people. You can kind of navigate backstages and stuff like that. I met, backstage Sacramento. Think about all I'm saying it had to be like 2,000 people in that, like on court, like you can go backstage everywhere.
Yeah.
Can you imagine 2,000 people navigating the back of the Golden One Center?
Yeah, it'd be tough. That those hallways are a little thin.
Yeah.
In the Golden One Center.
And then, like, when just seeing all the people that were on the court at the end of Saturday night and the All-Star game, like, I don't know if Sacramento could do it. I really don't. That's being there and seeing it.
Wow.
It kind of I don't know.
It's tough.
I wanted now when I thought about that, though, I was like, well, all right. Yeah, it might be a little difficult, but if Cleveland and Indianapolis and Utah, like Utah, I'm sure the floor level and the backstage area, it can't be no bigger than the Golden One Center. If they were able to do it, then yes, Sacramento can do it. But it was jarring how many people were back there.
Nice save by KC right there. Just
Nah.
dumped all over Sacramento. But hey, if Utah, we all know how we talk about Utah and how I talk about Cleveland. But hey, if those cities can do it,
it was. I said that I was talking to Bonte. I was like, there's a lot of people down here. That's a lot of people.
There's also adjustments you could make. There's areas like, if you recall, not to go, too inside here, that lounge we were in, the company lets us in. That was the media area during the playoffs.
Yeah.
That lounge was.
Yep.
You have to create things like that.
Right.
Like you have to come up with a plan to make you basically have to repurpose your areas.
Yeah.
And save the lounges for the higher end. The Kenny Caraways, the high rollers, and the Lexus Lounge and all those different things that they have down there.
Yeah.
Everywhere you turn at the Golden One Center, there's a new lounge that was there the day before.
That's what I was thinking too. They do build new lounges like every year.
And I mean, Chase has them too. Chase has like one of those setups that they have like at the Golden One Center, where if you have a floor seat, you walk back to a little spot to, grab a drink, go to the bathroom or do whatever. They got those. Those are very, very nice.
Yeah.
Again, secluded, completely walled in.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear LL Cool J for nothing, but had to go get a drink.
Yeah. No, they got them though.
Yeah, they have them, and they're very nice.
And then the other thing, one last thing from All-Star Weekend, and I tweeted about this. I mean, the driving parking situation down there is a monstrosity. Like it is.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's
not good.
Awful. I parked, and I don't have no problem with it because I'm not going to say it, just Jesse know, but I ain't going to say it. Sometimes I park a little ways away from the Golden One Center. So I have no problem walking to an arena, like parking out the way and walking. I parked maybe 10 to 12 blocks away. Like it was a little strike, but that's what I had to do to like get there on time. And then, shout out to my man, Dwayne Deems. He's a San Francisco dude. He cool with me. He's like, bro, we lean heavy on the public transportation. And I get that. But I really feel like they only have one parking garage down there. Could be wrong, but just
there's another one across the street. I don't think either of them are very big though. Like you're going to utilize both of them. Like if you're for an event there, you're going to utilize both of them.
I felt like maybe both of them might have like combined 5,000 spaces.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's a different animal down there though. But how'd you like Thrive City? Yeah, exactly. All right.
Thrive City. Thrive City, cool. If you're a Warriors fan, I guess it's cool. Yep. They got some the bars. I didn't get to go to the new sports bar they have, which is called Splash. That was shut down the whole weekend for Steph. They had like podcasts there.
Oh, okay.
Stuff like that. And that looks fire. That actually does look pretty fire. Like I've seen it on Instagram. But I didn't get the chance to go there. They got a dumpling spot.
Great
they got
name. Splash is a great name.
It looks fire. I do like that they have the big screen out in front. That's really cool. Although they don't use it the right way as far as like letting people watch out there. It's so like corporate, like how you get to watch out there. It's not the same. But Thrive City's all right. It ain't Doco, bro. It ain't Doco. Like that. If the All-Star game was in Sacramento, then Doco would be on fire.
No,
it'd be on fire. It'd be so dope.
Too bad you said the little old G1C couldn't handle it though.
Well, I didn't say that per se. I said I couldn't imagine. Now Uncle V will find a way. But as is, poor Doug and Reggie, they be fighting for their life. Oh
man, yeah.
They be fighting for their life, trying to keep Mr. Fab off the court.
Those Golden One Center hallways are like the ones in Austin Powers when he gets stuck trying to drive that cart.
Yeah.
That'd be tough, man.
Well, we know the Golden One Center people, they ain't scared to throw people out of the building, no. Mr. Fab or whoever.
They do what they need to do.
Get on the floor.
Yeah, they do what they need
They'd
to
snatch Kevin Hart off. He's part of the show. They'd be like, hey, get your ass out of here.
And mind you, one more time for that situation. Nobody asked for Kevin Hart. Nobody asked for him. I'm not sure. That was awful.
Kevin Hart, Kevin Hart's been in the game a couple decades at this point. close to it.
Yeah.
I mean, like in the forefront, like of being, bro. We get it. You're short. Like the whole like WNBA bit was like, this is the corniest thing I've ever seen. Did they just figure out who Kevin Hart is? Did Kevin Hart just learn that he's short? Like, and I get like poking fun. It's like, okay, so this is what we're doing every time.
Right.
Every time. Because you do the bit with The Rock. It's the same bit. Right. Now you're doing it with the Angel Reese. All right, dog. I don't know. I know there are people who like Kevin Hart. I just don't care.
And I definitely
he does not make it. He does not make me want to tune into something.
Yeah, I'll watch I'll if Netflix announces a Kevin Hart comedy special, while I'm not a fan of his, I'll check it out. I don't need to see him on the All-Star game. Like if he's in his arena, a comedy special, like, all right, I'll see what he's talking about. In my arena, the NBA? Nah, bro. No. Not interested. I sat there. He got to talking and I said, nobody asked for this. Why? Why is he here?
I did think the commercial where he talks about LeBron James pulling butterscotch candy out of his pocket to give to rookies or whatever it was. That was funny. That was funny. And that looked like a shoot because everyone laughed. And it was like, I think we're just going to keep this and make this commercial because it was funny.
Yeah, he has moments.
But but
they're far and few between.
It's what it feels like. That's what it feels like.
Can't wait for to come to Sacramento, though.
Hard Rock Live.
Well, no.
The venue.
The All-Star game.
Oh, the All-Star game. Yeah. You don't want I thought you were talking about Kevin Hart.
No.
I think Kevin Hart's the venue.
He is, yeah, he is.
No, you already said you don't want the All-Star
game.
No.
That's not what I said.
You said we can't handle it.
No, I said I can't imagine
I think if you
it.
run the tape back, I think it said little bitch-ass Sacramento can't handle the NBA All-Star game like the big boys in the Bay Area.
He couldn't imagine. It was so bad he couldn't imagine.
There was so many people is what I said. I couldn't imagine. Now, I do wonder if it was in Sacramento, would you get a different crowd?
Sell out.
Meaning what?
The people that are watching, the people that are in attendance. Somebody said, I don't know how accurate it is. They were like, it was 1,200 to get in the building on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, would you get maybe a more raucous, into it type of crowd in Sacramento? We know it's a corporate event, but would the true basketball fans be able to find their way into the building?
I don't think so. No, because remember, it's like you've got I think all All-Star games are the same because it's the the new NBC executives want to be there for it. The TNT executives are going to be there for it. Netflix wants to come see it because they want to do more with you. So they got all their people, and then Starry and all of the big sponsors. They're there with their people. Like it is. I think you can say comfortably 80% league and corporate sponsors.
It's just like the Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm kind of making the number up, but I feel like that's an educated guess. Yes.
Like it's
exactly like
here,
the Super Bowl.
Fans.
The difference is the Super Bowl is there's a lot more.
Yeah.
You could fill a lot more. So it's like if you said, oh no, there's 40,000 fans at the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 30,000 executives.
Yeah.
And the ticket will be just as much to get in.
I think if the NBA was smart, they should take. I don't want to go too much. I don't want to go crazy, but I'd say 500, maybe 1,000, and give them to like borderline have a kids' day. Because what you would do, even if you put them up at the top, like you can put them up they don't have to be on the lower level. We'll put them at the top. But the noise them kids be making, it will feel maybe in the arena and watching it on TV like more people are into it than what really are. It's only 500 boys and girls club kids that are there. But, man, they'll fan out for all this stuff. And if somebody does a dunk or hits a three, the noise they'll make will present as if maybe more people were into it. Was I here? I can't remember. It's been so long since we started the show. Was it on here when I talked about somebody called Damian Lillard Jason Lillard?
Nope, that will air at 6:00 on KSFM. Way to break kayfabe over here, but it's fine. It's good. No, none of this is real.
This is not taped in front of a live audience.
It's all the work. It's all the work. This whole damn.
We're live, pal.
This whole damn setup is a work. Man.
Yeah, your boy's having a day.
No, Kane and Undertaker aren't really brothers either.
First step party.
Jeez.
Now this.
You guys didn't hear that. You didn't hear that.
No, but tune in to 102.5. If I remember right, it's about 6:50.
Oh man, I couldn't remember that one.
Such frauds. Such frauds.
Just exposed the business at 10 times.
The whole business. Just scream, drop down, tackle, get it again, right in the middle of the ring. John Cena.
Yeah. I was going to say, you know what's hilarious?
John Cena calling spots.
Bro, there's one where he's with Shinsuke and he's all, Shinsuke, now! And he yells it like everyone can hear him.
Oh,
it's still not as funny as Eddie Guerrero yelling, where the F is Vicky?
Just chilling at the top of the ladder.
Like a minute later, Vicky comes out.
Yeah, man. But no, that's the truth. That really happened. They have like one of those scoreboard
cam things.
Hey, win prizes if you can name this player, this player, this player. And somebody lower bowl had the nerve to had a Cena way, had the nerve to had a all-star jersey on. And Damian Lillard comes up and, oh, yeah, that's Jason Lillard.
Oh,
Jason Lillard.
Man.
Like, oh my gosh, bro. So that's the type of people that are at those games.
Yeah.
Which
it is.
Sucks.
It is. Oh man, you listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento, 98.5, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well, wherever you at. Appreciate you so much for hanging out with us. Normally, Trista Crick with us here at this time. She is in Las Vegas handling some business, as hopefully you saw. She guest hosted It Is What It Is this morning. She's going to do it again tomorrow. And then the plan is for her to tap in with us tomorrow. We'll get all that worked out, though.
What did they call her before they call her? Because Stat Baby is the regular host, and they called Statistical Girl. I think
that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, they was calling her a lot today.
No, that clip was crazy.
They was calling her a lot today.
That clip was crazy, bro.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Manny on the line. Manny, what's happening?
What's up, y'all? Hey, I heard we were talking about in Discord on Saturday. They also had the Chinese New Year, the parade at the same time.
The lunar, yeah.
So they were saying it was empty because it's a free event, right? Like people don't go to the free event before having to pay ridiculous prices to go see, those events are cool, but like, man, that's cost efficient right there. I don't know why they didn't just change the date of that a weekend or something. Just didn't make any sense. But
neither did the start of this phone call. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Oh no, man.
Oh no, man.
All right.
But tomorrow night.
Nah.
You call
nope.
tomorrow.
Yeah. No, I don't want to. I don't even want to hear it from you.
Yeah, tap in tomorrow.
I want the host to call.
She's gonna call tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, all right.
He knows what he's doing.
I'll let you get your stuff off as the EP. So go ahead.
Well, pause. But tomorrow night it's all women. Coach Molly, Jill Adge, Simone, hosted by Katrina. It's gonna be a fabulous show. I can't wait to hear it. So everybody tune in tomorrow, ESPN 1320, YouTube, and Twitch.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Manny.
Shout out,
Appreciate
Manny.
you. I want that call tomorrow, Katrina.
Yes, 100%. Manny brings up a kind of a good point. It's related. Yeah, no, he did. It's related because I was thinking about next year.
Mm-hmm.
And
LA?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
NBA's got to get this off of Valentine's.
Mm.
Saturday,
is it
All-Star
next
Saturday
year?
night is Valentine's Day.
Man.
Now, I
Gotta
know
stop
this is
doing
something
that.
that you got to deal with once every, because it's 3 days.
Well, they've moved
Maybe-
it because, yeah, no.
Because
it'd just be on the
Valentine's
weekends.
is,
Yeah.
So you got to deal with it once every
Yeah.
5 years or something like that.
Right.
But man, make way for those
We've
years.
got couples. Yeah.
Yeah, like
right.
you can the calendar is the same. Like we can see the calendar 5 years from now.
Mhm.
Get your All-Star weekend off of Valentine's Day weekend.
The NBA
that's
hates,
kind of tough.
The NBA hates love.
Valentine's Day is not a holiday you need to work around.
Man,
Nah,
no,
I think it
hey,
is.
hey,
Well, you'll know.
okay.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you got a little
I've
time.
been in the game for 11
All right,
years.
buddy.
I've
No,
been in
go.
a relationship for a while. Like I
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
don't worry. I've been here for a while.
It's a little time. I'm gonna tell you like this. It doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Jesse's like, I've had relationships longer than you have, jackass.
I've been
Shut
here
up.
for we're all good here. I've been doing this for a minute too.
It's maybe a small situation, but if I was Adam Silver, I'd take it seriously. I get this off of Valentine's Day weekend.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be the following weekend.
Just take your partner to the game. No worries.
Half of them don't like basketball.
Well, how like you don't get credentialed +1.
Babe, I gotta work. Sorry.
Yeah. Me, KC, and Sam Amick and our significant others just roaming around the All-Star game. Like,
and tell her, oh no, I spent $3,000 to take us to All-Star Saturday night.
Man,
she gonna be like, what?
No.
I'm not saying I do that, but you guys can do that.
No, Quavo's here and Kevin Hart.
See him down there? Put the zoom in on
Right
your
there.
camera.
Yeah, right there. You got the iPhone 16, right? Do the super zoom. You'll see it.
You're gonna love the skills competition.
No flowers, no jewelry, no bags, no nothing.
3 racks to go sit in the nosebleeds. Nah, get this thing off of Valentine's Day.
That better be a ticket with a Louis Vuitton logo on it if it's 3 racks. Goodness gracious.
Somebody real quick in the chat, they say the Super Bowl in 2027 is on Valentine's Day. Nobody will care. They'll be watching the Super Bowl. Yeah. The NFL doesn't have to
Damn,
worry
that's
about it.
hella late.
That is late.
February 14th?
What was it this year? 8th? Yeah, it was the 8th.
Why does it keep getting later? Oh, they're planning for the extended season.
There's that.
That's
too.
what- oh, yeah. By the way, no, we had no idea. It's an 18-game season now. We're going to 19 weeks. Sorry, guys.
They did already got the Super Bowl plan. We didn't know
No,
we
we
were
had
going
no
to do
idea. It's just it worked out. It just worked out. We'll come back. Yeah, imagine Valentine's Day. Oh yeah, we're gonna listen to Draymond Green. Goodness gracious, we'll come back. Man, it appears there's some WNBA franchises on the way. Further reminder, we ain't getting one. And the Mavericks burial of Luka Doncic continues. This is fascinating to watch unfold in real time. We'll talk about that. Jason Jones, the final hour of the show. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Rob Manford says Sutter Health Park will be, quote, as close to a big league facility as possible.
Good enough for me.
I'll take it.
Last I heard, they were melting at second base.
Yeah, I will take it. Says they're still on track to be in Vegas by 2028.
Disagree.
Yeah, that's not happening by 2028. I think we did this game before. I got 5 years in Sacramento. If they don't just stay. But I got 5 years.
Let's see what they're doing at the house. Oh, come on. Trying to show y'all the backyard. There were a gang of people working out there today, but I can't get it to open. Oh, they're still out there working. All right, the deck's getting set. The deck's getting set. My mom's texting me. The deck's getting set. Yeah, we got it. They filled the trenches and leveled everything out. And
crazy, D'Lo's got an infinity pool coming.
the cement, that is not an infinity pool.
Wow.
The cement is on the way.
Point.
I'm so excited all them damn trenches are filled up.
When's that supposed to be ready?
I'm hoping in like 6 weeks at the latest. I'm hoping. But yeah, they got a gang of work done today. I can't wait for that concrete to go down and it look like a backyard again. Nine 916-909-1320. If you want to get in and talk. If not, it's cool. We're still basking in Kenny's glorious weekend at All-Star Saturday night where he told Steph Curry to go to hell. He didn't want to party with him.
It's not what happened. People will believe you if you say that.
Well, it's
Steph
exactly
asked
what
him,
happened.
Hey, can you come to my party? And then KC gave him the double birds.
KC was like, sorry, bro, got to charge my phone. Which is like, I guess, the 2025 equivalent of like, I got to wash my hair.
I bet you they had charges at Steph's party.
Probably so.
They were probably a part of the like $5,000 gift bag they gave people.
I didn't get one of those, or I wouldn't have.
You would have.
They
Vontae got one. He had the Cartier joint on today. I
Vontae-
saw him. I just happened to see it.
Vontae Hill.
They give out those
Mayor of
kind of
San
gifts at those
Francisco.
parties or what?
Nah, I'm making.
Oh,
I'm sure he did.
I know D'Lo's lived a good life, so.
No, certainly hasn't been bad. It hasn't been bad.
Yeah, shout out to Bonte though, the mayor of San Francisco. Bonte, everywhere we went. Hey, Bonte, what up?
I did read. I don't remember if it was on Hoops Hype or what I was reading. Yeah, Vontae Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking to Joe Lacob about such and such.
I walked past them in the the hallways while the conversation was going on.
Nice.
Joe
Nice.
Lacob just talking to Bonte Hill
On camera?
I don't
Or
think it was
just hanging
on
out?
camera.
Oh, okay.
I think it was one of those. Hey, can I talk to you real quick for a story I'm doing? I think it was one of those. We told him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shut up. Oh, real quick. Did you see the video of what was going on, bro? I was so disturbed. You saw who was at the games and who they were just like, yeah, let's just make this a great time out. Here, throw the shirts into the crowd. You see it, Jesse?
No.
Them dogs was out there.
Oh, yeah, you should have kicked that thing over or something.
Bro, it was looking like a train
The robot
killer.
dogs. The robot dogs.
It was looking like a train killer.
Oh,
yeah.
It looked like, I said, bro, people were like, oh, can I pet it? I said, don't touch that thing, man.
Can you pet a robot?
They did. I got
People-
the video. They did it. It's on the Twitter. It didn't. Bro, I didn't like
Stop
it.
acting like those things are normal. Don't pet the robot. Don't do none of that.
It was. And then they had them throwing the t-shirts out, bro. So they go from being a dog to being able to throw a t-shirt out.
Oh, let a t-shirt hit me in the face. I will sue a robot.
This is crazy, man. I said, it was looking like a train killer.
Shut up.
It was looking like.
Hold on. Down, Jake. I just wanted to point this out. I'm dressing like this.
Oh, game one.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Coach is cooking right here. I could do
can't
this.
Wait. And
the little I got you, Coach. I
yeah.
see you.
And,
all right.
And you know they got a
I'm doing that.
Shout out to Jazz because she found it. You know they got the hat bar where you can create your own hat.
I did
think
not.
it's out this way, or no, maybe it's in Folsom.
I did
Folsom.
not know there was a hat bar.
I'm gonna make my hat. It's gonna be on and popping.
Oh, look at this dude. This dude was just retweeting Michael Jordan stuff all weekend.
Wait, what?
No, I see. It's not you good.
Wait, was it
his
really?
birthday yesterday.
That was good.
It was his birthday. What am I supposed to do? On December 31st, I'll retweet LeBron. He ain't gonna be the GOAT.
I don't think you did.
He ain't gonna be the GOAT, but
I'll retweet him. There's another Michael Jordan retweet.
Yeah, it was his birthday. It's the GOAT's birthday. Show some respect.
Man, you tweet a lot. Oh.
Yeah, bro. Come on, man.
Oh no.
There's got to be like a kill switch on these things, right?
They probably just didn't.
Oh, absolutely not.
Come on, man. Look at him.
Like, what are you petting? It's metal.
Watch
what
this guy.
is-
This guy comes up over here on the other side. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna pet it real quick." I said, "Bro, that's a
No,
trained
you're a
killer.
jackass.
That's a trained killer. Leave that thing alone."
I
man.
hope it bites you.
Watch him. Look at him. Look, he's about to do it right now. Oh, let me pet him.
Oh, this
Bro,
look at
leave him
this
alone,
idiot.
bro.
Man, what it?
That looks like.
And watch him.
But I'm gonna be
Watch him.
honest.
Watch him transform.
I'm
Look,
gonna
in the
be
kill
honest.
mode.
Oh man, his skin looks too dark to do something that stupid. Who's that right there? Oh, this is terrible. This is awful.
I ain't like that at all. I would look. This is what I did for the people. Man.
I'm with you.
got
Those
this,
are like
I got
what
this
is
footage?
What is the purpose of this? Like, why does this exist? What does this do?
The people at Boston Dynamics never had friends, bro. Because like, what are you making robots for? Go
Is
talk
it
to
a
people.
walking
Go talk to
t-shirt? Man,
people.
look at this jackass. I want to punch that person in the face so bad. I want to punch that human being so bad. He just petted it. Bro, that's your car. You just petted your car if your car was trained to murder you.
Bro, I didn't want nothing to do with this. This was
It's
borderline
absurd.
terrifying to see.
That's
Because at any
ridiculous.
moment, they could have just, switched that right there. It could have been something different.
Man, you should have kicked it.
And it come after me.
Ran.
Yeah, what if it bites KC or something?
Well, I don't think it would have bit him. I think it would have.
We don't know what it could do
him.
because
It
it's a
would have
robot.
changed into like
There's-
a semi-automatic.
There's no way that a bullet doesn't fly out of that thing right there.
It's a missile launcher.
It
Right
got
there.
it got the nerve to have a little NBA logo on it.
The stance too is like it's ready to just jump.
Look at that's Draymond Green right there. He got a Warriors logo on. It's Draymond Green.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
This
And even
is-
being that
this
close
is
to him, I
nuts.
didn't like. I was like,
Why
nah,
it
I
looked
don't
like that cop was giving it water or whoever. Like, watch it again. It doesn't look like he's giving it the robot water.
Get a water break.
KC Tucker in the chat
This is terrible.
says those things are super cool. It's literally robotic engineers doing whatever they want. They're fully remote controlled. Yeah, whatever.
Yep,
That's
cool.
Robot
Yep.
PR already
Yeah.
starting.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Watch that thing turn on you and see how cool it'll be at that point.
that is awful.
It'll be cool when it's ripping your face off.
Have you never seen a movie before?
Starring Will Smith.
I'm
Oh,
tell-
what's this video?
tell-
Oh yeah, this
what?
one was crazy.
No, what's
yeah,
this
Yeah.
All right, come on,
This
man.
looks
What we
like
talking
what's-
about?
I'm just look at man. Look at all them people down there.
That guy in the green sweater's got one of those
Come on,
brands that I
man.
can't pronounce.
There go Mr.
Man.
Fab. There go Too Short. There go Richie Rich. Shout out Richie Rich.
Man, Richie
man.
Rich still getting on the floor at the All-Star game. Good
Yeah,
for
man.
him.
He was out there with G. There goes Sweetie somewhere in there. Sweetie was in
Man,
there.
look at they all got on clothes that Kenny wears. Look at the brands they got on. Those are all the same clothes Kenny wears.
Look, you wear them too? What are you
That's
talking
crazy.
about?
I'm wearing an actively black shirt. I'm supporting
What are we
black-owned
talking
businesses.
about? There were a gang of people.
Too short. Can go
There were a gang of people. There's a lot of
And
people.
you was
there.
right down there with him. Look at just hanging out, having fun. What other videos can we find?
I think that's about it. Oh, I got the Mac McClung.
We got. Oh man, we haven't
That
even talked.
was-
Now
That
that's
was crazy. I thought he was going to hurt himself.
Oh yeah, after
That-
after the first attempt, I was scared for his life.
that man absolutely jumped over a car.
I thought he was going to hurt himself. I said, bro, don't do this.
He did not Blake Griffin this thing.
I
He
s-
jumped
I
over the
said-
car.
I said after the first, I said, you don't have to, bro. It's a dunk contest, man. You don't have to do this, man.
Tell me they don't care.
You
Tell
don't
me these
have
guys
to
don't
do
care.
this.
Also, for the dunk, we got to get the Andre Jacksons of the world out of there.
Well,
they can't handle
see,
the
them
moment.
lights got a little
yeah,
different.
they can't handle the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
And I know people talk about it was. You want to talk about a pop? He had to. Kenny Smith be talking about like he got the crowd in the palm of his hands. No, they were on edge for everything he did. Oh my goodness.
literally jumped over the car.
What did hold on,
Didn't
stop,
pull
stop,
his
don't
stupid little
stop.
Kia out
What did Blake Griffin jump over?
the hood.
Of
It's
what?
still
The hood of what?
car.
The hood of what? The hood of
he
what?
jumped over the smallest part of the car.
So he jumped over a
the
car.
lowest part of the car. So
He did, but there's
no, he
levels
didn't.
to it.
He did not.
There
jump
is
over the
levels
car.
to it.
He
jumped
didn't
over,
jump
yes.
over the car. No, he didn't.
When he jumped over some
over the hood.
imagination?
He jumped over the hood. That's not the car. My man jumped
That's
over the
not-
car.
That's not how that works. If you got hit by the hood of a car, what would you say? I got hit by a car.
Yeah, exactly.
So he
I got hit
did-
by the hood this
so
morning.
In
What
your,
does that
in,
mean?
no, in your two little simpleton brains, he did the same thing Blake did.
No,
No,
there's
that's
levels.
not. We're
No,
not
okay.
saying
There's
that. We're not
levels.
saying
Yeah.
that.
He jumped
Yeah.
over a car, but there's
And-
levels.
Yeah,
See?
and Blake is on a
you're
rookie
gaslighting
level.
us right now.
Blake is on a rookie level that shouldn't be even referenced
That's
with this.
fair.
dunk.
That's
That's
fine.
fair.
That's fine.
Because this is different.
That poor kid probably had to pay for that car. Get it rolled out there.
It's actually
This is
his car.
different. Did you see the videos that were going on with him practicing this?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, he was at like a hardwood palace, like working on this dunk and jumping over the car. Like that's crazy, man. That is what he's able to do is insane. Insane.
Well, it's wild. He gets it all done on the first try too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, the Austin Jackson, it's different. Bro.
Yeah, no.
It's different. Now, Austin Jackson was the one who, remember that dunk he had against the Kings?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Mhm.
him. So you
Mhm.
know he got it
Mhm.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's different, bro. It's different under the lights in that situation. It's different. Stephon Castle did a good job too.
He was
His
nice.
dunks were
Yeah,
nasty.
he was nice.
After watching it, you don't need stars, but you do need names, I think. Like stuff like you can get like a rookie who's kind of tearing it up this year, like a Stephon Castle type is fine. Mac McClung can come back every year because he's just great. But if you get like some names or whatever, I think you could fix the dunk contest that way.
The stars are the
The dunk
icing on the
contest
cake.
is never going to be fixed. We're on like 2 decades of this. Like the dunk contest
Well,
is
we're not
back.
on
Well, it wasn't like
decades.
bad when
Yeah,
Aaron Gordon and
16
Zach Levine
16
did
wasn't-
it.
Yeah, it was only
It's just
9
you
years
need
ago.
just
Yeah,
get
that's-
the right people in there.
Yeah. So what happened in 15 or
Zach Levine
14
won
or
in
13? Like you remember the one. It's the outlier.
I
It's
remember-
not the outlier. I mean, well, the Blake was there. Blake did cool.
And Nate
Mm,
Robinson
that was
versus
cool.
Dwight,
Nate
and then
Robinson.
Blake was after
You
that.
don't need. I'm a true believer, and this is the same with the game. You don't need everyone to be great. Like you don't need that. It could be one every 4 years is like this all-time one. That's fine. That you can't go a decade without a great one. And once again, like Mac is 3 years of like
He
going
can
crazy.
go. Yeah, his dunks are not trash.
Mac is a top 5 dunker of all time. It's not
Mhm.
dunk contest dunker of all time.
Mhm.
And he's giving you 3 straight years of that.
We could just get the brother on an NBA roster.
Well, I was talking to some people and they're like, yeah, he does all this, without any dribbles or anything. I said, he can't. That's why he's not, that's why he's not in the league.
Also, too, like
He can't dribble twice.
when these dunks are going down, maybe when it happens, they'll be, oh yeah, that was great. We've seen that before, though. Like, yeah, it's been 30 years of the dunk contest. Just let
Well,
them
so
be.
here's what really should happen with the league is stop employing old bitter people to talk about it.
Not wrong.
You
there.
have notes. You have notes about how the NBA people are constantly looking for a reason to complain about the NBA.
Yes.
The source of this issue is inside the NBA. It is that beloved crew that everyone loves so much.
I disagree.
They spend so much time trashing the league and trashing the players that it reverberates.
I disagree.
That's fine.
I think and I'm not saying they don't do that from time to time. I think it's more so the people who cover the sports, I'll just say the nerds. It's not just the nerds. It's not just the nerds. But there are so many people like no shots, but I'm going to use him as an example. James will tell you so much how useless Zach Levine is. Instead of saying like, "Oh, this dude is kind of great at what does he have flaws or does he have things he needs to work on or anything?" Sure, but between his contract and him not playing defense, he'll spend more time telling you how bad Zach Levine is at basketball than saying like, "Yo, you get to watch Zach Levine tonight." And I think that happens all throughout people who cover this game, is they spend so much time. Like how many conversations have you seen, think pieces have you seen, tweets have you seen about how bad Bradley Beal is because of his contract and he can't do this and that. And they just spend so much time talking about how sorry and useless and he's not a winner, Kyle Kuzma and all these other, like that. They spend more time on that than like, yo, this guy's good at basketball. I think that's what kills the NBA. The people who actually cover it and tell you how sorry somebody is more times than not.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I just said. Those are the biggest names in the media industry. We can look at Shaq like Shaq can pretend like he's not a member of the media. He is. Charles Barkley can, these media dummies. Bro, you're the biggest media member in professional basketball, maybe professional sports. What are you talking about? That show has spearheaded this negative perception of the NBA. Street clothes. That was inside the NBA. Shaq ain't met a 7-footer he hasn't criticized, except maybe Wemby. And I'm sure he criticized Wemby, and I just tuned out that night. Like, everyone is soft. Everyone's a baby. Everyone cries too much. Everyone does this. Everyone changes teams. They're afraid of competition. Everyone doesn't do this for the All-Star game. Back in my day is the lowest freaking form of a conversation starter you can have. And that's what those guys start. Hey, Chuck, remember when it's the same thing as back in my day. It's the same thing. And those guys here, those guys in the league here, it infests every other, with all due respect to whatever nerd who covers the sport that you're talking about, or group of nerds. They don't have the impact that they do, and they might take their cues from them. What they talk about on Inside last night, Anthony Davis missing games. That's a big topic of conversation. I'm going to write an article on that. Zach LaVine stinks. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. Well, I'll cover that.
I think those guys, when they do it, it's excessive. I think more times than not with those players, they're more positive than
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think they're more like, when I'll put it to you like this: when they say something bad about De'Aaron Fox, when they say anything bad about Domantas Sabonis, there's like 2 or 3 guys that they get on continuously. But when do they say anything bad about Ja Morant? When do they say anything bad about Donovan Mitchell? Like, we can go down. It's Anthony Davis. It's Joel Embiid.
But do they also have conversations about, like, these players today are soft.
Yeah, they have those conversations. Yes.
That's all encompassing. Yeah. Well, now maybe it's not a direct shot at Donovan Mitchell or a direct shot at De'Aaron Fox or Domantas or DeMar, whoever. But it's a line that encompasses it's a line that encompasses all of the players in the league.
But it's like one of those.
They might be talking about 2 guys that they just watched, but that's not what they said. And these guys today are soft. All right, man. If you say it every Thursday, if you say it every Tuesday and Thursday, if you say it every time you're on television, at some point, if I get home and my girl tells me I'm ugly every day, at some point I'm gonna be like, man, I am not a very good looking individual.
Yeah,
that's what they do with this league, in my opinion.
I don't think they do it as much as you say they do, and they don't call Bradley Beal useless because he made $50 million. Like, that's not. Ain't nobody taking no cue from inside the NBA to say that. And that's the thought. Bradley Beal, because that's the other thing, and maybe they partake in this a little bit too. People equate whether somebody is good or not to the amount of money they make. So they'd be like, oh,
that's true.
Bradley Beal, if Bradley Beal is making $11 million, sure, it'd be great. But the fact that he's making 50, like, he's not worth that, or he's no good, or he can't do this and that and this and that. They start to find reasons. We talked about it with De'Aaron Fox. Like, right now, it's relatively all good with De'Aaron Fox because he's not making a certain amount of money. Once he starts making a certain amount of money, then you're going to people start depicting what he can't do and what he's not good at as a reason as to why he's not worth the money he's making. And like I said, there's not enough of people kind of talking about the things that the people can do and how to work around.
I agree with that.
And if they do have shortcomings, all right, we got to account for that, and we'll figure out some things that account for that. But that's the forefront every time, as opposed to, and it feels like that's just like what it is with the NBA. Do you think that goes into other sports? Like nobody really even talks about MLB, but NFL, I know they'll talk about quarterbacks in a way, like you can't win with this guy, but nobody's like, oh man, the Browns can't win because that tight end, you just can't win with them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't talk about the NFL like that.
No, but no, they don't. I don't think they talk in the NBA like that. Like
they talk about somebody not a winning player all the time.
Yeah, but it would be the equivalent of the quarterback. It's not
true.
It's not Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray's the tight end.
But Zach LaVine not the quarterback, right? Like if
no, I don't think that he is.
DeMontis Sabonis is the quarterback, or even DeMar DeRozan's not the quarterback, right? Like even when Fox was here, even when Fox was here, it was Fox, Sabonis,
right.
People were still like, you got to get DeRozan to the bench. He's shown you he's not a winning player.
Okay, man, who said that though?
No, I'm not even thinking of one person in particular. I'm just saying, just a random Kings conversation.
Well, that's an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You can have an opinion, but random Kings conversation opinion is different than a 10-minute conversation after a Kings game on Inside the NBA. Mm-hmm. And that helps influence. I mean, it's guys like them. It's Stephen A really isn't that different. Stephen A is highly critical of everyone to ever live. Like LeBron didn't play the All-Star games. So what? It was worth 30 minutes of your show because he didn't play the All-Star game. Like it's just a constant barrage of this player is this player is this, and this is normally something negative. And there aren't a lot of, man, Steph Curry or De'Aaron Fox. I wasn't familiar with that brother's game. There aren't very many of those, except when Stephen A clearly sees a player for the very first time 7 years into his career, 6 years into his career, or whatever it was. That's it. There aren't very many of those moments.
Yeah.
And perhaps worst of all, as well as I know, those moments don't go viral.
True.
Street clothes goes viral.
Right.
That's why those social media managers cut them. Mm-hmm. Engagement. Look what we did.
Well, and
not saying we're above that.
And to be fair to those shows, because we've had this conversation before, like the super controversial ones or the outlandish ones, ESPN isn't necessarily cutting those. Like you'll see that from awful announcing and be like, look what was on the show today.
No, the show. I mean, they have social media managers that will cut that stuff.
Yeah. But when Stephen A says, I'd be mad if I was Serena Williams' husband about all that. First Take ain't cutting that. That's awful announcers saying, look at what he said today.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, but I agree with you. I think it's all encompassing. Like they're maybe the leaders or the forefront of it, but with the NBA in particular, there's just so much talk about like how sorry some player is or how they're not worth this or all their shortcomings. And I just don't know why that's the case in the NBA so much.
I don't either.
Even the league itself, like nobody talks about the Pro Bowl. Like this is just stupid. Like it just happens.
I don't think there's an investment in the Pro Bowl either.
Fair.
Like there's a very obvious investment in the NBA All-Star game. It's part of sales packages, right? It's part of the presentation of the NBA. The Pro Bowl's not.
That's fair.
The Pro Bowl is just get to the Super Bowl, basically.
Absolutely fair. And MLB All-Star game, which I love. Guys be leaving after one at bat. They leave the stadium. Giancarlo Stanton will have an at bat and be subbed out the next inning and just be gone. And nobody is, well, I shouldn't say nobody. There are people who are like, I wish they would play the whole game like they used to or something like that. So it does happen. But I don't think it's to the degree. Nobody's saying get rid of the MLB All-Star game. It's useless. I don't know. I think people are hyper critical of the NBA.
I agree with that, which is weird.
Yeah. I just try to figure out why. And I don't know why. Is it safe to say is it the second biggest league in the world?
Well,
Do you think
I never know how to
NBA
incorporate soccer?
You think the
into that.
NBA is? Yeah, that's
I
the
would
thing
say
I always
probably
think
not
of.
in the country. Absolutely, in the world, I don't know how to incorporate soccer into that. So my guess, just a guess, would be it's not.
You think the NBA is bigger than NFL globally?
No, I don't think so. I think the gambling fantasy aspect is just too high. The 17, 18-week attention span is too easy.
Well, no. So globally, you think they have it like that? Like in China, you think they care about the NBA more or the NFL?
In China, maybe the NBA. But what about in Europe? I think it's the NBA or the NFL. And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
like, I'm not.
I
I,
think the
I don't know.
NFL, you give that to NFL just because like they've been out there. The NBA is not really. I mean, the NBA went to Paris, but like the NFL's out there in Germany, London, all those countries.
And in those countries, wouldn't it be soccer? If it is in fact football over basketball, wouldn't it be soccer, football, basketball?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like now, like the English Premier League, like you have people from multiple countries tapping in for that league, and same with the league in Spain and stuff. So I gotta take those over the NBA.
I think the NBA might have the NFL globally. What did we what did we discover?
I don't
and
know.
all of it is timing.
You forgot your charger.
But didn't we discover, did they have a bigger media rights deal than the NFL? Because of
They
the
did
global
not.
stuff?
Oh, the global stuff.
I couldn't.
No,
There was something we
I
found
don't
out that
think
was like,
so.
oh, wait a
but the numbers were pretty massive. Like they were a lot more comparable than most people will acknowledge. The year to year with the global numbers matched in because they all expired at the same time. It was pretty comparable to the NFL, which in most cases is unheard of. The difference is it's split across more networks than the NFL is.
Very true.
Jason Jones coming up in 30 minutes. We'll come back. I do want to get to this Luka Doncic story at some point and further proof that Sacramento will never see the Monarchs again. Stilo with KC, ESPN 1320.
So Aldrin, I guess you could say defend First Take. Maybe you watch it too. Maybe you watch the whole show. But I've watched, I don't watch it regularly because it's just, they talk about too many things that I'm not really that interested in. But if you watch a show of First Take, it's more regular than the clips lead you to believe. Like they just regularly talk about whatever topic they're talking about. The thing that gets pushed out on social media, obviously, from whoever, from them, from awful announcing, whatever, is always the salacious stuff. But if you watch a 2-hour show, 97% of it is just them talking about sports.
Well, the issue is too, there's 8 different shows that are just like First Take. It's all the same show, whether it be Fox, ESPN, or what. Like Get Up is First Take. I don't even know, Undisputed, whatever they still call it on Fox and stuff.
Yeah,
It's all the same show.
These channels have the same show for 9 hours a day.
Yeah.
Panthers re-signed Andy Dalton. 2 years, $8 million. He's a solid backup. What was that with the $4 million a year? I mean,
think I saw Niners got the 4th best odds to land Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my gosh.
That is grotesque.
Would you take Joey Bosa? I saw that
Um,
name this weekend.
On the cheap, maybe. Why am I just seeing this? Poor D'Lo stressed out.
Hmm?
The video.
Oh.
Oh man. My man was stressed. Like, what do I do with this?
I just kept saying this is going to be a disaster. I'll turn these off so you could hear the sound at the end.
About to finish that.
Got to watch the rest during the commercial break.
That's funny.
We had a good time with that. Good time with that. Jason Jones is going to join us coming up about 30 minutes from now.
I saw Jason Jones.
Yeah.
In the hallway, one of the dangerous. If I would have went to the left, I would have just went into a wall.
Well, that's welcome to the Chase Center.
But yeah, I saw him in the hallway.
You guys both
we
lost
spoke for a little bit. I had some food.
Why'd you say that like you're bitter enemies? Like, yeah, we spoke for a little bit. Yeah.
Well, we were trying to get to our seats. He had food. I didn't want to hold him up too much.
Okay.
Yeah, saw my man Jason Jones.
How close is? I've never walked this to lay this out. How close is the park to the arena?
It's not far.
It's walkable.
It's walkable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's walkable.
So I know there's it's I think Chase, then Oracle. I can't remember if it's Oracle then Chase, but there's this hotel that I've been like eyeballing kind of like along that area where I was like, if I ever do anything at Chase or Oracle, I'm going to stay there. I was originally going to do it for like LL, but the night just kind of, it's like, I was just going to drive home instead. But they have some nice little spots there by the water.
It's a nice area. It
is
a very, very nice area. They did a good job with it.
It just has a dead end.
Yeah, it's
only arena in 2025 that has a dead end.
Somebody said in the chat, there's no soul down there. There isn't. I'm not saying Doko is freaking Treme, but it's, I don't know. I like the vibe a little better in Doko. Maybe because it's just home though.
Doko.
Maybe it's just because it's home.
Doko. Oh, I hate that. Downtown Commons. We couldn't have done better than that.
That is pretty boring when you say
that. Doko is fire.
Well, I would say
downtown.
No,
it's not fire, but it's not. We're not
like,
scoffing at it.
Like I can't laugh at Thrive City when we're
Thrive
Doko.
Thrive City's stupid.
No, it is stupid, but it's marginally better than Doko.
Doko is better. Don't ever say downtown Commons. Doko you can get away with. Downtown Commons sucks.
No,
like downtown
Doko
Commons, like,
usually responds from
No,
where
Doko,
we going? No, we're going.
Bro, well, that makes
Doko?
perfect sense. What they say in New York, Soho, like it's the same thing.
I bet you no one
It's
in
the same
SF is like, hey, let's go to Thrive City.
Then what else you gonna call it? Let's go to TC.
Let's go to the Warriors arena. Let's go by the Warriors arena.
Let's go to TC.
Let's go hang out in the Chase Center area. Pick up some floss and toothbrush.
What should they call Doko?
Doko.
I don't know.
I'm okay with it.
I
Thrive City, can't wait for them naming rights to be done. Change it.
Well,
change it up.
Who's got the naming rights?
Kaiser. That's a Kaiser.
Oh, it's
thing.
Thrive City.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to say Thrive City, though. No,
it is. Thrive City whack. The name, the area is.
It's fine.
It's fine. They got nice sports bars over there. That's a good look. They didn't have something that I was like, yo, I gotta go here. Like they had a dumplings place. Okay. They had like another little spot. Okay. It's cool. And then the crazy part was, so here's where Doko might have them. After that, it was it. Like, it was like you're not eating anywhere else for about 5 blocks.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what?
Right.
Can't do nothing. Can't go bowling, nothing like that. Across the street from Oracle Park, they have like a Lucky Strike, or at least they used to. So, going to Lucky Strike, man, a little bar, a little bowling area. And hey, man, you go to the game and enjoy yourself, or you can go home. Get back on that Muni.
Oh. Congratulations to the Warriors in the Bay Area for a successful All-Star game.
They did good, though. They did good.
And they'll be the host of the Valkyrie. God, damn, it's just a land of bad names out there.
A land of bad names.
Man, the Valkyrie. Apparently a lot of discussion in the Bay Area about another WNBA franchise coming, and it bitches. Apparently Cleveland is next.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
That's what we're doing.
Does anybody remember the Cleveland Rockers? Home of former Sacramento Monarchs head coach, current Indiana Pacers assistant Jenny Busick? The Cleveland Rockers? No, you don't remember them because they were around for 2.5 seconds. But that's what we do. We're giving the busted ass city of Cleveland another shot at the WNBA. Houston's there, and there could be 2 more names added. Houston's name is finally being referenced really regularly. Philadelphia seems to be another one at the top of discussions.
I thought I saw somewhere they said Charlotte's high on
Charlotte's there too.
Yeah.
I know they want these college areas bad.
Charlotte makes sense.
So it felt like Charlotte, Nashville was probably in one of those. It was probably inevitable. However, it is just further proof it is not happening.
I still think, because so far, I forgot exactly how we laid it out and how many teams we said. I think it was 20 or maybe even 22. I still think like maybe Cleveland was a shocker, but I don't think there's been many shockers with how we laid it out a few months ago.
Cleveland is surprising.
I think that
Cleveland don't have no business.
They don't.
Cleveland has no business.
No, they don't. I think at the very end, they have a shot because I think they're still gonna want/need 1 or 2 more West Coast teams. And I think if it came down, well, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think if it came down to Denver or Sacramento, I think Sacramento would get it. Because you've got Seattle,
Their
Portland,
name isn't
LA,
even mentioned.
Golden State, Phoenix, the Aces. That's 6. You probably throw Houston in the Western Conference. You're at 7. Dallas might go there too. You're at 8.
Well, right now there's no conference though.
But I think they'll get to that.
Oh,
that's kind of what I'm hypothesizing.
I got you.
And if you have 10 and 10, that leaves room for, I don't know if I said Portland, but it leaves room for 2 more West Coast.
Was Portland official? Did Portland happen? Portland happened.
Yeah.
Toronto happened. Those were the 2. And they're next year.
Yeah, they're the immediate. Well, and the Valkyries. The Valkyries are first.
Valkyries start this year,
Yeah,
this summer.
this summer.
But they're the only ones that start this summer.
Yep. Then
and then the
Toronto,
other 2.
Then I think Portland. I don't know if they start at the same time.
Got it. Got it.
So I think there's a shot. It's waning by the day though. That Cleveland one, I think that's one we didn't see coming. They talk about Boston getting one. I know there's a reason there, in upper Connecticut, but just move Connecticut to Boston if that's what you want. If you want a team in Boston, do that. But yeah, that was tough to see Cleveland. I did have a little bit of I'm softening a little bit on the idea of going to Valkyrie games.
Oh, one little trip to the dental office, and now all of a sudden.
Well, you know who I saw? I saw our girl V, who works for the Valkyries now. Used to work for the Kings. That was like the first person I saw in Thrive City. I wasn't even in the Chase Center. I saw her, and she's like, May 16th, get out here. And I was like, they're not going to be my favorite team. It's still going to be the Aces. I'm Aces, and I'm always going to be Aces. Unless Sacramento.
You realize that is so freaking weird.
That's my squad. You know what I mean? We got
you big Sparks.
You know,
what is it? Silver Stars guy? Or wait, what were they? The Silver Stars?
Yeah, in Tulsa after that, right? Or did they go?
No, the shock was Detroit.
No, that's right. That's right.
The lineage of these WNBA teams is wild.
So I'm Aces, and I'm always going to be Aces. But I'll get up to the Chase Center. I get up to the Chase Center. I'll definitely go get up there to see the Aces. But even on some random ones, I'll get up to the Chase.
I think we should be there opening night.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I think we should.
That's going to be pretty dope. And all fairness to the Bay Area, they've sold great. Like from everything I've read and seen, like season ticket sales and all this other stuff, they're going to be supported, at least at the beginning.
I should look.
What, you trying to get season tickets?
I was gonna say I should look into that, but that's a commitment.
It is.
That's a lot of driving to San Francisco.
I'll go with my one-offs.
How many times am I gonna walk into the dead end wall going to these Valkyrie games?
Dead end. I should have took a picture.
I wish you would have. You had just done the video. Oh man, the concourse ends.
Well,
like most arenas, the concourse just a wall.
One time they had me walking through. I did get this on video. They had me walking through like the like where the food people are like getting all the cartridges and stuff. They had me like, oh yeah, you're trying to get over to the other side with the media. Yeah, just go through those doors and then take it around, and then boom, you'll be on the other side. And they had people putting trays away and getting.
Oh, they thought you was the help, man.
That's what
they thought you was the help.
Hold on for the people on. I'm gonna show you guys just real quick. Like, it was looking crazy. I was like, what's going on here? Look where I'm at here. That's where I was.
What? Bruh, what is happening? Oh, they absolutely thought you was the help. Watch out!
Did you pick up your W-2 while you were there?
This dude ran into the guy carrying the steak. Where are you going?
But that's where they had us go.
That place
Oh,
sucks,
it wasn't
bro.
just you?
No, that's where they had the media.
You and Ahmad Rashad just walking by the. That's crazy. That is crazy.
So yeah, I mean, they got some things that are just interesting, but it's a nice arena. It's nice. No, it's good.
It's good. It's good. What's not so good is the exit of Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks. At least from the Dallas Mavericks perspective, I haven't heard Luka say a word. Maybe he said something at the press conference before he played, but I don't know. Like there's like a 90-page report on Nico Harrison in the Athletic. There's this deep dive into his personality, and man, it feels like a day does not pass where some story from someone out there isn't out about Luka was fat. Luka, the wrist injury was a conditioning break. Oh, that he drank too much. It was this. It was that. I was like, man, this reeks of insecurity. You are working so hard to justify the decision that you made that is getting universally panned, namely because the guy you traded for can't play. And it's like, no. Let's make sure everyone knows how bad it was here. And all I keep thinking is like, man, his fat ass scored 33 points and he was drinking beer every night. Jesus.
There could be real reasons and real concerns. It does seem a little foul to put those out there to the public after he's gone. You know what I mean? Like there's certain things that it just feels like it just, just cold, man. Like I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I have my reasons. I know why I decided to make this decision. I know why I'm okay with it, but I'll keep that between me and you. You know what I mean? Like that's the way some of these things should operate. And I understand, like to a certain degree, some of those things happen like when Fox left or something like that. Now it's all right. Well, this did play a role a little bit, but there's also certain things that was like, hey, nobody, it's good. It's good. I wish them well. And you keep it moving. You just keep it moving. And that seems like they trying to let everything they can out to justify their decision. And that's not necessary. It's just not. And teams do it all the time too.
It just feels like insecurity to me. It just feels like they're insecure about this. And now and I'm sure I met Nico in his previous life. He was always fantastic. I don't know anything about him. He was always terrific to deal with. They have him, they're painting him as like he's just a cerebral, calculated, secret. It's hey, cool. Like, I guess teach everyone a little bit about Nico Harrison. There's nothing wrong with that. But man, it feels like PR spin. It feels like PR spin because of a reaction to the biggest trade we've ever seen in the history of this league. Or maybe the biggest trade isn't the right word. The most stunning trade we've ever seen in the history of the league.
Just stunning is right, but it's when you talk about like a star and everything that's going on, like we've never seen anything like this. I'll just put it that way. You'd be hard pressed to find anything like this in sports. You know what I mean? They were going back talking about Herschel Walker, and Herschel Walker is not Luka Doncic. I know he was thought of a certain way when he was playing, but yeah, he's not Luka. Yeah, I wish they wouldn't do it like that. Like they got their reasons. They got their reasons for doing it. And I'm one where I can understand the reason. Like I understand it. Do I agree with it? Would I move the same way? No. But I understand the concerns. And all you have to do is say that one time. You ain't even got to go into depth. Be like, hey, we had concerns about, moving forward if this was best for this franchise. And leave it at that. You ain't got to tell all the little dirty secrets and stuff. Like it's uncalled for, in my opinion. Uncalled for. Yeah. Only thing I saw Lucas say, and it wasn't even towards the Mavericks, is they had this story of when he thought he was making his debut against the Pacers, and it said Rick Carlisle saw him or something, or he was on the bench or something. They crossed paths in some way, and Rick Carlisle said something to the effect of, "Thought you'd be out here" or something like that, or I'm it sucks we're gonna play you or something. And Lucas says, "Yeah, you should be lucky I'm not playing your ass today." Something like Rick Carlisle said something like calm, and Luka came with a Luka response.
Luka low-key funny. Of course, he hates Draymond Green, so he's good in my book.
They done moved up the list.
He's Russell Westbrook, Luka Doncic at this point. You openly mock Draymond Green while sitting on your bench. Oh yeah, you good. You good with me.
Did you catch Donovan Mitchell having a good time with his disaster of a skills competition?
No, I don't think I did.
Donovan was in the background, like you could see when Draymond's missing the third pass in a row. Donovan's just fall back. Ah!
Oh man.
That man made a pass so bad it knocked over the ball rack. How you knock over the ball rack? Oh, that was awful. That was awful.
Oh boy, it's comedy.
Poor
absolute comedy.
Poor Dallas, though. They don't know how to handle this one.
Nah, they don't. I don't know what they thought was going to happen, but yeah, they sure do not know how to deal with this
And
one.
you would think when you make that decision, you think about everything. You think about like, hey,
well, even if you don't think about everything, you think about this, don't you? Like we're trading Luka Doncic, and maybe the haste in which it was done, but you're trading Luka Doncic. Okay, I feel like what's the reaction going to be? Should be the first question someone asks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, that the particulars are done. Okay, what's the reaction going to be? And maybe most importantly, how do we handle this? How do we handle this with our fans? How do we handle this with our local media? Like, how do we handle this? And it feels like someone just said, I don't know, trash him.
That's just ridiculous.
Do we got his beer budget? Do we have his diet? Like, oh, tell him about the fake wrist injury and it was conditioning camp. Like he went to fat camp or something.
And once again, there's people who get paid to do this, and I don't get paid to do this. So it's common sense to me. I don't know how it's not common sense to these people. I would tell them when they're saying, hey, we're about to finalize this trade. I'm calling Rob.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting it through the NBA office, all this other stuff. I would say, look, you guys need to understand there is nothing you're going to say that's going to make people go to your side on this. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Not one thing. So you need to understand that, accept that, and understand, all right, how do you want to go? Like, do you want to trash the guy? Because that's not going to make anything better. So if it's not going to make anything better, at least hold that intact, that you're an organization that handles things a certain way and shows respect on the way out. But you can come out with whatever story you want. And people have said it before, outside of him committing a crime, nobody's going to understand why you did this or agree with you doing this. So why put out anything? Because nobody's going to read this fourth article and say, oh, yeah, now this was the right move. They're not. So just accept that nobody's going to agree. You did what you felt you had to do, and keep it tight-lipped. Keep it G.
I mean, and there's a certain the first question you're going to ask is, how do you trade a face of the league level player? And I feel like look, man, we were worried about his conditioning. He's missed the most time he has this year. He's having a hard time getting back on the floor. And we weren't comfortable with that moving forward. We knew we had the opportunity with Anthony Davis to get better defensively, which was a prime concern for us. And that's the direction we went. Stand on it.
That's it. Leave it at that. You said
but
it
then
one time.
It's just manifested into something else where every day the Athletic has something different. It's not just the Athletic. It's the Dallas Fort. It's all of that stuff. Every day it's just something different about some reason Luka's not in Dallas anymore.
Now, stall them out a little bit here. Sometimes those insights aren't coming from
You're right.
the movers.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
So Nico and them might have said
they're coming from the means.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Nico and them might say, hey, we're done with this. And then, Bam Bamick in Dallas.
Terrible reporter. This Bam Bamick guy is awful.
He's got a connection with the Dallas Amin. It's like, bro, what can you tell me about how this happened? And then he says it, and now it's in his article.
Yeah.
So that
trusting the guy who got coffee. Man.
So it could have been that
got
as
hot
well.
cider. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because once because I think Nico, well, I was going to say Nico and Jason Kidd. Jason didn't really say anything. Just kind of sat there.
Not even after games.
No, well, Nico addressed the conditioning thing. Like that, I feel like that some of that stuff was addressed publicly. And so once you have like a little grain, you could go get the rest.
Yeah.
And because now you can work with who to go to. Hey, was Luka's conditioning a problem? What exactly was the issue? And someone says, oh, his diet. Someone says his drinking his beer. Oh, now the Michael Finley clip is getting run where he takes the beer from him. It's like, yeah, that's what this was about.
Yeah.
Took the beer from him. It's weird. But of course it's weird. It's the craziest trade we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be discussed and over with like a regular news cycle. Like the De'Aaron Fox deal is over with.
Mm-hmm.
That's done. It's not going to get discussed in NBA circles anymore until March 7th.
Yeah.
This Luka trade will reverberate for the rest of the season.
Absolutely.
And well into the off season. Yeah.
We'll talk about this 20 years from now, probably.
You know,
absolutely.
absolutely. Absolutely. And if Dallas were to accomplish something good, or the Los Angeles Lakers accomplish something, it's all going to come back to this moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's all going to come back to this trade. It's all going to come back to this point in NBA history. So it's not it's not even unless Draymond Green was right, it's not Jimmy to the Warriors. It's those trades don't last. They don't linger. It's a trade. It's a big trade. Jimmy Butler to the Warriors. That's a big trade. De'Aaron Fox to the San Antonio. That's a big trade. It's not this.
This is next level.
There's been a couple of trades like this probably in the history of the league, and I don't think any of them have been as out of the blue as this one. The only one I was really trying to remember was Shaq to Miami.
Yeah.
I can't remember how out of the blue that was. But
and that one was even like something's got to happen.
Right. It was building.
That was really like who's gonna go. That was the question with that one. Is it Kobe or Shaq? But one of them are leaving.
Yeah. Well, Kobe signed an extension the next day, so wasn't Bean. It was not Bean. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit about this with Jason Jones. He joins us next. He was out at All-Star Weekend. We'll get his thoughts on some of that. Champ Kelly let go by the Raiders this weekend. Not really a surprise, but I think it may have surprised some Raider fans. We'll talk to Jason Jones about that as well. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Speaking of, did you watch the Kobe CNN thing?
I didn't.
I
heard it was really good.
Last night. It is pretty good. It moves kind of fast. I would say
it's not 14 parts.
No. Moves pretty fast. But
they dropped that Olympics thing on Netflix today, I believe.
Yeah. Is it today is the 18th?
Yeah. I think it's out already.
Yeah, I'll be watching that tonight. Is it a number of episodes or just one thing?
I'd imagine it's a few episodes.
I could find out.
I'm not sure.
It looks pretty good though. I never finished watching Starting Five.
I think I'm out on Paradise, by the way.
Oh no.
Either I'm not understanding something, or I just got to go back and rewatch. I think
6 episodes. They're saying Drew Down is saying 6 episodes.
Yeah, 6 episodes.
That's dope. That is dope. They have 8 seasons of Love Is Blind. I got a bunch of stuff on my list that I don't know if I'm ever gonna watch. Let's see what's on my list, guys. I'll see. I got Court of Gold, just put that on there. Love Is Blind, Wags to Riches, Back in Action, Jamie Foxx movie, My Wife and Kids, Jerry Springer, Orange Is the New Black, All American. I've seen Last Chance U. Seen The Comeback. Saw Queen of the South. Oh, no, I did not see Queen of the South. I saw Griselda. The Get Down. I ain't seen The Get Down.
Chris, I thought it was fine. I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. The beginning, the first part of it was kind of cheesy, I think. I don't know, it wasn't great, but once the movie was picking up, I thought it got good.
Yeah, it got bad reviews. Well, I shouldn't say
Captain America?
Yeah.
It's not as bad as it's I liked it. It's a good movie. Like I said, the first part is kind of like, all right, I don't know about this, but it starts to pick up, and I was really starting to get to it at the end. Not at the end, but the second part. I was telling the insiders earlier, those movie theaters are too comfortable. I'm always ready to fall asleep in the beginning every time. Yeah, it was a lot better than what I thought going into. I thought it was gonna be a bad movie given the reviews, but yeah, it was good. It was good enough.
The game 916. What team you got, man? D-Lo and KC back after an extended weekend. Monday, President's Day. I didn't do much of anything yesterday. Cleaned up a little bit. That's about it.
Well, you had a busy
Did some
weekend.
laundry.
That's what days off are for, to be honest. Let you get stuff done around the house.
Wrong with that? It's a good look. That's all I did.
Same.
That's all I did.
There was nothing on yesterday. Well, college basketball later in the day, but yeah, by then I don't even know where I was at. Yeah.
I really can't recall doing anything of substance yesterday. I don't even remember watching anything. It was kind of like moving. I was just like constantly moving, changing rooms around in the house, just doing different things. Like,
Today's gonna be tough too. Nothing to watch.
yeah, it'd be like that. When's basketball back?
Tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Well,
Hornets,
one
Lakers.
game tomorrow.
Okay, what's tomorrow?
Hornets, Lakers.
It's a reschedule.
Oh, that's right. That's a fire reschedule.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple. There's a couple of fire reschedules. I think there's a flood or a rainstorm reschedule from Atlanta.
The ice storm joint.
Yeah.
So they got. I think the league is back on Thursday.
That's what I thought. And then
the Kings don't play till Friday.
Well, your boy. Do you want to address your man? And that's your boy, and it's your boy.
Yeah, those are both my boys, man, and that was unnecessary.
Drake, he's still on his overseas tour, right?
Yeah.
He's still.
That was completely unnecessary. What happened in Toronto, like, all right, like I can kind of see it. It was Vince Carter, so he was going to be there, and he felt some type of way. That in Australia, that was. What was the point of that?
He took like a DeMar DeRozan jersey. I assume it was a Raptors jersey, not a Kings jersey, and like spiked it. Like
it was just so unnecessary,
silly.
Like, and I don't know did somebody throw it on stage? Did he have that as a prop already ready to go?
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Like it was so unnecessary. That was whack. That was whack. I like both of the guys, so
it's a prop.
It was he brought it like somebody gave
it looks. I mean, it looks like he's holding it. I'll pull the video up. It doesn't look like he picked it up off of anything. Like he has it in his hand.
Yeah, see, that's why I tried to figure out where's the origin.
Yeah, I can't.
Did somebody throw it on?
Hey, no, I tried to hit mute, man. Why don't you stop hollering, Drake? There he is. He's hopping around. He's doing whatever. He shows everyone it's DeMar, and he makes a face and throws it on the ground.
No, wait a minute. Now, see, look. Sometimes I see the entertainment value and stuff. It's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I like both of them. It's unnecessary, but look at it. Look.
It's okay.
Stupid. Why would
it's corny, right? It's corny. What are you doing?
That was ridiculous. It was ridiculous, but it does make me laugh. Like, could you imagine if
it's the stupid face that he makes that's funny?
Could you imagine if, like, I try to think of a situation where, like,
apparently this person is the only person who was rolling video at the time, because I don't see a single other shot
everybody
of this.
else's camera out. Nobody got the video.
No one got the shot from any other angle.
Could you imagine if, like, let's see, let's just a random, like, Travis Scott and they had beef during the Rockets and Warriors stuff, and he got a Draymond jersey and spiked it on stage. The actual act without the people involved is actually pretty funny. Him doing that to DeMar was just uncalled for. It really is.
No, what the truly funniest part is there is one shot of this. One. This is 10,000 fans with their phones in the air. One video of this. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, bad job by Drake, man. Uncalled for.
No, he had a successful weekend though. That's for sure.
He did have a successful weekend. He had that announcement of
the headline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in London.
Yeah.
I think that's actually pretty dope. Drake's headline in like a 3-day festival in London where like one night like he's got Summer Walker with him.
That's the night.
One night he's got Party Next Door with him. And then I think it was Bad Bunny.
I think it is Bad Bunny. Yeah.
Which is bananas.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's fire.
That's a dope little setup, man.
That's cool.
London.
You going?
I mean, no. I'd like to go to London one time though.
Oh, I would too. Yeah.
I don't want to say that's why I would go to London because I've never been to London, so I just want to go. But sometimes you try to, match it up like you to Vegas, right? Like you want to match up your trip to Vegas with, I get to go to a show or something like that. That would be something to go to.
You ever seen the food out there in England?
London?
Yeah.
No.
Looks trash.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to McDonald's.
Yeah. Beans with toast and all that. No thanks.
You say?
Yeah, they do. They eat beans with toast, bro.
Oh man, come on, man.
London, like England's food, that's trash. It's
Beans
really
with
bad.
toast is kind of crazy.
Come on, man. They just throwing anything together.
Like beans and toast?
They just throwing anything together. Oh, let's take this avocado and jelly.
What? That's terrible.
What sounds crazier? I don't know if you guys can choose. Beans and toast or avocado and jelly?
Well, beans and toast isn't that crazy.
Oh no, there's a little YouTube TikTok account or whatever. It's like it's a food account. They have like their little truck and they serve baked potatoes or whatever, and they put like tuna, beans on it. Like they eat crazy out there. They eat disgusting out there.
Where's McDonald's at?
Oh, let's bring in Jason Jones. Oh, he's got his hat backwards. I thought we might have do-rag Jason with us. I was kind of hyped for a second.
I don't know what I would do with a do-rag,
Well,
I wear a do-rag.
KC wears one.
I don't know why you wear one, man. What you trying to do?
This is just it's part of the culture, part of the attire sometimes. You know what it really is though, is if I haven't shaved my head and don't nobody need to see what's going on. So I just throw the do-rag on before I can get to shaving.
Wifey let you out the house like that? She don't be
Barely.
like, I know she
Barely.
let that thing off. I already know.
How bad is it when your hair is growing in? Like, where does it start?
Sides.
Oh, like George. So we got the George Jefferson.
Yeah, it's rough for your boy.
Okay.
It's rough. For
mine like goes like it starts on the like I have this deal where it's like here. But then I have like the part in the back missing. The hairline ain't even. My girl was like, "You looking too much like LeBron. I need you to go ahead and take care of that." Like the hairline has. I go through like the old Kareem phase where it was like,
oh,
look, it's so bad for me.
Kareem was wild.
What's wild?
Remember,
was
back
out there
in
just
the
rocking.
day, brothers wouldn't just shave their head. Brothers would have a whole fro. It's like, what are we doing here? They just wouldn't let it go. It's like, imagine waking up in the morning and just combing like all around.
Right. Looking in the mirror and seeing that and be like, yeah, I'm good to go. It's so
like,
bad for me.
They be like 26 rocking that.
It's so bad for me. I can't even tell you what it looked like because we ain't even getting. We not even getting there.
Okay.
We just it's been a day and a half since I shaved. Let me just go ahead.
That's the tough part too about that in having like a person. Hey, go get that.
Yeah, when that pandemic hit and I didn't have a barber, she was like, "Oh yeah, this is not working for me."
Oh, that was a tough time, man.
She was like, "Yeah, it's over." She was like, no, we're not gonna. No, just it's over.
I remember when my barber called, "Hey, I'm in the garage. Come on over." I was like, "Man, I'm on the way."
Man, that was a lifesaver. When people just start, "Hey, man, I'm over here
cutting hair in the garage."
Whatever we had to do, people were struggling.
How was All-Star Weekend for you?
I had a good
PC
time.
said he ran into you and wouldn't talk to you.
Not true.
Yeah, we took a picture in front of the Draymond Green picture.
Yeah, man. No, real talk. I see him in the hallway, and we're talking about. He's like, "Let's get a flick." Oh, look who's behind you! I had no idea it was freaking Draymond Green.
I mean, now we got Lakers, Dodgers, and Draymond. Just
nice.
Always end up in front of things he says he doesn't like. There's always
gonna need you to send me that picture. Gonna store that away with the rest of them.
This happened to somehow end up right in front of Draymond Green. I was like, wow,
that was crazy. They had damn Nate Thurman through the arena, but we end up meeting in front of Draymond.
And it was crazy. Steph was like right over here.
Jason knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he could have
taken 2 steps to the left and taken the picture.
It was a setup.
Let's get Draymond in there now. Let's get Draymond. But yeah, I had a good time.
Next Warriors coach, Draymond Green. Future Warriors coach.
Draymond was on one on TV this weekend.
Jason, I was talking about how he was acting as if he was the host. No, this isn't your All-Star Weekend, sir. Like you don't have to act as if you're the host.
Yeah, they put him on TV with a microphone. You know, Draymond gonna do his thing. But I did, like I said, I was at the brunch with the Steph brunch that turned into a Bay Area rap concert. You know, after you ate your chicken and waffles and had your couple of cocktails. I had 2 shorts cocktail. It was called Freaky Tales. So I said, I'm gonna need at least probably 2 of those. You know, but yeah. So all of a sudden, a rap concert breaks out in the middle of brunch. It was a good time.
That's a Bay Area thing.
Yeah.
Did you tell Steph to go to hell too for his brunch?
Nobody told him that, so I don't know why you asked him that.
Steph, did KC tell you that he was invited to Steph Curry's private party and he just didn't go because he didn't have a phone charger?
No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I didn't make it. Jason didn't even hit me up. I was trying to go.
I didn't know you were in town. But the party on Friday night?
Yeah, I was trying to hang with the bros.
Man, Friday was Kenny Smith's party.
My mom went to that.
Yeah, that's the least surprising thing you've ever said.
She hit me up like, guess where I'm going? Kenny Smith's party. I said, what?
Your mom went to more parties during All-Star Weekend than you.
Yeah, I ran into
Mom's 65 bucket list is going crazy right now.
Wow. But honestly, the best part for me on Saturday, hollered at my boy Buddy Hield.
He's like,
he was like, bro, where you been? Like one day you just stopped showing up in the Kings locker room. He's like, whoa, what happened? He was like, what happened?
Hey, bro.
He was like, what happened, man? Like one day you were there and then you were just gone. I'm like, that's pretty much what happened because when they changed me, like the job didn't announce it back then. They just told me stop going.
Oh man.
So I'm getting all this hate mail on all these hate messages on Instagram and Twitter. Like, what's wrong with you with the media day? You said nothing. I'm like, I'm at home. And they're just like, did you just really bail on us? I was like, it wasn't like I just went in there and said no. They kind of told me don't go.
No, buddy, your team sucks so bad. They literally told me stop covering them.
They were like, to save your job, you have to get off this beat.
Bro, go cover sneakers and documentaries. You're going to have way more fun.
Bro, the sneaker game is wild. I went to the Foot Locker dinner, all type of stuff, man.
Damn. So he was making moves. He was making moves.
Yeah. All-Star was way more fun. You ain't got to follow somebody at the rookie sophomore game and all that. Sitting there wondering.
Listen to all the old guys mad because they're playing in the All-Star game because they won.
Yeah, I'm like, shoot, man. I didn't go to like none of them. I had all my work was nowhere near press conferences. Got to see, ran into, some of the OG homies, Kevin Johnson, Mitch Richmond, Matt Barnes. Ran into all the old homies. I had a great time. wrote one story that week.
What do you think of like All-Star Weekend? A lot of people are talking about like, oh, it's not the same, like it's lost its luster, the game, all this other stuff. I always equate it back to the players, right? For the most part, because I had a good time too, and I think all that other stuff, like the ancillary stuff around All-Star Weekend, the parties, the special event, I think that's dope. But with the players acting like they'd rather be anywhere else in the world than wherever the All-Star game is that weekend, I always think that plays into the perception and the vibes that some people have for All-Star Weekend. But what do you think?
I think it's a few things. I think one, sometimes the city does matter. If you get a few days off, do you really want to be in Indiana?
No.
It's like, hey, I was texting back with one of the coaches I know in the league. I said, "Where are you at?" He's like, "Man, I'm in Cancun." He's like, "I'm not messing with that weekend." But I think part of it is too, we don't talk about it. And I've talked to a lot of All-Stars about this. By the time they get to Sunday, they're legit tired. Like they go, they're out there having fun too. And my joke on Sunday, somebody was like, "Well, why doesn't the guy want to play?" They're probably hungover. Like they probably been drinking all week, and the last thing they want to do is go play a game. And I'm not trying to excuse them, but I'm just saying it's a lot going on. And I've had guys tell me, legit by Sunday, it's not even that they don't they're just tired.
Mm-hmm.
They're just honest to God tired. But I mean, the weekend itself is always fun. I just think by the time you get to the game, it's kind of like a lot of people honestly leave. Like inside of that building on Sunday, it was kind of like they would go to the big screen. People are on their phones. It was, I think with this one in particular, the setup did not help with the atmosphere in that building. I mean, a game has a natural flow to it. You're going to get your timeout at this point of the quarter. Halftime lasts this long. We had no idea how long them breaks were going to be. It was just
we had no idea what those breaks were.
Yeah, because I was like, why? I was like, my kid. I'm like, what is Damian Lillard doing with Mr. Beast? Like, what is going on? Like, there was like no warning what was coming next. So like, okay, now we're gonna do a little concert. Now Shaq is gonna go back and forth with Kevin Hart. Now we're gonna do this, and I'm like, can we just play a little hoop? Because somebody
now we're gonna do a funeral for TNT, which isn't dead.
Yeah, and that was the part of it. It was like we're gonna see them. Like, what are we doing? It was just like
literally still exists.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, there were parts of it just honest to God weird. It was just like, but they probably have to fill 3 hours of TV.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, how do we continue to fill like when they were up with 11-1 or whatever it was, and then they didn't play basketball for like 30 minutes. It was like, what is this?
Yeah, I didn't even know. I was like, what's going on here?
And then, like, normally, during timeouts, you can see on the clock when they're going to start again. Like, there was no time up. It was like, what?
Because I don't think they knew. They were just like, oh, whenever it's over, it's over.
They're like, okay, let's try to just drag this out some more, I mean, yeah, they could. Yeah, that was weird. But like I said, the weekend is always fun. I hadn't been since, I think, 2018. So I had a good time, but like I said, I wasn't, for me, this was a different All-Star experience. It wasn't like, okay, Rising Stars game. The player you're there to cover had 3 points and played 7 minutes. Let me write a story about his experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was none of that for me. So
following the rookie sophomore is just striking Jason Jones in his soul right now.
Hey, y'all want to go to this party? I do, but guess what? Rookie sophomore game again.
Got to write on Ben McLemore's experience in the rookie sophomore game.
Yeah, it's like I can't do anything just yet. Why? Isaiah Thomas was a late addition to the game. I'm working. But I was, but then I was usually free on Saturday because the Kings weren't usually in the skill things or anything like that. And then DeMarcus was making the team.
That's where I say, for me personally, like I had a blast. That was the first one I did as a member of the media. Can't wait for the next one. Like, I think it's fun. I love the whole environment. I love everything. But for those like James Ham, who's like, well, I'm not going. I got a different setup than James Ham does. Like I could imagine if he's got to go there, write a story, cover interviews, and like doing that for the 8th time. Like probably, I got a weekend where I don't have to go. Like, cool. I'm not going.
I mean, trust me. If you don't, it's one of those things where if you're like in his role or something like that, if you don't have to be there, you don't go. But I mean, it usually, if you've done a few of them, it kind of changes it. You know, a lot of there's people I know who were there for, like, you know, my guy Hunter Patterson, that was his first one.
Yeah,
he was like, wow. I said, just enjoy it. Because I said, you do about 10 of these, you'll be like, would you just hurry up and lose? I think one of my favorite stories ever was from the late Marty McNeil, where he said he was the All-Star game and he got the one where Mitch Richmond won the MVP, and every writer is like laughing at him because they know that means he's going to be the last one to leave the building. Because they're like, okay, we're done. Oh, you got the MVP. Have fun, Marty. Yeah, like it's the last event, and then they're going to do the whole thing on the court. If your guy just imagine if you had Anthony Edwards. You're like cool.
I didn't even realize he wasn't playing until like.
Man, I think Ant was lit, man. Ant was doing interviews indoors with sunglasses on, man. We know what Ant was on.
Yeah,
no.
And disappointed me a little bit too, because he's kind of part of the issue that I see. Like he said a number of different times, like, man, I ain't worried about an All-Star game. I ain't worried about.
Ant got other things to worry about. Clearly,
as well.
He need to watch some screenshots. Them screenshots is, he need to work. Yeah, Ant got other issues. Yeah, when I saw that man giving an interview indoors with sunglasses, I was like, oh yeah, he's on demon time this weekend. My man was indoors with the dark glasses on. I don't want to be the face of the league. He's like, yeah, I can be the face of the league. I can't act like this. This little space the Foot Locker zone for Adidas was nice. I went and checked that out. That was nice. Kyrie Irving's little space was dope. LaMelo, I didn't know. I didn't realize how big of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fan LaMelo Ball is. So yeah, them shoes come in like a Ninja Turtle pizza box. Yeah, so I did deep, hard hitting journalism like that. Like I'm at the party talking to guys about college sports. Yeah, I'm doing the good stuff, but I was actually getting work done. So my job is listening.
You have a problem with your boy not playing on short notice?
I didn't like the way it went down. I'm like, unless you woke up that morning and your ankle was just throbbing. First off, he wasn't there all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, I felt for a guy like, say, a Norman Powell, who probably would have been next up, and he was already there. I'm just like, why? You couldn't have told somebody last night. And then I guess, to be fair, we don't know. Maybe he did or he didn't tell someone. But I'm like, yeah, I didn't like the way that was not a good look for him. To like, hey, I'm here. I'm not playing. I'm leaving in 15 minutes. Man got introduced and was gone 20. It was. I'm sure the private jet had landed in L.A. well before that broadcast was over.
Well before Kevin Hart's stand-up hit its peak.
See, here's my thing. I like Kevin Hart. I even put on our blog. I said I like Kevin Hart, but I don't know if I wanted a basketball game of Kevin Hart.
Mm.
And I don't think the NBA wanted him saying Shaq was like a porn star or a porn director. I'm like, I don't know if that's what the NBA really wants.
What does that even mean? Like,
I guess the Shaq had a turtleneck on. I guess porn directors wear turtlenecks and sports coats. I don't know.
News for some of my TV attire.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if any of my friends are porn direct. I don't know what that meant. I imagine Adam Silver's going, yeah, I probably didn't want to get that line off, Kev.
Yeah, he was tripping.
I just think they were trying to, do stuff to fill it, when, the best way to fill the time is the guys that actually play basketball.
Well, see, and that's the thing that I said as well, Jason, is they almost had to, it always goes back to the players, right? They almost had to have some safety nets because they got a game to 40. They don't know how long these guys are going to play.
Yeah.
They could just not play defense for 5 minutes and get to 40 points, and all of a sudden you've got 2.5 hours to fill. So they had to put these little breaks in here because they don't know how long the guys are going to play.
Yeah, like I said, it was a very unpredictable way to do television. And my question, I was kind of hoping the Rising Stars dudes were going to win, because my question was, if they're not all stars but they won the All-Star game, what the hell does that mean? Like, because I kept saying, are they all stars? They're not all stars. But why are they playing on All-Star? Why are they playing then? Right. To push them. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, this is just weird to me. Like, I really wanted either the Rising Stars or like the G League to get there and win, just to blow it all up. Like, imagine that Zach Edey like dominates Karl Anthony Towns and the Rising Stars win the All-Star game, and like Zach Edey's the MVP of the All-Star game, but he's not an All-Star.
And they get guaranteed spots on next year's All-Star team for winning.
Yeah, because I was like,
you gotta have some WWE flair to this somehow.
Somebody. What did somebody say? What you ought to do is like have like for the dunk contest stuff, like to have guys like just chilling on the side, and then be like, "What's going on? Hold up, Ant's taking off he has warm-ups on. He's going to challenge Mac McClung right now, winner take all." I mean, I don't know what you do, but I mean,
like a Money in the Bank cash in.
Yeah, you cash in.
Wait, that's it. That's Ant Edwards.
You got guys who didn't make the All-Star team cash in. Like, that guy's not playing hard. Here comes Norman Powell. He just took James Harden's spot. Norman Powell is now an All-Star. Sabonis comes in and like clocks Karl Anthony Towns and gets his spot. Just like randomness. Do something. Well,
once again, you got to have all this quirky stuff because the guys just won't play. If they would just play, it would solve almost everything.
Yeah. Here's how I kind of equated it. I said, it's to me, as one of my good friends says, everything in life is either a work or a shoot. And for many, many years, a lot of ways the All-Star game was a work. But the guys at least gave a decent effort, and it looked real. Like when Magic played after he retired, they kind of all agreed after Magic made that shot, okay, we're not going to play anymore. Except for the time when Jordan hit the game winner and Kobe was like, the hell with that. I said what happened now with the later generations is...
I maintain that was Rick Adelman's fault.
Well, even then...
Rick Adelman called timeout. Let the game end.
I think we saw this the other day not the other day, but like a month ago on the show. I think Kevin Garnett commits an off-ball foul.
Yeah, he does.
That's how Kobe gets to the line. He does.
Yeah. So, but I said, but what happened is the players, instead of doing the work, making it a work, and then going, or going to the end and say, okay, let's try for 5 minutes. These players said, you know what? We're not ever going to pretend we're going to try. We're just going to stand around and let guys just dribble to the lane and dunk for 48 minutes, and then I think when it got bad when a team gets to 200 points. When at the game where Cat like had 50-something points and they were like losing, and Cat's like going like he's going for a record, like you're down by 20-something. Yeah, so I think it just went. I mean, when the older players are like, we never did that. I'm like, come on, we watched y'all too. You guys weren't clotheslining people. Like Kevin McHale wasn't, getting a flag, clotheslining, James Worthy in the All-Star game.
Right.
But it just went so, and I said maybe part of it is we asked these guys to do way too much from Thursday to Sunday. You got some guys like the Warriors played on Thursday.
Yeah.
So I mean, though, maybe that's part of it. I don't know what you do. I don't want to say the All-Star game itself is like antiquated and you can't have an All-Star game, but I don't know what you do. Maybe you add more players, like. Maybe you make the roster 15, because I feel bad for poor Wemby. Wemby out there trying to play defense and actually play real basketball. And then you see guys out there going like, okay, whatever. Because Wemby's like blocking shots. I said they're going to talk to him like, come here. That's not what we do. Did you see that clip from before the game where Jokic is like, are you reading a book? He goes, yeah, I read a book for every game. And Jokic is like, that was the most emotion I've seen from Jokic ever. So that part was funny. But yeah, it's like peer pressure. You get there, you realize it won't matter if I try because no one else wants to try.
Well, maybe he can be the change we seek. He can be Obama.
Maybe we can have guys campaign. They can campaign to the fans.
Yes, we can.
Vote for me, and I will try in the All-Star game. Vote for me or vote for effort on Sunday.
Remember that was a thing maybe like 7 years ago where they make these commercials?
Yeah, I remember
Chris
Bosch did
one,
it.
yeah.
Bosch, they have the tech summit every year. That's one of the big tickets at All-Star Weekend. And I remember one of the first ones I went to was when Chris Bosch was with Toronto and made like, I guess at the time it was a YouTube video.
Yeah.
To get votes for the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Like, this is so innovative.
It was like he had the cowboy hat on. And
that's right. That's right.
It was gonna be in Dallas, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And see, maybe we got to go back to that, But then you get the old guys like, I ain't do all that. Like LeBron's going to get voted in no matter what. If LeBron is in the league, is getting voted in. So it wouldn't. But I think the fans would appreciate it if guys are acting like I really, 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 really want to be there. I think that would resonate with the fans if a guy campaigns and he gets in. Like, I don't know. Imagine if, somebody like because to me, some of the guys who get hurt most in that process are guys like a Jamal Crawford, like a sixth man, a guy who really is one of the best players, but he doesn't start, so maybe people don't vote for him. Maybe, imagine a guy like that starts a campaign to get into the game and like gets in or what, something like that. Then the fans have someone they're like, hey, that's our guy. I don't know. Like I don't know how you fix it because you can't make people care.
I thought it was really dope. Tyler Hero wanted to be in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tyler Hero was really
making the All-Star team meant a lot to him.
Yeah. And then he'll be around other guys and they'll be like, man, cut that out, man. You're making us look bad. All excited. Look at him. He's all happy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him, man. He's
smiling and joyful.
Look at him over there, happy and smile. Look at him. He's looking at his jersey all proud. Look at him.
Cut that out.
Meanwhile, the veterans, hey, Tyler, come here. You see Jokic? You see how miserable he looks? That's how you look while you're here.
Look at him going to bed the night. He went to bed the night before. Look at him. He got his rest.
Oh, that's what I meant to say. Two oblivious moments at the All-Star game that were just crazy. Team Shaq, opportunity to win. Steph had done some things a couple plays before. Crowd, the only time all night the crowd got excited. Steph got the ball to win the game in the Bay Area. Ref calls an 8-second violation. What? What? What are we doing?
There wasn't even a damn clock.
Bruh, I couldn't believe it. So then the other team scores real quick. They're still up by like 8.
Dave Hepner out there.
They're still up by 8. And we're like, oh, man, that was the moment. But that's all right. We get the ball back to Steph and let him close this thing out. No, James Harden. Hey, Tatum, go back door. Give him the ball. Game over. What? Give the ball to Steph Curry and get the hell out of the way. Somebody said it perfectly. These young boys, they just oblivious. They just oblivious to everything. They don't know nothing about moments, nothing.
James Harden ain't young.
That's true, too.
James Harden, a grown-ass man who was winning MVP in this league.
Tatum is trying to get another moment he can steal and then imitate.
Okay.
He's like, did somebody ever win an All-Star game like this?
I'm going to start kissing Isaiah at center court.
If he did the whole Magic thing from like 92 where he would start doing all that, I'd been like, oh, hell no. We got to rush the court now and beat this man up.
Jason would have been on the court. Hey, come here. Show ass over here.
Yeah, man.
Tatum going to do that next year in LA. He's going to
try to find. No, he's going to hope the game is close. He's going to be like, I'm going to do the whole. Remember how Ori did the whole behind his arms? He's going to try that, and they're going to say, "Hey, Tatum, that was a Laker, not a Clipper." He's like, "Well, there were no Clipper moments to steal, so I stole a Laker."
No,
go try to hit it.
Going to take his jersey off at center court and put it.
He's gonna be like, yeah,
have a black T-shirt on or something.
See, look, This is why these people don't want to do nothing, because this is what
gonna
we
be
just
like-
talking about people.
He gonna get to LA next about, I text Kobe before the game. I was so mad when I was like, I was talking to this is true. I was talking to a former teammate of Kobe's about that. He goes, that bleep was so corny. Anyone want to hear that? I text him before the bro, and then you lost in the finals.
Yeah, that made it worse. Like, you can't reveal that till after you win.
Yeah, it's
If
like
you
you're
don't
gonna
win,
say
keep it to
that
yourself.
and you lost. Somebody said Kobe was in heaven and like blocked him. Like, don't ever text me again.
Come on.
Don't text me that again. I mean, I'm wrong. I'm not. Jason Tatum's a nice guy. That
what
was
they gonna say now?
That man took everyone something. I was like, dude, come on, we get it. I was like, is this like the old school Gold Dust character where he was just imitating everyone? Like that man got off everyone's celebration like in a 5-hour span.
This was the Tourette's Gold Dust, right? Where he would just snap and turn into somebody else.
He
like around the Booker T time.
Yeah, that was Tatum last year when they won the chip. Tatum was KG. He needed to do the Pat Bev where he like leaves the court like he's crying after he stands on the scorer's table. That's still an all-time celebration. Pat Bev. And they had just want to play his game. That man, he stood on the scorer's table. And then he cried his way to the locker room.
Kings get to the playoffs through the play, and I might turn into Pat Bev.
Did you guys ever see the video? It gets played on Twitter every now and then where like Cat is at the tunnel and he's like waving, he's like blowing kisses. He's, thank you. And it's him with the Timberwolves. And somebody's like, Cat ain't never done nothing to have this type of exit from an arena. What is this from?
I mean,
he's never done nothing to Minnesota have that type of exit.
That was quite an evolution from that to last year where, Fat Luka and Kyrie had Anthony Edwards out of breath. Like, I got to get in shape. This is crazy. That man called out Kyrie Irving, and then he needed a dang oxygen mask all of a sudden. He's like, whew. Then you watch that flick, that documentary. All he eats is like wings.
Yeah. Wings and candy.
He's such a big kid.
He is. It's time to grow up, buddy.
A big kid with a lot of kids.
No, it's hard that.
I'm sorry, that was uncalled for.
No, I mean it's reality.
Filming a documentary about your first child while like 3 other children are being born. That is insane. I mean, it's a beautiful story till you realize when all this was happening in real time. There's like 3 chicks on Instagram like, I had a baby too. I'm like, man, shout out to Ant, man.
And just chill out a little.
In the video.
Brother. Chill out.
Send the video. That's got to be one of the coldest lines ever. Send the video.
Ever.
Send the video. Hey, send the video. That's why he can't be the face.
And they still managed to turn him babyface in that series.
Yeah, well, because they never mentioned any of that stuff. They did a whole
what they wanted to talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, they did a whole series, and LeBron never once said how much he hated Darvin Ham as a coach.
Oh.
Well, I guess we can say he never actually said he hated him as a coach, but
Darvin gonna catch these strays whenever Jason.
Every time.
I'm just saying there were like obvious storylines for those guys during the season. This never got mentioned. Just never got mentioned.
There's another.
This never happened.
Well,
how do you not? But like the fact that we were all reading Ant's like personal drama on the internet every day. Then you watch the documentary, he's like a stable family man. First child's on the way. I'm like, well, which
personality?
Yeah, it's like he's so easy to like on the show. Then he says, I don't want to be the face of the league. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of hard to make him the face of the league when every other month some chick is churning up on Instagram with a screenshot.
He kind of.
Yeah, I mean, people are like, how can he say that? I'm like, he's probably got a good point. I don't think the Adam Silver wants to be calling him in every other month. Like, Ant, another one. Like, really, Ant, we're trying to put you in the front of, the next video game, and it's like we got to put pacifiers in the background and whatnot.
Jay, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my brother.
I'm totally off the rails today. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's all good. I like this, Jason.
It's good. We love it.
I like this, Jason. We appreciate you, bro.
All right, y'all. Take it easy.
All right, Jason Jones. Look at that. Now, one Dodger reference today.
Good.
He gonna call back. He gonna click the. Whoa!
I forgot. Shohei.
Whoa. We're gonna head over to 102.5. We appreciate you guys for being with us today. We'll see you here tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Sierra College. Boy, Aaron Lawrence coaching tonight at Sac City. I want to go to that game. I'm not sure I'll be able to. I want to go though. Forgot it was today.
All right, y'all. I didn't even flip over and make sure this was all good and functioning, which it is. All right, man. We got to run. A lot of work to do over there. Excited to see Coach Molly and